Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the 5th part of What If Deku Unlocks Gamer System. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. What class are you? This version of him was dressed in a parka and spoke with a quiet yet deadly voice. My name is Izuku Midoriya and I am a cryommancer. The advanced paths available to you are absolute, construct, death, and time. Explain the advanced paths. An absolute cryommancer is able to control all heat around them and lower it to any degree they wish. Construct will allow you to create anything you can imagine with ice and imbue it with a pseudo-life. A death cryommancer is able to extinguish the flame of life in any being and will eventually cause the end of all life if not killed. A time cryommancer is capable of slowing time to a crawl, effectively causing it to cease while they live. Nothing he wanted then. Who are you and how did you die? The instant life returned to the young man's eyes. He started shivering. It didn't affect his speech much, but you could still hear it. My father's quirk mutated and created the exact opposite of his own. With my inner flame now extinguished, I gained control over ice and became Snowstorm, the hero of ice. I died after being killed by those who I thought of as an ally. Why would they kill you? The man's eyes went dark. During a fight against All for One, I unleashed a blast of cold that decimated everything it touched. Every hero and villain in a 3 kilometers radius was killed. Out of grief, a group of my once allies banded together and killed me. Endeavor being the final blow. Yeah, that wouldn't be good. He looked at the version of himself that wasn't much older than him. I decline your class. With a nod, the cryommancer froze in place. Let's move on. Following Siphon, he was led to another version of himself. This one was dressed in a pair of swim trunks and had long hair pulled into a single ponytail. What class are you? He spoke with a mellow voice that let out an aura of calm. My name is Izuku Midoriya and I'm a hydromancer. The advanced paths available to you are abyssal, density, toxic, and wave. Explain the paths. An abyssal-focused hydromancer summons and controls monsters from any ocean across any universe. A density focus will allow you to crush your opponents under the weight of the ocean. Toxic will allow you to poison your enemies and eventually turn any water you touch into poison. Wave will grant you control of water only Mother Nature is capable of, creating typhoons and tsunamis that can wipe nations away. For such a mellowed version of himself to say something so calmly, it was a tad disconcerting. Who are you and how did you die? When life returned to his eyes, this version of him became even more mellowed out. When I was a kid, I wasn't born with a quirk. During our despair, my mom and I were approached by a man who offered me power in exchange for our allegiance. We accepted and he granted me a water-controlling quirk. His mission was for me to enter UA and help him gather information. It wasn't until after an attack that I learned he was AFO. When I turned against him, he killed my mother and would have killed me if it weren't for Aizawa. His face fell. After that, I devoted my life to stopping AFO. After his defeat, Tsuyu and I wedded and I was killed a week after we got married. So there's worlds where he got married to Tsuyu. Who killed you? He shrugged. My wife and I were swimming and the next thing I know, I get stabbed through the back and die as she was attacked on her own. Aren't you worried if she made it? Hydro smiled. I used my question to ask that. She ended up killing every single one of our attackers and lives on with our kid. Question. Siphon answered him. Every version of you that is currently here was allowed one question. He hummed. I decline hydromancer. As the man returned to how he was standing beforehand, he asked the god version of him. What was your question? I didn't have one. Shall we continue? At his nod, the man led him to the next possible class. The next aspect he came face to face was dressed in military gear and had his arms exposed. Asking the question, the man answered. My name is Izuku Midoriya and I am an aromancer. The advanced paths available to you are enhancement, healing, storm, and summoning. Explain the paths. Enhancement will allow you to increase allies in various ways. Healing will give you the ability to generate winds that can heal injuries over large areas. Storm will give you the ability to create and form anything wind-related, including storms and hurricanes. Summoning will give you access to summoning any form of air elemental or monster. Who are you and how did you die? The instant life returned, the man went into a salute and started explaining like he was a drill sergeant. Sir, I was born quirkless and raised as such. During the beginning of the war I lost my home and lived in a refugee camp for 2 years. When the quirk transfer program became available, I donated myself to the cause. I received the quirk of a graduate from Shiketsu who died in combat. I myself died during the decisive battle on the shores of America defending it from abroad attackers. His eyes widened. What the actual F happened? What caused the war and who were you fighting? As far as I know, sir, the war was started by a villain known as Nine who wished to create a world that was ruled by strength. He declared war on Japan and wiped out many heroes, leading to a mass exodus of civilians that escaped to surrounding countries. Shortly after establishing his power base, he marched on the world. Most of the world succumbed or fled to America, which was his last target. Who the f was Nine? I decline aromancer. The man shouted. Sir, yes, sir. Returning to rest, he froze in place. He turned to Siphon. Do you know who Nine is? The man shook his head. Unfortunately, I'm not at liberty to answer that question. The only reason that man was able to answer is because it was directly involved in his death. With a sigh, he followed Siphon to the next aspect. The next version of him was wearing a blazer and covered in thin wire. What class are you? My name is Arata Shigaraki. My class is electromancer and the paths available to you are conduit and siphon. Now he was curious in multiple ways. Why are only 2 paths available to me? You lack the qualifications and drive for other paths. He didn't know if he should be insulted or not. Who are you and how did you die? When life returned to the man, a glare settled on his face. When I was younger, my parents died in an accident and I was raised on the streets. I was found by a man who offered to take me in. He raised me alongside my new brother and granted me my quirk. Together, we created a new era of heroes and villains, only to have it fall down around us. I died at the hands of my childhood friend, Bakugo. I decline electromancer. He walked away, not even willing to look at the man anymore. Siphon followed him without saying anything. Going to the next junction, he took a left and approached a version of himself dressed as a much older doctor. What class are you? Light shone down on the doctor. My name is Izuku Midoriya, my class is healer. The advanced paths available to you are alchemical, biomancer, disciple, sculptor, soul, tech, and transfer. Explain. Alchemical will expand and enhance any products made by alchemy to the highest effect possible. With a single dose of your medicine, the body could be cured of all diseases and injuries. Biomancer will allow you to affect the flow of life around you and heal allies from afar or hinder enemies. Disciple will require you to sign a contract with a god in return for divine power that you are not able to obtain in any other way. Sculptor will allow you to repair and add to any living flesh with the flesh of the dead and living. Soul will give you the ability to return people from the dead and stitch souls to inanimate objects, effectively making them immortal. Tech will allow you to create magical machinery that can be used by anyone and will create miracles. Transfer will allow you to steal life and transfer damage to and from enemies. Holy shit! Who are you and how did you die? When life returned to the man, a faint white aura began to radiate off of him. After I discovered I didn't have a quirk, I dedicated my life to medicine and became a world-renowned healer. Shortly after the fall of AFO, I gained the attention of Airmed, who granted me the power to create miracles. I died of old age in a time of peace. That was a first. I decline healer. Honestly, this was a contender for his top choice. Being able to keep his allies from dying premature deaths would be amazing, and clearly his potential for learning healing spells was through the roof. Siphon talked as he followed. I've never been one for healing, I only ever learned how to take life. Who survived the longest out of our friends? Achiko. He saw the man give a small smile. She was there until the day she died, always by our side and the first to help, no matter what. The next aspect was a man dressed in a fitted suit. What class are you? My name is Izuku Midoriya and I am a bard. The advanced paths available to you are empathy, healing, and maestro. Explain. Empathy will allow you the ability to convey thoughts and feelings through your song. This is both an offensive and boosting path. Healing will allow you to heal anyone that hears your voice. Maestro will give you the ability to both play and shift the flow of combat with buffs and debuffs. Not really anything he wanted or needed, but he was curious about this version of him. Who are you and how did you die? The man's voice became light and harmonic. My mother's quirk allowed me to perfectly control objects from afar. With this not being combat specific, I learned how to play instruments and quickly became my own orchestra. I'm afraid I have no clue how or why I was chosen as a class. The closest I came to heroes was a friend of my manager who always seemed to know the perfect note I needed for a certain piece. According to my manager, he was the hero known as Perfect Pitch. I died in a plane explosion on the way to a concert in Europe. The target of the explosion was a hero who was visiting family. He hummed. I decline bard. As the man froze in place, he asked Siphon, if you had the choice, would you have lived a mundane life? The man seemed to think for a minute as they walked to the next junction. I've considered it in my long life, but if I didn't follow the path I did, I'm afraid the world might have ended, so the answer is no. Nodding, he took the next left and approached a version of him dressed in plate armor with a shield on his back. What class are you? The man looked like he belonged in a medieval festival. Why was he in the magic path? The man's voice was aged and he spoke with an accent. My name is Izuku of House Midoriya. My path is that of a pherommancer. Your available advances are that of alloy, creation, and molten. Explain. Alloy will allow you to create brand new mixes of metals never before seen and capable of many things. Creation will grant you the ability to instantly create and use any weapons you have already seen. Molten will give you the ability to withstand and use temperatures that no normal person will be able to withstand, super or otherwise. Who are you and how did you die? The man barely moved from where he was standing when life returned to him. During my youth I was unable to discover my path and in my despair, I turned to smithing. During these early years, I felt the call of steel and discovered my path. From there, I joined the guild system and joined a team that I would eventually die alongside. I declined pherommancer. He turned to Siphon, curiosity coming off of him in waves. Is that usual? The man shrugged. There are alternate universes here, not all of them will be close to what you will live through. That made sense. Going down the next path, that line was at full play here. This version of him was dressed like he came straight out of a Magic Isekai anime. With a staff in one hand and a long purple robe, this version of himself looked like an old wizard. What class are you? When life returned to the man, a sharp energy became present filling the air with a powerful hum. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I am an archmitch. The paths available to you are aromancer, cryommancer, elemental, psion, sin, and zone. Explain. Aromancer is the ability to infuse soul stuff into golems, allowing you to create undying armies. Cryommancer will bring time to a knee and allow for perfect control over it. Elemental will bring all of the elements of nature to your beck and call to a degree that surpasses masters in the elements. Psion will give you perfect control over your mind and allow you to bring your will into the physical world. Sin is the ability to channel the negativity and sin of the world into powerful spells that will bring gods to their knees. Zone is the path of space-time, with the ability to instantly teleport and move great amounts. All of those sounded amazing. Who are you and how did you die? In my world I was born with a massive affinity for magic and soon came under the tutelage of the then archmitch. I spent years of training and eventually became the first in line to inherit the title. Then disaster struck and my world was thrown into chaos by an enemy of the world. I, along with my betrothed and several friends, went on a mission to slay this enemy. When we returned victorious, I gained the title of archmitch and led the world into a new era of peace. I was slain rather late in life, not far from my own deathbed at the hands of usurpers. I decline archmitch. So there are worlds where magic is commonplace. Leading the way, he walked down another path and took in the sight of the next aspect. A version of him covered head to toe in tattoos, bits and pieces he could understand, but most he couldn't. What class are you? My name is Izuku Midoriya, and I am a rune master. The paths available to you are arcanist, spellscar, and weave. Explain. An arcanist runemaster gains the ability to create runes with pure mana, allowing them to use runes in combat more effectively. A spellscar runemaster gains access to a special set of runes that amplify the carved with unique abilities. A weave runemaster gains the ability to infuse invisible runes into anything they make and amplify the runes they use. Arcanist sounded cool, but not really him. Spellscar confused him though. What's special about the spellscar runes? They allow the imbued to gain properties that no other rune is able to access. One such is similar to that of a druid and allows you to transform into animals. So body-changing runes, nice. Who are you and how did you die? When life returned to the man, his body changed. The runes flared to life and he saw the once scrawny-looking man become a lean muscle-bound fighter. During my youth in a world filled with magic, I quickly learned I lacked any potential for magic. In my despair, I threw myself at the feet of a local mage, and he accepted me. From him, I learned every rune known to man and fought against those that threatened my world. My last breath was taken when I slew the man that killed my master. I died in the arms of my lover. I decline runemaster. With a nod, he demorphed and returned to his normal self. He looked at Siphon. I don't imagine that was healthy. The man gave a small smile. I don't think we're too concerned with health no matter the universe. The god version of him had an excellent point. The only exception to the rule was the doctor. The next aspect he approached was a version of him surrounded by floating rocks and crystals. What class are you? My name is Izuku. I am an artificer. The available paths to you are binder, imbue, and ruler. No last name. Explain. Binder is the ability to take the life force of living creatures and shove it into objects, creating many different objects of intelligence. Imbue grants the ability to add magical effects to already existing magic items. Ruler is the pseudo-god of all magic items in the world. All magic items listen to his command and he knows everything about a magic item he touches. Nothing he needed or was willing to do. Who are you and how did you die? At his question, the man became animated and the floating objects started glowing as they circled around him. When I was a teenager in my world, I killed a man that attacked me and used his soul as the catalyst of my first creation. Soon after, I was barred from my family and lived on the streets preying on scum of the streets. Many years later, I was caught by the guard and given an ultimatum by the crown. I chose life and joined the army as a collector of souls. 3 years into the war, I had enough souls at my disposal that I was able to threaten the world and did so. I soon gained an army of worshippers and destroyed the world as I knew it. From the ashes, I built a new world based on my own values. I died at the hands of a group of heroes who called me mad. Well, that was a lot darker than he imagined. I decline artificer. As the man froze, the crystals and rocks slowed and depowered. He was rather dark. He looked at Siphon with a raised eyebrow. Darker than what you've seen? The man nodded. You were unable to hear the call, but several of the people in those crystals were calling out for him in a worried tone. They were more than likely friends and family he made along the way in his journey. Way darker than he could even imagine, got it. When they exited the path of the artificer, Siphon proceeded to walk back down the path to the main intersection. That is the last of the magical path, but not the last of the magic available to you. Nodding, he followed the man and thought about his options so far. Healer and archmage were way up there was no doubt about that. Everything else seemed too far specialized for him. He needed something that was a bit more open-ended. The next major path they walked down was warrior. Taking the first left, his eyes widened at the massive man that was himself frozen in place. What class are you? When the man spoke, It was with a deep barrel voice. My name is Izuku Midoriya and I am a berserker. The available paths for you are Beast, Blood, Undying and Viking. Explain. A Beast berserker gains animalistic traits when raging. A Blood berserker is able to consume the fallen in an instant, replenishing his own health, mana, and stamina. An Undying berserker can never fall in combat and becomes a wall of flesh that stands between his allies and the enemy. A Viking berserker is a leader of lesser men and is able to control the rage of his lessors. He blinked. Eat flesh? The Blood berserker is the linchpin of an army and is able to turn the tide of battle just by existing. They do this by preventing healing magic from bringing enemies back. In some sort of sick, twisted way, it made sense. Who are you and how did you die? When life returned to the brute, he felt the pure raw strength radiating off the man. When I was a young lad, I unlocked my rage in a fight to the death with a monster. After defeating and consuming the beast's flesh, I collapsed and was found by a commander in the local army. He took me in and trained me as his apprentice. The rest is history. I died after being crushed by an army-destroying spell. It took a whole army to kill you? Our neighboring kingdom of Nazil contracted every able mage in their kingdom and neighboring kingdoms to cast a single spell. The spell ended up being used against me, killing me and no one else. All mages who cast the spell died with its casting, a hidden clause of casting the spell. This allowed for my kingdom to avenge my death and unite the world under one banner. I decline berserker. With a nod, the man refroze in place and they walked to the next one. A younger version of him that looked like him in middle school was frozen in place. What in the world happened to have him die so young? What class are you? My name is Izuku Midoriya and I am a hero. The advanced paths available to you are Pillar, Protector, and Symbol. He could feel the headache forming as he thought this one. Explain. A pillar is a hero that gains strength based on the amount of people depending on him to win. A protector is a hero that gains strength based on what he's immediately protecting. A symbol is a path that gains strength based on what you stand for and how many people follow that ideal. It honestly sounded like All Might was a hero class with all of the advanced paths. Who are you and how did you die? The young version of him smiled at him. During my first year of middle school, I saved a classmate and earned the respect and trust of All Might, who made me his apprentice. I spent 1 year training under him and finally gained one for all only to be attacked and killed by All for One during a sparring match between All Might and I. It was actually kind of sad. I decline hero. With a nod, the boy refroze and stayed in place. Siphon spoke calmly. It's sad to see life lost at such a young age. I wonder how his world proceeded on from his death. That was actually a good question. If that version of him died with Ofa, then the quirk died with him, he never transferred it to someone new. What would actually happen in such a world? The next aspect they approached was a version of himself that was donned in armor and rested a sword between his hands and the ground. What class are you? My name is Izuku Midoriya, and my class is Knight. The available paths to you are Angelic, Oathsworn, Raven, and Unconquerable. Explain. An Angelic Knight gains a level healing only granted to those of the cloth and a boost to their defenses by their god. An Oathsworn swears their life to a limited number of people and gains a massive boost when protecting them. This also works in the reverse. A Raven Knight gains a level of stealth only known to criminals and is a mix between rogue and knight. An Unconquerable Knight is a being who is unable to debuffed and will never lose stamina in a fight. Explain what you meant by reverse for Oathsworn. When an Oathsworn declares a being as his enemy, they gain a significant boost when fighting that enemy. The problem with this is that if they fail to kill the enemy in a timely manner, they perish. So bad, very bad. Who are you and how did you die? When life returned to the man, Knight simply rested deeper on the sword. When I was a boy, the world was at war and I got inscripted. During one of my many battles, I saw a woman being attacked on the battlefield and declared my life to protect her. I learned after the battle she was the princess of the kingdom. When she ascended the throne, she made many enemies and with me at her side, she ruled for many years. I died from an assassin's poison. I decline knight. The next aspect was an older version of him dressed in leather armor and a massive lance in his right hand. That wouldn't have been too impressive by itself, but this version of him had a dragon the size of a small house behind him. What class are you? My name is Izuku Storm Herald. I am a paths available to you are Dragonist, Lancer, Skyhopper, Stormcaller, and Vanguard. Explain. A Dragonist Dragoon begins to take on the characteristics of their dragon. They eventually gain their own flight, scales, and breath weapons. A Lancer becomes a master of their weapon and is able to pierce through any shield or material. A Skyhopper is a Dragoon of speed and trickery. Alongside their dragon, they become specks in the sky. A Stormcaller can utilize a small amount of magic to whip up storms that can rival those of Mother Nature. A Vanguard is a Dragoon that focuses solely on protecting their dragon. This allows for the dragon to take an even greater amount of damage before falling. Cool, but not for him. He wasn't even sure what would happen if he showed up in the middle of Japan with a freaking dragon. Who are you and how did you die? As life returned to the slightly older version of him, the dragon became animated as well. Puffs of blue smoke washed over him and siphon, seemingly sizing them up. In my world, dragons are commonplace, but only those who earn their trust are able to ride them. We call them dragoons. When I became an adult, I took the test and gained Averil's trust. The dragon, named Averil, shot a bolt of ice at her partner's hat. Fine, she gained my trust. I was scared of her like no tomorrow. We eventually became friends and protected our world from the evil dragons that lived there. We died in a battle alongside my friends, my squad, as we tried to take down the Dark One. Many good people and dragons were lost that day. Averil whined a low grumble and nuzzled into the dragoon. I'm afraid I must decline your class. With a nod, the dragon tamer and his dragon returned to their original positions and froze. I've always wanted a pet. He looked at Siphon with a raised eyebrow. What? The god shrugged. I would have liked a dog or something, but most animals can smell my power and avoid me. I have a pet pixie, who treats me like her dad. Name? Shiki. Like the dog. No, she was originally supposed to be able to change her form, but after I gave her consciousness, she stayed a water pixie. So her name doesn't really fit anymore, but it means 4 seasons. Siphon nodded. I assume you can't change her name? He shrugged. I can try, but I think she'll just get confused. She has the thought process of a very advanced 3-year-old right now. The small conversation brought them to the next aspect. This one looked like a version of him that got into MMA fighting. His hands were bandaged, and he had a very lean body, almost no fat. What class are you? My name is Izuku Midoriya, and my class is pugilist. The advanced paths available to you are Adapt, Arcane Monk, Blocker, Boxer, Flawless, Grandmaster, Monk, and Overwhelming. That was a lot. Explain. An Adapt is a fighter who can instantly analyze and add enemy fighting styles to their own. An Arcane Monk is a hand wizard capable of devastating magical blows. A Blocker is a skilled fighter who is capable of blocking the life force of enemies. They are capable of stopping a heart in a single strike. A Boxer is both tank and damage, able to deliver a blow that can dent steel and able to take such a hit. A Flawless Pugilist is a being that excels at dodging, never taking a hit. A Grandmaster is a pugilist that unlocks the next tier of their chosen style. A Monk, unlike an Arcane Monk, is a pugilist that channels their mana into their fist and strikes with enhanced strength. An Overwhelming Pugilist is a demon of speed and wind, capable of delivering a dozen blows in under a second. Who are you and how did you die? When life returned to the man, he clenched his fist and answered. When I discovered I was born without a quirk, I dedicated my life to martial arts and gained such a degree in it I was able to fight villains with quirks. I joined UA against the advice of teachers and was accepted. I soon came under the tutelage of All Might and gained one for all. I died dealing the killing blow to my greatest enemy, killing both him and myself in the process. I decline pugilist. The next aspect was a version of him in military gear and already in a salute. This version was also by far the oldest version he had seen of himself, excluding Siphon and Archmitch. What class are you? My name is Izuku Midoriya and my class is soldier. Your potential paths are battalion and sniper. No surprise there, honestly, he didn't really like guns. Explain. A battalion is a soldier capable of fighting a whole battalion by themselves. A sniper is a soldier that dedicates their life to that single shot. Who are you and how did you die? Even when life returned to the man, he didn't move a single centimeter as he answered. When I learned that I wouldn't get a quirk, I taught myself firearms and joined the military as soon as I could. From there I dedicated myself to the defense of the world against terrorists and villains. I did not fall in combat and died of old age. I declined soldier. Without moving a centimeter, the man froze in place. He was glad to know he was resourceful in almost any world that he existed. The next aspect was a man wearing combat gear, but unlike knight or even soldier, his equipment looked custom-made. What class are you? My name is Izuku Midoriya and my class is fighter. The advanced paths available to you are Adapt, Army of One, Arsenalist, Demolitionist, Life, Spartan, and Weapon Master. Explain. An Adapt is a fighter capable of picking up any weapon and using it as well as any person with a few years under their belt. An Army of One is a fighter capable of taking down an army given enough time and resources. Arsenalist is a fighter with the capability of instant creation, able to create weapons and ammunition within the blink of an eye. A demolitionist is a fighter who dedicates their life to explosives and espionage. A life fighter is a weapon user capable of entering a state of pure survival when their life is on the line. A Spartan is a being that dedicates themselves to the Spartan way of life and is capable of taking an extreme amount of damage. A weapon master is a fighter that dedicates themselves to a single form of weapon combat and gains a new rank of the skill. What distinguishes you from soldier? A fighter fights for themselves and what they want, a soldier fights for a cause. Fair point. Who are you and how did you die? When this version of him came to life, he instantly pulled out a cigarette and started smoking after lighting it. When I didn't get a quirk, I dedicated myself to learning every weapon I could. When I tried to join the military, I was denied due to my mental state. After that I found a group of mercenaries that took me in and I joined them as a member. I died when we were all blown up by a rival band. I declined fighter. Flicking away the cigarette, fighter returned to his previous position and froze in place. He's killed lots of people? He nodded at Siphon's observation. I saw it in his eyes too. Sad but over it, no mercy. The next aspect was an older version of him armed with a sword and a simple breastplate. What class are you? My name is Izuku Midoriya and I am a spells word. The advanced paths available to you are Echo, Rune, Singer, and Walker. This was Kat's class. He wondered which path she took, he'd have to ask Aki. That also reminded him that he wasn't allowed to tell her about the process of choosing a class. Shaking his head, he asked, Explain. An echo is a spells word that is capable of creating copies of themselves. A rune spells word is capable of imbuing temporary runes into their weapons, giving them unique properties. A singer is a more martial-focused spells word that utilizes magic to increase swing speed and strength. A walker is a spells word that walks between life and death, capable of opening and entering portals to limbo. He blinked. What? Limbo is the dimension between life and death. He didn't put much thought into a world like that existing. Keeping an eye on the runes, he asked, Who are you and how did you die? When life returned the man, his runes became active and a mobile shell of magical energy encased him in the visage of armor. His sword gained a new form, enlarging to twice the size it was before and glowed with a sickly green energy. When I was kid, I accidentally imbued a wooden sword with magic and caused a magical feedback, causing the wood to explode. The incident caught the eye of the local mage and she took me in as an apprentice. From there, I learned magic alongside sword techniques. After graduating, I dedicated my life to adventure and died fighting a world-ending monster. I declined spells word. With a nod, the man returned to the position he was in before. The next aspect was donned in white and gold armor, a shield held in front of them and looking at the ground. What class are you? My name is Izuku Midoriya. I am a cleric. The advanced paths available to you are Inquisitor, Paladin, Scholar, Templar, and Warden. Explain. An Inquisitor is a being who dedicates themselves to finding usurpers and non-believers. A Paladin is a holy knight that dedicates themselves to the defense of the Church. A Scholar is a cleric that has dedicated themselves to the holy texts and lives by the words contained within. A Templar is an anti-magic knight that finds and executes such beings. A Warden is a protector, the wall between man and destruction. For you, and how did you die? The man looked up and he saw golden eyes match his gaze. When I was a young boy, I dedicated my life to the Church after discovering I couldn't use magic myself. Being such a person was a rare occurrence, and the Church utilized me as a mage hunting cleric. I died at the hands of a mage I was tracking down. He couldn't stop himself. Why dedicate yourself to hunting down mages? The man's gaze never left him. I never killed a mage. During one of my first hunts, I obtained a scroll that could teach a mage to create a magic copy of themselves. I became lovers with the mage who gave me the scroll and tried to help all the mages I came across. The mage I was tracking got scared and decided to deal with me. That seemed like a complicated life, sad too. I declined cleric. Putting his head down, the man froze in place. I've fought clerics before. Nasty buggers, they tend to gain special powers depending on the god they follow. He looked over at Siphon. How many gods did you kill? The god smiled at him. You tend to lose track of such things. Smiling a bit at himself, he walked to the next aspect. This version of him was wearing black leather armor and carried a massive sword. What class are you? My name is Izuku Midoriya and I am a slayer. The advanced paths available to you are god, human, monster, and undead. He raised an eyebrow. Explain. A god slayer is a being specialized in killing gods. A human slayer is a being specia-dash. I get it. Can you explain what makes them special at killing their targets? When facing their chosen target, the slayer gains an incredible amount of stats and is able to track their prey anywhere they go, even across dimensions. He nodded, helpful. Who are you and how did you die? When he unfroze, the man crossed his arms. In my world, we are under constant threat of total annihilation from entities not of our world. I was chosen at birth to become a slayer, a specialized killer of such entities. When I became old enough and graduated training, I joined a squad and began my career. I died after being betrayed by my light and left for dead in the middle of the Deadlands. Why would he want you dead? I was set to gain his position and he would be sent back out into the Deadlands. That's shitty. I declined slayer. Putting his hands back down, the man froze solid. The next version of him was dressed in a black hoodie and jeans, leaning against a massive scythe. What class are you? My name is Izuku Midoriya, I am a reaper. The only path available to you is monster. Explain monster and why I only have a single path. Monster reapers are beings that can attack the souls of monsters, dealing unhealable damage. Only one path is available to you because you've only killed one type of creature. That made sense. Who are you and how did you die? Unlike every other version of him, this one squinted at him and walked off the podium, beginning to circle around him. Who are you? Izuku Midoriya. Reaper glared at him. Smart but. He shrugged. My AI and friends are more intimidating than you. Now, explain who you are and how you died. Slamming the scythe into the ground, he leaned against it and talked. My world was perfectly normal until my 18th birthday. I was born under a cursed moon and on the exact minute of my birth 18 years later, I died. I was one of a dozen or so people reborn this way. We fought for both our lives and the ones in the normal world. I've been dead for a long time, but my soul was eventually destroyed at the hands of my villain. So you can do stuff that no other version of me can do here? Reaper shrugged. Humming to himself, I declined the Reaper class. He saw the note of light disappear, but Reaper didn't freeze. Instead, he smiled at Izuku. Can't get rid of me that easily. But I can. Both of them looked at Siphon, but neither saw him close the distance between himself and Reaper. In a violent burst of energy, Reaper was absorbed and gone. When the dust settled and the mote of light disappeared fully, Siphon apologized. If his class was under consideration, I apologize. He shook his head. It's fine, let's continue. The next version of him was an adult and dressed in a simple tank top and jeans. What class are you? My name is Izuku Midoriya, and I am a champion. The paths available to you are the expert, the fortress, the lord, the one, the sentinel, the warblade, and the zenith. Explain. The expert is a champion that decreases the time needed to level any skill. The fortress is a being whose skill in defense is unparalleled. The lord is a leader of man that can grant skills and abilities to his followers. The one is an entity above common man and is the beacon of a new era. The sentinel keeps watch of the world and protects it from all threats. The warblade is a being that revels in the purity of war and dedicates their life to the blade. The zenith is a champion above all and is absolute. I would consider this one of your top choices. He agreed. Who are you and how did you die? When life returned to the man in front of him, he involuntarily took a step back. His aura was raging out of control. The god next to him simply braced against the aura and waited. Unlike his aura, the man was soft-spoken and answered his question like he was telling a story. When I was in middle school, I was discovered by All Might and became his heir. From there I joined UA and became a beacon of hope for my allies. Through pure will and determination, I became a champion of my allies and fought back against the darkness that tried to control the world. I died at the hands of a villain that got a lucky hit. I declined champion. With a nod, the man's aura died and he froze in place. So he only used one for all to fight then? The god shrugged. More than likely, I sensed the power dwelling within him and his aura was flooded with it. I believe he was able to attain the maximum power of the quirk. More than you. Almost any version of us that attained one for all is able to reach a higher level of control over this quirk. Even your own is greater than mine. He hummed and thought to himself as they walked back to the junction. When Siphon started walking back toward the main junction, he realized that was the last of the warrior classes. The next path to walk through was the skill path. If you could choose, which would you take? Siphon answered, completely monotone. Not helping. He really missed Misaki. Misaki. Berserker is cool, but we're trying to get rid of my anger. When I fight, pretty sure Izuku would get set off at me. Not being used to having her own body, thinking inside her head wasn't a natural thing for her. Let's take a look at the other classes then. You don't have to decide instantly, time is frozen here so you can think as long as you need. Nodding, she followed her copy to the next class. Like most of her copies, this version of her was exactly like her, no difference. Class. Born. Abilities. A born is capable of combining their mind and instincts into one being. They gain reflexes and strength unparalleled by a normal person. Any paths? She either didn't have any, making the class a dud, or only one. It seemed like this would repeat itself. The only path available to you is rage. Letting out an annoyed sigh, she turned back around and walked to the next class. Class. Soul. Abilities. A soul is able to conjure their life force into the physical world. They are able to use it in ranged and melee combat. Paths. None. She let out an annoyed cry. Storming back out, she walked to the next class. She hoped Izuku was having more luck. Izuku, what class are you? My name is unknown. My class is rogue. The paths available to you are assassin, shade, and twin. Explain. An assassin is a rogue skilled in killing targets in a single hit from the shadows. A shade is a being that has become one with the shadows and thrives in them. A twin rogue is a rapid-paced melee fighter that can make a single strike feel like two. Who are you and how did you die? When life returned to the man clad in a black shawl, he didn't move an inch and tried to disappear. Unknown killed by unknown. I decline rogue. The next aspect was a man dressed in leather armor and had a bow slung across his back. What class are you? My name is Izuku Midoriya and I am a ranger. The advanced paths available to you are Beastmaster, Scout, and Wanderer. Explain. A Beastmaster is a tamer of animals and spirits. Scout is a ranger with the ability to sneak behind enemy lines. Wanderer is a world walker, always seeking new worlds. Who are you? The man came back to life with a sigh. What type of question is that? He raised an eyebrow. I'm wondering about your life. My life story isn't needed for your choice. Why do you want to know? I wish to understand what would cause a normal person to become a representative of their class. While your story won't help me decide, it will help me get into the mindset of your class. Ranger stared at him for a few moments, but then nodded. Very well. He looked out into the dark and shouted, Felix. With a bounce in its gait, a large black cat walked out of the shadows and purred against Ranger's leg. My home village was located in the thickest part of the Jade Forest. Growing up, I was forced to live off the land and defend myself from the monsters and animals that lived there. One day I found Felix trapped and about to be eaten. I saved her, and from that day forward, we stuck together. The cat rubbed its head into its friend's hand. One day when we were out hunting, the village was attacked and wiped out of existence. From that day forward, I spent my life hunting those responsible. How did you die? Urara was going to die. She didn't see the sword going for her, and I shoved her out of the way. He smiled and scratched the bridge of Felix's snout. Felix defended her and stayed with her until she died. The cat purred. He nodded. Thank you, for now I'll decline Ranger. Ranger nodded and made an almost non-existent sound, causing Felix to bound off into the darkness. Returning to his previous position, he froze in place. It's odd. He looked at Siphon. How so? It seems like all versions of us have dealt with some sort of world-ending or personal trauma no matter the world. Even the healer was present during the Battle of AFO, albeit as a doctor. The only seemingly normal life was the bard. Though, I think that the hero that gave him help was a god in disguise. Probably. He nodded. Maybe we just have terrible luck. Laughing, he sort of had to agree. Probably, but I might be an outlier. My luck stat is 13. It would have been helpful to see things like that during my years in school. Knowing he wouldn't get any more information than he already knew, he didn't dig. The next aspect was a version of him dressed as a circus acrobat. He looked at Siphon. Should I bother? The god shrugged. He's an acrobat. If you know you won't take it, you don't have to. He felt bad, but there wasn't a reason for him to ask. There was nothing an acrobat class could offer him. Let's go next. The next aspect was a man armed to the teeth. Why he wasn't in the warrior path, who knew? What class are you? My name is Izuku Midoriya and I'm a factotem. The paths available to you are copy, disguise, and plight. Explain. A copy is a factotem that is capable of matching any skill, spell, or quirk of their enemy. A factotem of the disguise path is capable of changing their physical appearance in any way they wish. A plight factotem is able to steal and prevent skills from being used by their target. Who are you? A passive bored expression settled upon this version of him as life returned. At birth, I was taken by the government to a secret quirk facility that experimented on the quirkless. In my world, quirks had been around for thousands of years and I was one of the first generations to not have a quirk. I was turned into a secret weapon to combat the tyrants of the quirk-filled world. One hell of a world. How did you die? I copied the quirk of a very powerful tyrant and killed myself. The intel we got on how his quirk worked was faked. I declined factotem. And that's the last one for the skilled path. He turned to the god with a raised eyebrow. Really? The god smiled. Unless your SEC life or sport skills need some help, I think you'll be fine. He sighed and shook his head. Misaki must have been rubbing off on him, because he was curious about what a class like that would even be like. What's next? Waving for him to follow, Siphon answered him. The last paths is your own path. It contains classes unique to you and that exist in no other world. Though, if another version of you would obtain a quirk such as the one you possess, there's a chance that they will get the class you chose. So it has to exist in another world for me to choose it, unless it's unique to me? The man nodded. As far as I know, you're the first ever version of us to get this quirk, but not the first person ever. Catherine. He nodded. Alongside her eldest and her predecessors. Stopping to look at him in thought, he decided he was an idiot. He never actually thought about it, but there must have been people who had the quirk before her. Why had he never thought about it before? Shaking his head, he caught up with Siphon and walked down the final path. The first aspect he met along the path looked exactly how he did currently. What class are you? My class is Galaxy. Advanced paths. The copy of him didn't answer. It was actually Siphon who answered his question. I knew I forgot something. He looked at the god. All classes on this path don't have any known advanced paths. That means you need to create your own. So how do I know what the class is? Ask. Facing the copy, he asked, what is a galaxy? A galaxy is a walking symbol of power that utilizes their inner strength to change the world around them. I decline. Turning around, he walked to the next class. Class and explain it. My class is Giver. A giver is capable of an even greater amount of transference across great distances and targets. So a total party buffer, he wondered what would happen if he transferred a single level of one for all to his entire class. Declining the class, he walked to the next one. My class is Inheritor. An Inheritor is a being capable of absorbing the quirks, skills, and memories of the fallen. That sounded straight up dangerous. Again declining, he went to the last copy. My class is Usurper. A usurper is a destroyer of the status quo, capable of upturning all of society. From the smallest governmental position to the throne of the gods. Definitely out, nope. Why this was a unique class for him, he had no idea. He wasn't crossing that line though, sure it sounded powerful as all hell, but he didn't want to rule the world. He wasn't a tyrant. Returning to the main intersection, he began to pace. His top choices were Archmitch, Champion, and Galaxy. The problem with the custom classes was that they were unknown quantities. He had no idea what they would truly do, he had no concept of power for them. It's safe to assume that any class you choose will only enhance your capabilities and not affect the way you currently fight. Fair enough. So just go with what sounds strong and capable? Siphon shrugged. Misaki. She was so sorely tempted to take Lover as her class. Besides Berserker, which had 9, she had 12 paths for Lover. The only thing she found that was better than it was her custom classes. The options available to her were Machine, Mesmerist, and Replica. Machine would turn her into what she could only describe as a supercomputer. Mesmerist would give her a massive boost to her illusions and allow them to use them from afar. However, the one that surpassed all of those was her last option. The Replica class allowed her to create real-life copies of anything she could imagine, with some limitations. From what she could figure out, inanimate objects were easy, but got destroyed if damaged in any way. Animated copies could be created, but their stats were completely dependent on what she knew of the original. If she created an exact perfect copy, she could give the copy up to 50% of the original stats. The only reason she didn't immediately take it was because she didn't know what would happen if she created a copy of Izuku. It also didn't help that she was pretty sure Machine would allow her to rapidly cast on her own and allow for a near-instant thought process. She hummed to herself, chin resting on her closed fist. The first copy of her that she met was matching her sitting position, but wasn't lost in thought. Her copy just sat there, watching her with interest for some reason. What? Whatcha thinking about? I'm trying to make the right choice. Why would there be a right choice? Talking to someone directly without someone else to bounce off of was annoying. She hated talking to herself. Because we have to take down a god, and I have an anger control issue. That was another problem with Machine. What the hell would happen if she took control? Could Izuku's will overpower hers when that came up? Why not choose the funnest option then? Because the funnest option is useless outside of a locked room. She added with a smile. Unless I can get the girls into a public FTSH. Then choose the strongest option. The strongest one would make the anger problem even worse. Then choose the most helpful. She growled and launched herself at the copy. Would you shut the F up? The copy matched her glare with an impassive, unscared stare. Why should I? You can't do anything to me here. Staring down at her, she bared her teeth. You're me beach. I know everything about you. You're nothing but a little girl. You're not even a normal person. The only reason you exist is because Izuku didn't want to be lonely. She bit her lip in annoyance. She wanted to claw the copy's eyes out. You don't even deserve a class. You only get one because you piggybacked off him. She slapped her copy. Not a wussy little smack or even a slap from their nighttime romps with the girls. This slap rang through the air, throwing her copy's head to the side. Who the F do you think you are? Even Izuku knows he'd be dead by now if it weren't for me. The copy looked back at her, a bright red handmark on her cheek. My name is Izuku Midoriya. My class is demigod. My class contains no paths and is guided by your parents. Please be aware that all class features will be locked until one of your parents becomes a god. She blinked at the copy, not sure what the hell to say. Do you accept my class? She swore she could kiss herself. Actually, she was curious how good she was. Leaning forward, she made her decision and became a demigod. Back to current time. The test was cut short. Being frozen midair for 10 minutes without any cause in sight, he could understand why. When the timer finally reached its end, he was at Komoro's side instantly checking her over. All Might was only a fraction of a millisecond behind him. How is she? What happened? Let me check. Observe. Name, Kinoko Komori. Level, 22. Quirks, Mushroom D. Luckily for him, he leveled his observe to max and was able to see her strongest perk. That, along with the girl's warning message being upgraded, he was stunned by what he saw. Her old message was, the apprentice brought to the light, shown the world for what it is. Perk, power self. The loyal mage of the future king. Bow to her lord. Or face her wrath. Misaki. Give me a second. She turned to All Might. She'll be fine, but we need to go somewhere quickly. I'm sorry but you can't follow. I'll be back soon, I'm sorry. Opening a portal, he dropped both him and Komori in Meth's courtyard. A few seconds later, a portal opened up next to him. He kind of just blinked at the disheveled older appearance of Aki, but it made sense when Shino walked through a second later. We have a problem. I say, I don't know how I feel about another girl. Shino said with a smile. It died when she saw his serious expression and Aki kneeled next to the girl. What's wrong with her? Aki answered her. Her mana is completely depleted, close to negative. She also has a dashed. She froze and quickly motioned for all of them to follow. Able to see quite far in front of him without looking, he explained to Shino while looking back at her. Komori is a goddess. Like how you're supposed to be a god? He nodded. When time froze this time, he was still able to move and shouted at Meth. We need your help. I think I found a godling. The old goddess opened her front door and waved her bottle of wine for them to follow after unfreezing time. Aki held the door for him as he carried Komori inside and followed Meth. Sitting down at her in-home bar, she motioned for him to approach and dumped a glass of wine on Komori's face. She didn't wake up, but she was disturbed enough that let out a small cough. For the first time, being on this side of the wine, he was able to see what Meth saw. Lights danced on Komori's drenched face and through a bit of focus, he was able to actually see the power now flowing through the girl. His eyes went black and he was absorbed into her soul. Shino. Aki and her had decided to spend their free day on a date, which ended the newly furnished warehouse. Luckily for her sanity, Aki had been the one to spend the money and buy the necessary furniture, so it was all decent and color coordinated. She didn't want to think of what it would look like if Izuku had done decorating. With a smile, the girl pulled her over to a side room which contained a massive bed. Being pushed onto the bed, she could appreciate the silks and softness of the mattress. Like getting hit with a hose, the pink flooding out of the girl was overwhelming and she let in. Then like a hammer hitting her in the head, she was flooded with yellow. Shooting out of bed, Aki started putting her socks and shoes on. We have a problem. Get your socks and shoes on, We're going to be meeting Izuku. Aren't his finals today? She nodded. Something happened. Misaki just said to get to Meth's farm. Who's Meth? She asked, slipping her shoes on. Goddess. Not explaining further, she opened a portal and walked through. Following her, she joked upon seeing Izuku bridal carrying another girl, but the joke wasn't well received. Following the two of them, she watched as a very beautiful woman blinked into existence, only to walk back inside. When neither Izuku or Aki stopped to acknowledge her sudden appearance, she just assumed this was normal. Following them inside, she watched as the lady dumped a glass of wine on Komori's face. She gave Aki a weird look, but the girl was just intently staring at the two staring at the girl. What caught her attention was the look in Izuku's eyes. His eyes were entirely black with little rainbow lights dancing in them. It looked creepy. Izuku. When he gazed into her soul, his vision was filled with a black expanse that stretched as far as he could see. Without rhyme or reason, bright lights started colliding, exploding in multiple colors. Following the source of the lights, he flew through the black expanse until he came to a solid core of rapidly spinning energy. It wasn't very large, in fact, the closer he looked at it, it was probably the size of his hand. Reaching out, a hand appeared and slapped his own. He looked to the side and saw Meth standing beside him. Don't touch anything when viewing a soul. It can have disastrous consequences. Oh. Without a word, she started flying off with him hot on her heels. What are we looking for? If you haven't noticed, the lights are coming from different directions. Follow the trails and you'll get to the different cores. What we just saw was her magical core. The fact she still has one right now after having her energy dropped so low just shows her strength. After a short time, they appeared at a tree rooted into the black below them. They didn't get close enough to take in finer detail, but she nodded to herself. One of Girly's domains is some sort of nature. Like Demeter? Meth nodded then snorted. Let's hope she doesn't get her bitchy, annoying attitude. Again they followed the connections to the next node. This time it took the form of what a wormhole supposedly looked like, except this one was filled with a multitude of colors that erupted like a volcano only to feed back into itself. What's this one? Magic. She gestured with her hand in the way the lights whipped around in an infinite circle. What you're seeing is the visual representation of the world's energy source. With one of her domains being magic, she'll have an infinite source of energy when she becomes a goddess. Holy shit. Ma shrugged. Every god and goddess of magic is the same. After standing there for a bit, admiring the view, he asked her, "How do I get out of here?" She sighed. "Focus on yourself, and will yourself to return to your body." Closing his eyes and following her orders, he snapped back to the real world. Blinking, he saw Meth pull away from both of them, a contemplative look on her face. He turned to Aki and Shino. She's a godling of magic and nature. Aki took the declaration in stride, but Shino's eyes widened. Just like that? Didn't you have to force the change? Meth answered for him, her voice somber and thoughtful. It's because he didn't start the shift. What do you mean? He asked. The first one to unlock his aura. That Stain fellow you talk about, he started the shift in the world. The people around you that declare their loyalty to you will likely become seedlings. So all I have to do is say, "I declare my life to Izuku as king?" asked Shino. The goddess shook her head. You have to truly mean it and be ready to dedicate everything to him. She leaned forward to stare at Shino. You have to be willing to dedicate your body, mind, and soul to him. You have to be willing to live by his side for eternity and be willing to stand by him no matter the decision. His eyes widened at the implication of that. He looked down at Komori. How did we even push her that far? Before Misaki could form an answer, he heard Shino demand from Aki. Open a portal for me to go home now. The young girl blinked at the matriarch of the harem. Now. Scared, Aki did just that and snapped her fingers. Walking through without a word, it closed, leaving the three of them to stare at where the portal once was. They didn't say anything and an awkward silence settled over the room. The silence remained until Meth broke it with her 2 cents. She's jealous. He looked at her. Over what? Meth gave him an unimpressed look, as if to say, "Really?" Aki spoke to him. "Izuku, she was just told that this girl was more willing to dedicate herself to you than she was. Why do you think she was jealous?" He looked back down at Komori, who was still drenched in wine. Grabbing a towel from the bar, he whipped her clean and thanked the woman. "Thank you for your help." The woman nodded and repoured her glass of wine. "Let's hope the transition isn't overly violent." Nodding his head in agreement, Aki followed him to UA, where they caught the tail end of a small panic going on. When they walked through with the unconscious Komori, he had to stop himself from a counterattack that came for him. Kurwara was in his face instantly, a pitch-black dagger aimed for throat. "What did you do?" Without any preamble, the teenager was thrown back with impunity. Before he could disappear into the shadows from the rubble around them, Aki stepped forward, a deadly glare on her face. "Try it again and I'll send you into the middle of a black hole, and believe me, that's a promise, not a threat." Nizu cleared his throat and approached. "Ms. Hale, I'd appreciate it if you didn't threaten my students." His attention then shifted to Izuku. For his transgression and pulling a weapon on a fellow student, he will have detention. He finished looking at the offending student, who just nodded, his head down. "Good, now that that's finally finished with, maybe we should retire to the main building and our questions can be answered." When he nodded at the principal and lightly shoved Aki, they started following the principal. The other students tried to follow but were stopped by Aizawa and Vlad. "The rest of you get to the lockers and head home for the day," said the tired man. Vlad nodded at his students, who reluctantly followed orders. A little while later, he set Komori down in bed inside the nurse's office. With there being no way to rapidly heal her mana, they had to wait. Nizu motioned for them to follow and they met up with the two teachers that were more privy to his situation. Sitting down, he apologized. "I'm sorry for causing a disturbance, I just needed to confirm something." "And?" pressured Nizu. "Komori has dedicated her allegiance to me and is now a godling, alongside Stain and I." He saw Aizawa freeze and instantly start thinking. Nizu nodded, deepened though, but it was All Might who wasn't fazed. Completely used to the bullshit of his life, All Might just asked a question. "Does that mean she'll become a goddess alongside you?" He nodded. "She'll be the goddess of magic and nature." "Do we know Stain's domains?" asked Nizu. Aki shook her head. "Afraid not, to be able to see them, we'd need to get him to a friend of ours." "Friend?" "A goddess from an old pantheon." "Friendly?" He nodded at the principal. "She's mainly just worried about what's going to happen when the power of the world shifts." "Is there anything we should be preparing for?" asked Aizawa. "We need to keep our ears to the ground and keep a lookout for reports of villains doing miraculous things. Kind of like what Komori did." Nizu nodded. "I'll alert my contacts, we'll keep an eye out." "Was that everything?" He nodded. "Actually, I was wondering," asked Aki. "Yes," asked Nizu. "What are you planning to do with your little spy problem?" He actually forgot about that. He was hoping Aoyama would come clean soon. USJ was one thing, but if he got the team hurt, he didn't know what he'd do. All student luggage is going to be triple-checked and all electronics are being banned. Alongside Izuku, we'll be using his portals to directly teleport them to where the pussycats want. We'll also be having a few trusted heroes to go to the outskirts of the encampment. Aki nodded. "Good. We'll be going now, we have another problem to deal with." He groaned and slumped. "How are we going to get Shino back?" Misaki shrugged. "Your guess is as good as mine." Bidding the teachers goodbye, he left a note with Recovery Girl and followed Aki through a portal. When they exited, he found himself falling into bed, Aki already having rolled out of the way for him. Landing with a bounce, he sighed. "What do we do?" Aki curled onto him. "We should give her a bit of time, you'll be seeing her in 2 days no matter what." She had a point. They laid there for a bit until she started vibrating and he watched her ditch. When she finally stopped warping, she was just laying there in overly big clothes. "Can we mess around? I told you it feels weird when you're younger." He didn't even bother looking at her. He heard her grumble. "Fine." A few hours later, he received a phone call from a very confused and very flustered Komori. "Hello." "Hey Zuku." I read your note. You said you had something important to tell me? Yeah. You still at school? Okay, give me a second. Throwing on his shirt, he stepped out of the glass heat box and opened a portal for himself. After Aki left, he decided to get in a bit of training and came here. It was pretty late at night and he was honestly surprised Komori even woke up right away. Bringing the phone back up to his ear, he asked, "Where exactly are you?" "Still in the nurse's office. Recovery girl left me a note saying that if I woke up early to stay at the school and sleep overnight, or to get a ride from you. I'll be there in a second. Bye." Ending the call, he snapped his fingers after Misaki confirmed the chords. "How should we start?" "Girly, because of what you did, you're going to be at my side until the world ends. Are you okay with that? Remember, she still needs to complete a divine quest." Good as anything, he supposed. Walking through the portal, he knocked on the nurse's station door and heard a muffled call. "Come in." Sliding the door open, he walked in and saw her messing around on her cell phone. "We need to talk about what you did today." She looked up and gave him a confused glance. "All I did was shout stop." "Yes, but when you did that, what were you thinking?" He sat on a bed across from her. He saw her face red slightly and she looked down. "I just wanted them to stop. You trusted me and asked me to stop them and I didn't want to let you down." "Kinoko, do you believe in the gods?" A perplexed look came on her face as she looked up. "Like mythology?" He nodded and she shrugged. "It's all just stories, right?" "Yes and no. According to a friend of mine, they are stories, but the figures in those stories are real. The gods are real, Kinoko, and you have the potential to become one." If he could see her eyes, he would have sworn they were dilating right now. "What? When you cast that spell today, you were willing to dedicate everything to help me. Is that true?" She didn't meet his gaze and looked to the side. He sighed. "Because of that, you gained the potential to become a goddess." She froze for a second and then looked at him, curious. "Does that mean you're a god?" Doing SOSO gesture with his hand, he explained. "Yes and no, I have the potential to become a god, but not yet." Without missing a beat, she responded. "I'm fine with that then. Komori, you'd be spending all of eternity with me. This isn't something you can back out of." Nodding, she got up from bed. "I can tell, but that's fine." She finished with a smile. "I'd be willing to stay by your side until eternity ends." Getting on one knee, she bowed to him. "I'll always be by your side, from now until eternity ends and until the end of what's beyond." The godling known as Kinoko Komori has pledged her life to your command. Please vocally confirm your choice. With a sigh, he got up from the bed and crouched down to pick her up. Channeling a bit of mana into his voice and meaning it, he spoke to her and the quirk. "I, Izuku Midoriya, the future king of gods, the universe, and heroes, accepts your pledge and welcomes you with open arms into my pantheon." He had no idea where the words came from, but they resonated with a power he never felt before. Kinoko Komori, the godling of magic and nature, has been added to your pantheon. You have begun to form your pantheon. By adding members to your pantheon, you will receive a unique buff based on who is willing to follow you. This buff will gain strength based on the strength of said goddess. Unnamed pantheon. Members. King. Izuku Midoriya. Universe. Heroes. Kinoko Komori. Magic. Nature. Current buffs. Mana regeneration gains a 10% boost. Komori smiled at him. "Do I call you my king now?" He smiled. "I'd prefer that you didn't." Shrugging, she asked him. "So what now?" "We'll have to figure out what you're capable of now. We'll then have to train you to get you up to snuff and prepare for the war." "War?" "Some of the old gods are trying to come back and are threatening the world. Remember that bomb that went off 2 weeks ago?" She nodded. "That guy was a disciple of a goddess. We're going to figure out how to get you to survive that type of explosion." Chewing on her lip, she contemplated something. Promise to not get mad? About? Standing on her tiptoes, she planted a kiss on his lips and went bright cherry red across her face, chest and arms. Pulling away, she gave him a nervous smile. "When do we start?" So he couldn't keep that from the girls, so he came clean the next day. Aki just nodded and took it in stride, but Achiko had it the hardest. Unlike Shino, she didn't blow up, but just got really quiet. She knows you're dating 3 other girls, right? Aki asked him. He nodded. She asked me if I was single 3 weeks ago. The young girl groaned and slumped over onto Achiko's lap. At least this isn't going to happen with every godling. What? I went back to Meth's early this morning because I had a question bugging me. And? She reached up and wiped Achiko's tear. He felt his heart clench and start to ache but it was cut short by Gamer's mind. Her voice was soft. Meth says not every godling created will be a direct subordinate of yours. There's a higher chance of several random people gaining the potential, but not all making it. A good analogy is sea turtles. Sea turtles? She nodded, whispered something to Achiko, which he wasn't willing to hear, and explained. Sea turtles have hundreds of babies, only a fraction of those babies make it to the ocean, and once there, only a smaller fraction will actually grow up to become adults. So the potential is given to 50 people, but only 8 make it to godhood? Only giving him a small nod, she asked Achiko. Do you want to go home? His girlfriend gave his other a small nod and both of them dropped into a portal. With a sigh, he leaned forward onto the table and just laid for a second. What do we do? The AI didn't have any answers for him. Toga. She hadn't seen Stain at all during that last few months. She would have been annoyed if it weren't for the fact that she occasionally sent him a text and got a response. Right now she was sitting in a chair and listening to a conversation between Shigaraki and his boss. They were talking about the plan for this week. They were apparently going to attack some type of training camp meant for wannabe heroes. Do we know where the camp is yet? I'm afraid our spy in UA is being kept in the dark alongside the other students. What use is he then? Boss man laughed lightly. It's out of his control, Tamura. Give him some time. After a pause he added. I've had your doctor and Shigaraki do some scouting and they have a few ideas where the camp could be. So we're stuck waiting around. Great. The front door of the bar opened and Mr. Brokerman walked in with a smile. Shigaraki, my boy, I have some news for you, free of charge, considering I have no idea what it means. Tamura didn't answer at all and just turned to stare at the man. We've intercepted a few phone calls going to a handful of UA alumni. I was curious as to what it meant, because the heroes that were called aren't even from the same year, so I kept a close eye on them and had a few of my men stalk them. Taking a drag from his cigarette, he continued. All of them went to school, had some sort of meeting and left. One of my guys says he caught a hero buying some camping equipment. She saw that weird grin that came out whenever Tamura was happy. It reminded her of that cat from those super old cartoons. I'll need names and for your guys to follow them and see where they go. Broker smiled. Already on it. Walking over, he pulled out a sheet of paper and handed it to her boss. That's all the heroes alongside their quirks. I've also pulled back almost all of my guys and am just having a single one follow the one he saw buying camping equipment. Being the newer hero, I'm assuming he isn't used to being followed. Tamura looked at her. Get the squad ready, you're leaving the instant we have a solid location. Turning to Broker, he did something she wasn't used to, he thanked the man. You have my thanks for this information. I owe you a favor. The man laughed and clapped a hand on Tamura's shoulder. My boy, I'll just might take you up on that someday. Once I found out where they're going, I'll give you a call. Letting go of her boss, he turned and started walking out of the bar. Good day. Not willing to be the one to ruin her boss' good mood, she got up and walked to the back to let the others know what would be happening. The first person she let know was Dabi. He was apparently going to be the captain of the squad. Knocking on the door, she spoke to it. Boss man wants everyone to be ready to leave either today or tomorrow. Her pseudo-boss answered the door and looked down at her. I thought we were having problems finding the camp. Groaning in annoyance she was going to have to repeat what she saw, she started explaining. Tamura, it seems you have your method of entry now. He turned to All for One. I'll have the doctor prep some Nomo for you. While the shadowy visage on the screen couldn't display a smile, he could hear it in the man's voice. Be sure to bring some corpses back for our little project. Nodding at his master, the screen went black and he sat at the bar. I'm going to kill you, kid. Izuku. Turns out, Komori lost her limit on what spells she could cast. Now that she could cast any element, he transferred every spell he could to her. Another thing they figured out was that she could free cast. It wasn't exact, and it cost a ridiculous amount of mana to use, but she could do it. Right now, he and Misaki were waiting for her to wake up from the transfer and decided to practice his control a bit. Ready? Misaki nodded. We're full now. What are we going for? Let's say high red for mana. Got it. Taking in a breath, he activated Cosmic Halo at stage during their training. Miriko had suggested he degrade it, like how he did with his strength-boosting power. The result was 4 different stages that boosted his power by a significant amount. Stage 1, which he was in now, provided a 15% boost to everything he did with his quirk. With this stage, he also gained a single sphere of power, which was what they were going to use for control practice. Bringing the sphere down to chest height, he grabbed it with his hands and felt the warm glow it gave off. It was like one of those heat rocks. To anyone else it would probably melt their body down to the atoms they were made of. Squeezing with both his mind and hands, he collapsed the star and let it explode, not wanting gravity to win. The blast rocked him slightly, but this time he was prepared for it, so he wasn't on his back like last time he tried this. He watched as the brilliant colors danced through the air and collided with themselves. The waves of color began to circle around various points he created small gravity wells at. The rapid formation of galaxies continued until a balanced system of a couple dozen had been formed. No planets would form, it would take far too long to form them, even on this small scale. With a twirl of his finger, he used his gravity to cause them all to start circling him. When they were in a steady, smooth flow, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. With another call to the gravity around him, he picked himself up and floated midair. Copying the training method from when he first trained with the Pussycats, he let the small galaxies expand and retract, as if they were breathing. Okay, ready? Misaki nodded. Splitting the circle of galaxies into 5 separate rotations, he created a rudimentary sphere of galaxies around himself. He could feel his body's protests at being forced to control the several spirals and keep him aloft, but he persisted and kept the channel going. Taking in a breath, the galaxies flared to life, spinning rapidly and unleashing their colors. Letting it out, they slowed and dimmed to muted colors. This continued on until the cost of keeping the galaxies alive had exceeded the amount of mana he could regain from mediation. Smothering the small celestial bodies, he ended their existences and slowly lowered himself to the ground. Time: 20 minutes and 14 seconds. Not bad. Medic's respite, emergency aid. As his body repaired itself, the glass room began to smoke, dispersing the heat within. When a minute or so passed and the spells were finalizing, he heard Aki's voice from behind him. We need to talk. With his mouth not being charred, he was able to answer. Close the door and come sit. She did just that and sat crisscross in front of him. We need to talk about our girlfriends. He sighed. I have no idea what to do. Shino is older and she should get over it with the help of her team, but you need to talk to Achiko before camp. She's been depressed since yesterday. Nodding, he asked her. Any advice? The young girl shrugged. Mom didn't exactly teach me how to deal with this. Dad's first and only girlfriend was the woman he married, so he's useless for information on this. Sei hasn't ever had a boyfriend. I'll go right now. Gesturing with his head to the sleeping form on the bed, he asked her. Mind keeping an eye on her? She should wake up in an hour or so. Aki smiled. Rough first time? Giving her a deadpan stare, he explained. We figured out she can cast any element of spell now, so I transferred every spell I knew to her that wasn't ridiculously dangerous. She whistled. That's one hell of an upgrade. Standing together, she gave me a hug. Go talk to Achiko, I'll keep an eye on your CBN. Rolling his eyes, he hugged her back and opened a portal to Achiko's apartment. When he knocked on the door, he could hear shuffling from behind the door, but no one said anything. With a sigh, he started speaking. Babe, I'm not mad at you and I don't love you any less. We need to talk though, I don't want to see you as sad, I want my bubbly happy girlfriend back. When the door opened, he saw the trail of tears on her face and the little bit of snot making its way out of her nose. The sadness in her eyes and face made him feel extremely bad for letting it get this far. Taking a step forward, he pulled her into a hug and let her cry into chest. Picking both of them up, he closed the door and settled them on the couch with her on his lap. The only thing she said between sobs was, "I'm sorry." Letting her just get it out of her system, he held her close to him and rested his head on top of hers. It took nearly 5 minutes, but the sobbing died down and she just pushed herself deeper into his embrace. They stayed like this for an unknown amount of time until she pushed herself out of his grasp. "I'm sorry." He shook his head. "Don't be, I don't even know how Komori managed to get to that point. The most we ever did together was spend time training her magic." Misaki snorted. "Maybe she has a mental problem." He smiled and shared Misaki's guess with Achiko, who just gave him a small smile. With a bit of hesitation, she asked him, "Do you like her?" "I do, but not in the way I love you and the girls. I see her as a girl that's very pretty and as a great friend." "But do you want to date her?" He smiled and pulled her into a kiss. After a few seconds of locking lips, he pulled her away and gave her an honest answer. "I wouldn't mind dating her, but that decision is up to you and the others. She'd also have to be okay with dating the three of you. I'm not going to have her only wanting to date me and not have anything to do with the three of you. That's never going to happen." Achiko nodded. A small smile came onto her face. "What do her lips taste like?" Laughing, he answered honestly. "You'll have to ask her when you talk to her. When she kissed me, she just woke up and was fighting before she passed out. She tasted like sweat and morning breath." Achiko giggled and leaned to kiss him. "I'll be sure to ask her. Let's go on a quick vacation." He blinked at her. "What? Aren't you going with Momo to I Island?" She nodded. "But that's with friends, not my boyfriend. You know I need to train." She started giving him puppy dog eyes and leaned forward until their foreheads touched. "Please." Sighing, he blew a raspberry on her forehead. "Fine. Where do you want to go?" "I was thinking about an African safari," she said with a smile, while rubbing her forehead. "You want to go to Africa this weekend?" She nodded. "It's not like we have to book flights, and you're pretty rich, so I don't imagine it would be very hard to find a guide." "Fine, when I get home, I'll look into it." "Whoa!" She cheered with an arm raised to the ceiling. "Don't start complaining when I have to go on vacation with the others, got it?" She nodded and leaned into a kiss. After a short make-out session, he showed himself out and created a portal outside her door. Walking through the portal, he found himself back home and shouted into the house. "Hey, Mom." Hearing the crash of metal utensils, he smiled. "Izuku, don't do that." Laughing, he walked into the kitchen and sat on the countertop. "How was your day?" She happily hummed and threw some spice into the dish. "Pretty good. I got a sale on some veggies for my meal tomorrow. I went over to the Bakugo house and talked to Mitsuki for a while. She says Katsuki has been passing out every day since your new training program started. She says it's nice to just cook for him and for him to pass out instantly." He smiled. "The teachers have been pushing them pretty hard in the last few days. A few of my classmates passed out during class today." "How are your new students doing? Any complaints?" "Why would they complain?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. His mom looked at him with a smile. "Izuku, I've talked with Kendo. She says you're SLV driver when it comes to training." "Well, they don't complain to me." He hopped off the counter. "In fact, I'm pretty sure one of the girls I'm training right now has a crush on me." Inko laughed as she started stirring. "You know, if you keep this up you're going to need a pretty big house for your girls and all my grandkids." He walked behind her for a hug and kissed her cheek. "Achiko and I are going to try and go on a vacation this weekend." "Oh, where are you going?" "Shiki." With a pep in her wings, the fairy zipped into the room and held out her hands. His mom handed her one of the carrots, which she took and started flying away with. As she passed him, she smiled at him. "Hi, Dad." With that she flew back to her room and watched TV. "Hi, Shiki." Turning back to his mom, he answered. "She wants to go on an African safari." "That'll be fun. What about the other two?" I'll take them on their own vacation when I have time. She nodded. Good. Now, are you staying for dinner? Walking out of the kitchen, he picked his bag back up. Yeah, I'll be in my room setting up the trip. Send Shiki for me when it's ready. Okay. Leaving the door slightly ajar for his daughter to slip in, he sat down at his computer and booted it up. What's the plan for tonight? We'll get the vacation ready and spend the night here. We have that fight with Komori tomorrow. I'd rather refresh for tomorrow rather than spend all night in the Shadow's Cape. Can we go tomorrow? Letting the room know it was finally awake, the computer displayed his home screen. We'll see, I'm not against it, but we need to be careful if we're going down another floor. Ask Miriko to go? I'm not going to bug a pro to hang out with me. What about the trio? Not a bad idea. I'll ask, but I'm not taking them to the 5th floor though, so we'll be stuck on the 3rd. He wasn't willing to go through the 4th again so soon. He wasn't even sure if they could handle the endless army. Works for me. With her appeased, he went back to his mission. Clicking on the first option that appeared for African safaris, he started scrolling through the options. He wondered if it would be weird if he set it up for a couple's safari with them being so young. Shrugging to himself, he clicked on it and started scrolling through the available options. There was a 3-day option, which they could do, but it was cutting it close. What was the time difference between Japan and Tanzania anyway? Doing a quick search, he found his answer. 6 hours. So, if they left right when school got out and skipped afternoon training, they could meet the tour guide at 10 in the morning. Not bad. The most expensive part of the whole trip apparently would have been the flight on such short notice. Clicking Other Flight Service, he continued the search and sheet. 0 results. Try changing your dates. Leaning back in the chair, he tried to think of what he could do. After a few minutes of thinking, he came up with an idea. Pulling out his phone, he dialed the number that belonged to a tour company in Arusha. Bring. Lovely tours, Ninaweza Kukusadiaj Leo? A woman answered in what he assumed was the local language. He knew they spoke English from what was on the website. Hello. Do you speak English? Yes, sir. How can I help you? I need a tour for this coming weekend. Do you have anything available? 1 second, please. After a few seconds of clicking, she spoke again. I apologize. It appears we have no available trips that start this weekend. It's okay. Do you happen to know another company that could possibly have something? She hummed. 1 second. Speaking to someone in the room with her, she said something he didn't understand and got back to him when she received her answer. Sir? Yes. One of my coworkers has a sister that is trying to start her own business. She's fairly sure her husband will be free this weekend. You'll need to double check with him though. That'd be amazing. I'm ready for the number when you are. The next day. You ready? Komori smiled and nodded at him. Whenever you are. Rin. Throwing a layer of scales over himself, his trainee stood off to the side of them. 3, 2, 1. Start. Frozen love. Pillars of hell. The discs of fire clashed against heart-shaped shards of ice and cancelled each other out. Following up his spell, he matched her second. Melting earth. Cold snap. The ground beneath him started to turn to a liquid but was frozen in place by his own. Jumping upward, he started slinging Water Slice S and Mana Bullet S at her, which she blocked with a wall of rock. From behind the rock and through the noise of his spells, he heard her shout. Stone tracking net. Throwing himself off an air step, he dived for the ground as a sheet of rock shot off the ground and started chasing him. Ethereal haunt. Having used a spell, the spell she cast persisted and started chasing him through the slowed-down world. Running behind Komori, he resumed the world and cast another spell as the world sped back up. Odin's Rage. Through practiced reflexes, the new goddess of nature threw herself into him and cast. Forced Step. Spell failed. To his annoyance, he switched places with her as the sheet of rock slammed into him. Banshee's Wail. One of the first he maxed out during his trip had come in quite handy as it was capable of shattering cement. As the sound erupted from his mouth, the rock shell that surrounded him crumbled and threw Komori off her feet as she covered her ears. He didn't hear what she said, but she lifted a hand and said some words. Still floating midair from the spell, he wasn't able to dodge the spear of wood that went for his chest and decided to tank it. Steel skin. Thanks to Misaki, the spear simply shoved him backward and threw him to the ground. Somersaulting backward, he landed on his feet and pointed a finger at her as she cast at him. Reaper's Talon. Dead weight. White bone traveled through the ground as the air pressure surrounding him gained intensity and threatened to rupture his blood vessels. She's really trying. You did tell her to do anything she wanted. He smiled and cast at the ground. Shape Earth. Willing the earth to trap her, he received a notification. Spell Chickpiss. When the magic changing the air pressure subsided, he walked over to the rock wall he created and found her pinned to the wall. Red in the face, she gave him a tiny grin. At least take me on a date. Rolling his eyes, he let both spells dissipate and helped her up. You did good, but don't try constantly switching when you're in trouble. You need to work on defensive magic. Like what? Try creating some sort of shield over your body with pure magic. Kind of like my shield, but just around your body. If you can keep it up most of the day, I'm pretty sure you can learn to increase the protection when you need it. She hummed and looked at her hands. He saw the signs of mana coming from her hands, but the flow faltered and ended. Any advice? Work on a single part of your body first, like your hand. He was hoping the tips he got from the book Aki got for him would help her. He would be willing to give her the book, but he was worried what would happen if she tried some of the things in the book. Transfusing blood into ink or even poison was a death sentence to anyone on the other side or herself if it backfired. That was so cool. Pony ran over and picked Komori up into a spinning hug. You've gotten so good at using your quirk. Komori hugged her friend back. Thanks. Awaze and Rin weren't far behind. Awaze spoke first. Why don't you use some of the abilities she does? He was actually prepared for this lie. My quirk has to meet certain conditions to use. Komori's lets her do whatever she wants as long as her reserves are full. The shield user nodded in understanding. So she can copy you, but you can't copy her. Correct. Does that mean she'll get stronger than you eventually? Asked Rin. He smiled. She wishes. Water balloon. Dodging out of the way, he smiled at Komori as the other three chuckled. We're done for today. Go take a shower. Tomorrow I'll help you all with your training. He got a chorus of okays and watched them retreat to the showers. To the trio? Mentally nodding, he cast Earth Shape and fixed the ground around him. There wasn't much he could do about the grass, but he was told fairly early on that the guy who took care of the landscape would fix anything plant-related, so he left it. Nodding to himself, he started his walk to the gym where he was supposed to meet Togata, Heido, and Amajiki. After the call with the husband and wife, he had sent a text to their group chat and received a rather mixed reply. Heido was all for it, alongside Togata, but Amajiki apparently needed help with something. After asking for permission from Fatgum, he said he could go but wanted help with a case they were working on. Being his friend, he was willing to do anything he could. Opening the door to the gym, he saw the three of them sitting at the small table in the corner. The first to notice him was Togata, who gave him a small wave, alerting the other two. When Heido turned to look, a smile split her face and she flew over to him. Midoriya. Dodging out of the way of her tackle, he cast a silent gale of notice and watched her go flying backward. You're not winning that easily. Her eyes narrowed and her quirk sparkled in her hands. With a burst of her quirk, she dived for him, unleashing her quirk at his left side, hoping to push him toward her. Ethereal haunt. Going intangible, he walked out of the way of her quirk and walked behind her. Reaching out, he grabbed her wrists and cancelled the spell. With an eep of surprise, she was stopped mid-air and was caught. How have you been? She smiled as she struggled to get free. Good, I've been working on a Gatling gun. Oh, how's it going? Sending a blast of her quirk at his face, she pushed off him. Decent, still need some time, I almost got it though. It's a little slow right now. With their little game of tag over with for today, they walked over to the table. How do you prepare to fire it? Using both of her hands, she motioned the act of opening and closing. I kind of just start and stop using it. Can you build up your quirk before releasing it? She looked down at her hand and built up her quirk. He saw the shimmery energy try to escape, but it got shoved back down until it forced its way out. Ouch! She flinched in pain and shook her hands. That hurt. It didn't like that? She shook her head. It feels like trying to stop water from a hose. Too much pressure. Healing the tiny bit of damage she took, he smiled. I'm sure you'll get the hang of it. I do suggest seeing if the support class can make a battery for you though. Nodding with a smile, she thanked him and sat down with him at the table. Togata smiled as he sat and asked, "How are your new trainees?" "Pretty good. I'm teaching one with a quirk that can combine anything to leave his quirk behind in an object so he can throw it. There's a girl with horns on her head that can detach. I'm trying to teach her to be quick enough to dodge in melee and use their telekinetic movement to do very unnatural movements. There's another who can cover himself and a sword we had made for him with a layer of scales that are as hard as steel. I'm teaching him to use the sword and to use the sword like I use my blade of light. The fourth is a girl who can actually use her energy like me to do some pretty neat stuff. I'm mainly just training her to dodge and utilize her quirk even further." Togata nodded with his normal smile. "Sounds like fun. I like teaching them. It stops me from going stir-crazy or spending too long by myself in the Shadows Cape." Hado giggled. "How did the fourth floor go, by the way?" "I spent a little over 3 months there fighting endless hordes that attacked at all hours of the day and night." "Sounds tiring," groaned Amajiki. He nodded. "It was. Luckily I don't need to sleep." Turning to Amajiki, he asked him, "What exactly did you need help with?" At his question, the older teenager pulled out a small baggie. It was covered in a million stickers and strips of tape. He saw the word evidence written all over it. "This is a piece of evidence from a crime scene Fatgum and I are working on. The police were able to extract DNA from the thing, but say it's too diluted from the water to be useful for identification. I kind of figured you'd have an idea on how to track the owner." "Misaki, I'll start piecing something together, give me a bit. I don't have anything currently, but I'm fairly sure I can put something together if you give me a bit of time," he offered. Amajiki shrugged. "If you can't, no issue, it was just a shot in the dark." "What's the case?" asked Togata. The detective sighed and slid further into his chair. "We think there's a serial killer on the loose, but have no evidence of his existence or of his crimes. It's related to the disappearance that started a few months ago. Fatgum was put in charge of the investigation as he deals with the underground more than any other hero. We've been spending night after night interviewing people. I want it to end. I need sleep." He raised an eyebrow. "Why not just ask me to take you to my vacation house? It's in the in-between world, so you can rest for days in an hour." Amajiki just wide-eyed him. Smiling, he snapped his fingers and ushered them through. Opening a second portal to the storage world, he pulled out the keys to the house and clicked the unlock button. As it had before, the lights inside flickered on and brought the place to life. "If you guys want, we can hang out here for a few days. It's a little dark right now, but we can sleep and take a small vacation." He saw Hado vibrating in as she bounced next to him. "Is it safe to swim?" "Yep, gonna need a swimsuit though." The excitement died instantly. "I need to go to the store to get one." "What about you too?" Mirio nodded. "I only have the school-issued one." "Same," said Amajiki. "We can all go shopping then, I'll pay." Opening a portal to a shopping center in the heart of Tokyo, Togata asked him a question he was kind of used to by now. "How exactly do you have so much money?" "One of the dungeons in the Shadows Cape has a gold and silver deposit. I went through it like 50 times so far. After purifying it, I make bars and sell them. I do have to pay a fee to get it certified though. The first time I did it, I paid the guy with a gold bar that he verified. I thought selling a bunch of gold would make it worthless in today's market." "Oh, it would, but I sell only a tiny bit at a time. It stops the price from tanking, and according to my accountant, I'm one of the major suppliers for new gold in the market." Amajiki raised an eyebrow. "You have an accountant?" He nodded as they walked. "He hates me. Every time I go to meet him, I give all the employees in the building a donation." Without any shame, Hado flew over to him and smiled. I can buy anything, right? Yes. She grabbed his arm and started dragging him away. Hold on. Let me give the guys some money. Oh yeah. Stopping, she let him go. He pulled out his wallet and handed them 15,000 yen each. Get what you want, we'll meet back here in an hour. Togata took the money with a small bow. If you're sure. He waved the concern. I'm pretty sure in a year or so I can buy the building. Feel free to keep any leftover money. Okay, time's up. Grabbing the back of his shirt, she flew off with him. As he watched the people go by him, he asked over the sound of wind. Where are you taking me anyway? I figured out the spell. Awesome. Send it to me. There's a super expensive store I've always wanted to get a swimsuit from, but they're like 20,000 yen. He sighed. Okay. To create this spell, the following are needed. Essence of a dead human. Essence of a living human. Essence of a hunting animal. Essence of a living animal. Essence of a dead animal. Well, sheet. How do we fulfill those? Give me a second to think and enjoy the view that's coming up. He looked around. This place did seem familiar. It's that store that the girls dragged us to and modeled those outfits that one time. Wait. He sighed and channeled his gravity to bring them to a stop. Nijire, I don't mind buying stuff for you, but why am I going with you to a lingerie store? Realizing she couldn't fly anymore, she answered him impatiently. You have a girlfriend, I want your opinion. Now come on. I want to swim. Fine. Releasing them, he was pulled the final few meters into the store and thrown into a chair as she picked out several swimsuits. As he waited, he started thinking about the cost of making the spell. And Mr. Midoriya. He blinked and looked down from the ceiling. Standing in front of him, the owner had a look of shock on her face. Hi, was there something you needed? No, sir. Is there anything I can help you with? He nodded and pointed at Hado, who was throwing swimsuits into a pile over her arm. You can help her, we're shopping for a swimsuit for her. Right away, sir. Going back to staring at the ceiling, he resumed his thinking. Well, I'm pretty sure we can find the ashes of a dead person in the ruins of the blast zone. Morbid but not wrong. We can probably just use our own blood for the living human. He let out a small chuckle at that. It reminded him of when he first told Komori she was a mage. Where are we going to get the essence of a hunting animal? I doubt we can just ask someone for a small sample of their dog's blood. Misaki snorted. Think we can make a statue of a dog or something? He hummed and took out a bar of pure gold out of the inventory portal. Heating up his hands, he started molding it and made a decently sculpted depiction of a dog. Maybe? He double-checked the spell creation window and no dice. We'll just have to go hunting for a predator fish in the in-between world. For the third requirement, I'm pretty sure the predator fish will count for 2. We can get a live fish for the last one also. Sounds good. Midoriya? He looked at Hado. Yeah. Why is that lady being so nice and doing everything for me? My girlfriends come here all the time, and because they spend so much money, the owner sees me as an instant paycheck. Feel free to ask for anything you want, I'm sure she'll be happy to oblige. Her eyes narrowed slightly and she tilted her head at him. Girlfriends with an S? He nodded. Yeah, they spend more money together in a single trip than I could in a year. Anis? Wait, he never told her, did he? Yeah. They decided they wanted to try dating each other while dating me. I know you're dating the cutie with the chipmunk cheeks, but who's the other? Does she go to our school? No. When she wants to and she's willing, I'll introduce you. She nodded. You better. Satisfied, she walked back over to the store owner and finished picking out a few swimsuits. 10 minutes later, he was giving his honest opinion on her swimsuits with the input of Misaki. It shows off her toned stomach nicely, but it doesn't do anything for her BRSS. Her but looks fine though. So the bottom with a different style of bra? MHM. He could see it, the twisted top made it so it looked like her melons would spill out at any second. The bottom was a regular bikini bottom with one of the things that Aki wore during their earlier vacation. If he remembered correctly, it was called a sarong or something. The bottom looks nice, it shows off your hips and butt nicely. The top needs to go though, it looks like if you jumped everything will spill out. Try the same type of bottom with a different top. She hummed and looked at herself in the mirror. What about the color? With her hair being blue, we should probably go for something that isn't a light blue or a hot color. So a purple, green, or dark blue. Blue is fine. I suggest avoiding hot colors and light blues though. Your hair would make either of those look weird on you. Try a purple or green, or even a dark blue. What about black or white? He nodded. Either would be nice, I don't suggest a zebra print though. She stuck her tongue out at the mirror. Ooh no. She looked over at Ms. Chinen. What do you think? The woman nodded. I agree with Mr. Midoriya. As for the color, I think a hot purple will be nice. I can bring the pieces over alongside several blacks and whites if you wish. Hato nodded with a smile. Yes, please. When she was gone, Hato flew over to him and whispered to him. She must really want your money. He whispered back to her. The last time my girlfriends were here, they spent nearly 700,000 yen. She must think you're going to buy a bunch more swimsuits. Can I buy more than one thing? She nodded. Go for it, I don't mind, but try to hurry a bit, the other two must be waiting by now. She bounced in place and pulled him into a hug. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Letting him go, she joined the store owner in a shopping spree. Having dropped her bags into the inventory portal for later, they walked back to the meeting area and were waved over to a small cafe that Togata and Amajiki were waiting at. Hato flew over the fence while he walked around. By the time he sat down, she had already ordered and the waiter was waiting for him. Just water please. The waiter nodded and went to get their order. He turned to Amajiki and gave him the news. I'm pretty sure I can track the blood, it'll have to wait until we get to the in-between world though. I need to collect a few things. The tired teen nodded. That's fine, it's not like we'll be gone long. From there, they descended into small talk as Hato finished off her massive parfait. When she was finally done, he opened a portal and they walked into the in-between world. At least a day must have gone by as the sun was setting again. Walking into the house, he showed them around and opened the stairs for them. There's 4 rooms in the house, so everyone can have their own and each one has a bathroom. Nodding, the 3 of them separated and chose a room for themselves. Walking over to the master, he kicked off his shoes and took off his clothes, throwing on a pair of swim trunks from the drawer. His plan was to spend the night hunting for the fish he needed. As for the ashes, if he had time, he was gonna pop over to the blast zone and grab what he could. If that didn't work, he had to do something drastic. When he walked out of the room, Hato and Togata were talking in the living room. Where's Amajiki? Nijire smiled. He was really tired and went straight to sleep. Where are you going? Asked Mirio. The fish around here normally hunt during the night, so I'm going for a midnight dive. After that, I'm going to go back to the normal world and grab something real quick. By the time I get back, it should be daybreak. Why do you need a fish? Tell them your quirk requires weird components sometimes to do certain things. He did so and received a nod from Mirio. I'll see you guys in the morning if you want, we can go surfing too. It's a little dangerous around here, but the 3 of you should be fine. Mirio gave him a thumbs up and stood up to go to sleep for the night. Hato, after giving him a hug, followed suit. When she started walking upstairs, he walked out the front door and cracked his neck. Be ready to cast Odin's rage. I'd rather not get eaten today. It had happened once already and that was more than enough. She snorted but gave him a thumbs up. Diving into the ocean, his night vision came alive and he saw the sandy tidal flat go off until it disappeared over the edge. Using his gravity, he created a torrent behind himself and pushed himself forward. The reef was a bit away, but it wasn't too far. His main worry was massive fishes that could turn themselves invisible in the water. He had already brought one to the surface before, but they could only become invisible in the water. Which was a shame really as they were easier to find versus the birds that Amajiki had already. Crossing the crest of an underwater hill, he saw the multicolored lights of the coral and began his search. He didn't bother catching any of the small fish that swam near him. He could catch one once he had the other ingredients so the thing wouldn't die before he needed it. Eyes of the hunter. Almost instantly, Misaki casted Odin's rage and electrocuted a massive fish the size of a small bus that tried to swim upward at him. Well, that was fast. Almost everything in this ocean wants to eat everything else. I didn't imagine it would be hard. True. Grabbing the thing by the tail fin, he started swimming back to the shore and heaved the massive fish onto the shore. Not trusting it to stay stunned long enough to die, he walked over to its head and used water slice several times to separate the head from the body. Holding onto the head, he reopened the spell creation window and nodded to himself. To create this spell, the following are needed: essence of a dead human, essence of a living human, essence of a hunting animal X, essence of a living animal, essence of a dead animal X. Okay, give me the cords for the apartment. The next morning, Mirio. When he woke up in the morning, he stretched and yawned. Almost all the aches across his body were gone and the fatigue he felt from work was non-existent too. Throwing on his swim trunks, he stepped out of the room and walked downstairs to find Midoriya in the kitchen. He was cooking and talking to a very energetic Hado, who was telling one of the stories from her work study. Sitting down, he listened to Hado. Then this massive guy with a metal arm ran out of the building and started attacking Ryukyu. He must have worked up the courage to attack from hiding, because we already cleared that building and were walking to the second one. Midoriya scooped some eggs onto a plate alongside a bunch of other stuff that he had never had before. Accepting the plate, he inspected the various foods and tried one of the weird sausages. If he would have looked out from his hiding spot, he would have known Ryukyu wasn't there. When he pulled his fist back, he yelled and slammed it into Connor. You should have seen his face when his arm bounced off. She giggled and continued. He turned around with a frown and scared the shit out of him when she melted and turned into Connor. When he tried to run away, Connor used his quirk to extend and grab the guy, bringing him to the ground. He tried to stop himself from being pulled in by digging his fingers into the ground. When he was next to Connor, he was wrapped in a metal band and started crying. Is he that terrifying? He nodded as Hado took a bite of food. I met him once. His body is entirely metal and it acts like a fluid. When he doesn't look like another person, his body and face look like a person made out of cogs and thin rods. Hado nodded. When his disguise melts, the skin turns silvery and melts away to reveal his metal face. Midoriya sat down in between them and started eating. What is his quirk exactly? He says it's called cognitive body. It allows him to disgust metal and turn it into metal he can use for capture or his disguises. He says the more he used it, the more his body was replaced. He normally makes a disguise that would look like him if he had a normal body. They descended into small talk for a while until Amajiki came walking down, his hair standing up on one side. He smiled as he looked over at his friend. Sleep well. Nodding, he sat down and accepted the plate Izuku gave him. What's the plan for today? Taking their plates and quickly cleaning them, Midoriya explained the day ahead of them. Well, I need to catch a fish so I can finish the tracking ability I'm working on. After that, I can take us to go surfing. Do you guys know how? He was the only one who raised his hand. My dad took me on vacation and taught me how to surf. I'm pretty sure I still remember how. Awesome. Izuku looked over at their friends. I can teach you too when we get there. Getting two nods, one energetic, the other worried, they waited for Amajiki to finish and walked outside behind Izuku. Ooh, murmured Hado. He didn't see Amajiki's face, but he could hear the sound of disgust coming from his friend. Even he felt queasy at what was on the beach. Izuku. He smiled as he turned and really wanted to take a picture of their faces right now. Having already activated presence of self, any scavengers were long since gone. Slapping the head of the fish like the hood of a used car, he smiled wider. This thing will help us track your little killer. Nijire made a face. How long will it take you to get a fish? This thing smells horrible. Let me check. Turning to the ocean, he called out mentally. Shiki, have you caught the fish? I wanted. Not bothering to answer, she came flying out of the ocean with a ball of water following her. Speeding as fast as she could, she rammed into his cheek and gave him a hug he did his best to return. When he looked at the ball of water, he sighed. Shiki, I said one fish. Letting him go, she looked at the ball and smiled. Grandma said I could have a fish. Shiki, she meant a small fish. Giving him a sad frown, she waved her hand. One of the fish went flying into the sand, while the others were sent careening back into the ocean. It's okay, Shiki, we'll go get you a small fish later, okay? She nodded and turned to look at the three who were staring at her. Seeing Nijire's blue hair, she flew over and started messing with it. We match. He explained. This is Shiki, she's a water pixie. She's pretty much my daughter. Did you make her? Asked Togata. Yeah, after I poured a bunch of my reserves into her, she retained her consciousness whenever I remade her. Amajiki pulled out a cookie from a bag when Shiki started bugging him. The pixie accepted the cookie and sat on his head. Does she have a quirk, or is the water thing her power? She has several of my powers that are water-based. Shiki. He pointed to the ocean. Wave. She said something with her mouth full and pointed with him. Swallowing the cookie in her mouth, she began channeling her mana. When it released, the water disappeared from the shore and after a second, crashed onto the beach threatening to wash them away alongside the house. Shiki formed a ball of air around them, keeping them from being washed away. As for the house, a bright light flashed into existence and kept the house in one piece. How come you don't bring her when we go into the Shadows Cape? Asked Hado. Shiki protects my mom when I'm not home. The pixie nodded. She also doesn't like spending time away from water. She will if there's no choice, but she'll start pouting when I force her. She's like a toddler who can talk. His eavesdropping picked up the low grumble of Amajiki. With the power of a small nuke. Smiling, he opened a portal and pulled out the small vial ashes, and a vial of his blood. Picking up the bouncing fish, he tapped the giant fish head with his foot and opened the spell creation window. To create this spell, the following are needed. Essence of a dead human X. Essence of a living human X. Essence of a hunting animal X. Essence of a living animal X. Essence of a dead animal X. Do you wish to create this spell? Mentally selecting yes, he was asked for a name. Inputting what Misaki and him had thought of beforehand, he was happy with what it gave him. Do spell. Blood Hunt of the Hound LVL, 1 XP, 0%. Using the essence of a creature, alive or dead, summon the spirit of a hunting animal that will pursue the target through dimensions. Cooldown, 1 week. Cost, 80% of current HP. With the spell cost paid, the items he was holding or touching disappeared, leaving only the fish's body. 1 second. Channeling his mana, he created a small ball of gravity and built up its energy until it exploded outward. With the fish flying back into the ocean, he looked at Amajiki. I can do it, but it will take the sample you have to track him. Might want to figure out if Fat Gum will be okay with giving it up. Amajiki nodded. I'll ask when we get back. He clapped. No. Let's get to surfing. 2 Earth hours later. After cleaning up and locking the house, they walked out of the portal and back into the gym. The 3 of them were as nearly as tanned as him. Do you 2 want a ride back home? Togata shook his head. My dad is going to come get me. And Connor is going to pick me up so we can go to Ryukyu's agency, said Hado. He nodded. Well, hope you enjoyed the vacation. We can go anytime you guys want, just let me know. Togata shook his head. While I don't mind the vacation, it doesn't feel right to go on a vacation when I know that everyone else doesn't get one. I don't mind, but I need to double check with Ryukyu to make sure everything is fine. Amajiki agreed with her. Shrugging, he snapped his fingers and created a portal to the coordinates to Fat Gum's agency. It was just an offer, you don't have to take it, and if you want, I'm willing to take everyone you want on vacation. Togata laughed. I'd pay to see sir in a pair of swim trunks. He smiled and gave Hado a hug back. I'll see you 2 later. With their goodbyes exchanged, he followed Amajiki to Fat Gum's and walked out to a small squat building that sat in between 2 warehouses. The only sign it was the agency of a pro hero was the small bronze plaque that had Fat Gum's name on it. Following Amajiki through the door, they passed several boxes of food and rounded a corner into the main room. Sitting at a desk, the massive figure of Fat Gum was chowing down on some instant ramen. The hero noticed them and waved. Amajiki, how did the training go? Standing up, he walked over to them and exchanged small bows. We didn't get much training done. He looked down, slightly ashamed. The hero just laughed. At least you seem in a better condition than yesterday. He laughed alongside the hero as Amajiki went red in the face. My name is Midoriya Izuku, sir. Taishiro Timitsu, feel free to call me Fat Gum. He knew who this guy was, he knew who most heroes were. Midoriya says he can track the guy with the blood. The hero looked at him with a bit of surprise. How do you plan to do that? Is your quirk some sort of hunting quirk? He shook his head. My quirk is capable of doing many things. I had to give it the essence of several different objects to gain the capability, but it can track blood now. Whistling, he ushered them over to his desk. How will this work? I can't exactly allow a student to come alongside us, especially when he doesn't have a license. The main issue is going to be that I will probably need to use all the blood in the evidence bag to track the person. Fat Gum closed his eyes and hummed. That shouldn't be much of an issue as Amajiki only took a small sample of what we have. What about permission? I actually have a way around that. Pulling out his phone, he put it on speaker and waited for it to be answered. After the third ring, Night Eye answered. Midoriya? What's wrong? Nothing, sir, but I need your permission to help Fat Gum with a case. Nothing dangerous, I'll let them do everything, but I need to lead them to the suspect. Let me speak to Fat Gum. Taking it off speaker, he handed the phone over and waited with. Amajiki. Night Eye. He says he can track some of the evidence we have to a killer. After getting a response, he looked at him. He wants to know what you plan on doing if we get attacked. He rolled his eyes. I promise not to join in and strictly watch. He says he'll stay away and only watch. Thanks, I'll be sure to keep him from getting into trouble. I'll keep you posted. Hanging up, he handed the phone back to him. Looking at Amajiki, he gave the teen a command. Go get dressed for a fight, I'll contact the police and get everything ready. Getting a nod, Amajiki walked into the back and started getting dressed up. Want me to get changed? A nod. Night Eye says that if you are attacked, you can help out. If no one touches you though, you're stuck watching. He finished with a smile. He smiled back. I promise not to put myself in deliberate harm. The hero laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Go get dressed, come back as soon as you can. Opening a portal, he went back to the school and grabbed his outfit. It would be the first time since USJ that he wore this thing, and with the help of May and Power Loader, with a bit of magical help from Aki, it was new and improved. No longer a tracksuit, he was wearing a suit designed by a friend of May's. He was pretty sure her friend had a crush on him, if the outfit was anything to go by, but it got the stamp of approval from Aki and Achiko, so he liked it. A pair of black and orange pants, with plates of rune-empowered hero metal, and adorned with rune-protected patches along the lining. The shirt was nothing but a black tank top with some fire protection on it, courtesy of himself. Aki refused to enchant the thing, for completely unknown reasons. The only other thing that was part of the outfit was some forearm wraps that were made by him personally. Each was enchanted to be as strong as hero metal, fireproof, and increased the strength of his punches. Looking at himself in the mirror, he asked Misaki, should I do something about my hair? Currently the curly green hair was pulled into a ponytail that went down to his shoulders. Maybe? Ask the girls what they think about it. Send Aki a message please. Pulling out his phone, he sent a text to Achiko and Shino. The latter got back to him instantly. I like it. I don't want it to get longer though. If you want you can probably make it a tiny bit shorter. You'll think about it. No D. You got it. Aki sent almost the exact same thing as Achiko. Guess we're keeping it. He felt her smile. Well, with us, we have 3 CC girlfriends that love our long hair. Rolling his eyes, he opened another portal and walked through it to Fat Gum's agency, which had a dozen police cruisers in front of it. Several police officers eyed him wearily as he closed the portal, but when Akajiki called out to him, they dropped it. Midoriya. Hey, how did he get everyone here so quickly? Amajiki led the way out of the mass of people and into the building. There's a police station a few blocks down. He collapsed into a chair. The instant one was presented to him. Several of the other sidekicks of Fat Gum stood around the office getting ready for what was expected to be a fight. "Take a seat, it's going to be a minute before we get the warrant." "Okay, Izuku. Do your thing," said the earpiece. Fat Gum and Amajiki were sitting inside a police van behind him. Blood hunt of the hound. A gash tore open on his hand and spilled his blood into the street as it started to pool and swirl. When the bleeding effect took a majority of his HP bar, the gash healed, not even leaving a scratch. The blood that spilled from him swirled one last time and formed a dog made entirely of his blood. "That's really disturbing, kid." He smiled and opened up the evidence bag. The dog started letting out a low guttural whine and started sniffing the air. Taking out the blood sample, he held it out to the dog. With a growl, it swallowed the blood sample. Spending a few seconds sniffing the air, it let out a howl and began running. "Go, go, go!" Giving chase, he ran along the road behind it as Fat Gum followed. With a police escort, the road was emptied in front of them and they picked up a few more police vans and cars along the way. Through twisting roads and across bridges and through different districts they followed. They went for nearly an hour traveling at nearly 150 kilometers each and passing through 3 districts. He did see 2 helicopters following them, no doubt confused at what was going on. They must have been nearing their prey as the dog turned down a service street and forced the police escort into a single file. 3 more minutes they passed warehouses and docks along the ocean. Sliding to a stop, the dog didn't make a single sound, but stopped at a massive door, waiting for it to open. "Surround the building. No one escapes. This murderer is going down today," called out the police chief. Flying out of the van, Fat Gum and Amajiki, followed by the numerous sidekicks, flooded in front of the building completely silent. The only sound was the march of boots and the whirling of distant helicopters. Very lightly over the radio, they heard the lieutenants report their status. When the last team reported they were ready, Fat Gum nodded to one of his sidekicks with a ranged quirk. Purple tendrils shot out and grabbed onto the door. The instant she touched the door handle, a blue spark traveled down her arms and caused her to scream in pain. Then without any warning the doors were blown off their hinges. So no one would die, he used his gravity to catch the 2 doors and threw them into the ocean. From the dark of the warehouse, they watched a massive figure the size of 5 men step out and look at them. A male voice resonated through the air and spoke in English. "If you don't wish to die, leave." Fat Gum apparently spoke English as he called back to the voice. "Come out with your hands up and make this easy." The voice never answered, but the monster did. With a roar, it slammed its hands into the ground and caused a shockwave that shook the earth and started collapsing nearby buildings. After spending 3 months destroying a copy of the world, the shaking barely did anything to him. Still not technically being attacked, he left the work to the pros and police. "Go!" shouted Fat Gum. The pros scattered and attacked in waves, barely doing anything to the obviously enchanted skin of the morphed human. Through the shaking of the world around him, he could see the tortured faces that made of the head of the monster. Sadly, there was nothing he could do for those people. He didn't even know where he would start with something like that. Flashes of silver buried themselves in the skin of the monster, only to be pushed out by its regeneration. Water from the ocean formed into spears and drilled into the creature, which took the hit with one of its massive hands. His eyes allowed him to see 2 more creatures, not as big, lumber out of the warehouse and charged into the army of heroes. One had the ability to turn into water and started swallowing people into its body. If they didn't escape fast, he assumed they would start drowning soon. The second had some type of wind quirk and sent people flying into the rubble or ocean around them. Increasing his gravity, he stood there in the wind and waited. Fat Gum decided to focus on the larger of the 3 and started wrestling with the thing as it battered his body with rippling slams that shook his body. Amajiki took on the wind monster and used his quirk to form octopus tentacles and started slamming the thing into the ground like a toy. While he no doubt the 2 were an amazing team, watching them work apart and with the sidekicks was an amazing view. As Fat Gum tried slamming the thing's head into the ground, his sidekicks began using their quirks in tandem to try and contain the thing's hands and legs. He watched one of the sidekicks take a kick into the chest and go flying into the nearby rubble. Rushing over, he used emergency aid on the man, helping against the collapsed ribcage. Picking him up, he opened a portal to a nearby hospital and put the man through. Going back to fight, he stumbled as the earth shook and had to stop a nearby wall from falling on top of several police officers. The wind monster was putting up a decent fight, but wasn't able to get rid of Amajiki as the teenager easily hung on. With its free arm, it slammed its arm down and threw 4 people to the ground. He could see them start heaving as the thing did something to their air supply, but didn't quite know what was happening. Several of the sidekicks came to their aid, and slammed into the monster, causing its quirk to drop long enough for others to pull those affected away. He could see that more than a few sidekicks were out for the count, but most of the heavy hitters were still going. One of the sidekicks, named Adida, slammed several nails into the watery skin and took a hit to the chest, being sent backward. Sliding to a stop, he stabbed himself and grinned manically as a black energy pulsed. With a roar of pain, both the body of the monster and the sidekick bled. One bled deep crimson blood, while the other spilt a torrent of water that shot out several of the captured people, saving their lives. In a burst of power, his energy released and caught a woman who was sent flying into him from inside the warehouse. Putting back down onto the ground, he watched 2 more of the monsters walk out and start barreling into the people who tried to keep the big one down. Fat Gum stood resolute though and withstood the constant barrage. The sidekicks, however, weren't able to hold on to the large one's appendages and fight off the other 2. With a flick of its hand, the Earthshaker broke one of its hands free, slamming it into the ground and throwing people off balance enough to free its other arm. With both free, it started hammering into Fat Gum alongside the other 2. One of them had some type of metal quirk as it turned both of its fists into a matte black metal. The other was some sort of sound-based quirk if his hearing was correct and by the look of Fat Gum's bleeding ears. He had no idea how the man was holding together, but he earned his respect. It was at that moment that he saw Amajiki get thrown into a nearby ruined building and the wind monster was released. Free of its captor, the thing blew everyone away from it and started channeling a wind that caused the air to pick up. It then added fire to the mix with a second quirk and caused a firestorm to consume the area around it. Then in a flash of light, several rods of metal appeared around the battlefield courtesy of magic. From the warehouse one more monster appeared, this one smaller than the others, but no less dangerous if the smell of ozone was anything to go by. Do we stand next to a rod so we can join? Yes. As he was about to take a step closer, a hand was placed on his shoulder. He looked and saw Amajiki standing there. Even though I want you to join, I'll get yelled at for letting you. Stay out. He sighed. Fine. He pointed to the smaller one. Get that one first. These metal poles are meant for its electricity quirk. Sun Eater nodded and started changing. He jumped back and watched the hero turn into a giant rock monster that he got from the in-between world. He actually tasted the jerky of the thing after drying it out and it was super tough, but it didn't lack in flavor. He sort of wondered if he could find another one. They're probably under the ground. Charging back into the fray, Sun Eater barreled into the 2 hammering into his mentor and sent them flying backward, crashing into the magical reinforced warehouse. Then he spouted fire out of his mouth and enveloped the smaller monster as it channeled its quirk, preparing to attack. With a slam of his tail, Amajiki spun and smashed into the electric monster, sending it careening backward. Fat Gum, seeing his apprentice hulking out, maneuvered the earth monster into position and placed the head of it into the path of the rampaging Sun Eater. With a roar, like a wild animal, he swung back around and slammed the full weight of his tail into its head, knocking it out. With it for the count, Fat Gum went for the fire monster, which the water hero, Hydrostacy, was keeping at bay. With her boss running into it, she swung her arms around and caused a torrent of water to rise from the ocean, combating the torrent of fire. He turned back to see Sun Eater fighting off the metal and sound monsters. He couldn't see the electric monster, but with its size and how hard Amajiki hit beforehand, he bet it was out. While he had no doubt the rock monster Amajiki could take one by itself with no issue, both of the things at the same time was apparently too much. He saw the rock that made up his body start cracking under the metal hits and heard the ringing of hits slam into him. The water monster was barely being held back by the voodoo hero, but he had no idea for how long. The man had dozens of nails stabbed into his flesh and was bleeding like crazy. The sound of a crack resonated through the air and drew his attention to the fire-wind monster as it slumped to the ground. Over the call of the radio, he heard Fat Gum's voice. "Help, Sun Eater!" The sidekicks rushed to his side just in time as the rock armor shattered, revealing a very drained Amajiki. Hydrostacy seemed to have figured something out as she reached out and pulled on the thin air. After a second, the sound monster dropped and collapsed, cradling its head. Seeing its comrade fall, the metal monster took off the kitty gloves and grew in size. Its skin shimmered with an orange energy as it seemed to roar in pain. The first sidekick to attack was a guy by the name of Blank Space, who threw a volley of white energy at the monster only for the energy to sizzle and evaporate as it touched its skin. That was when he heard the sound of energy building and the smell of ozone in the air. He saw that Fat Gum saw the electric monster was up again and was running toward it, but he was too slow. With a bright light, he saw several of the police cars blow up and several more of the sidekicks fall in combat. The electric blast also knocked out the barely standing Adida. Connecting to the arms of gravity around him, he sent it sprawling out and collected the knocked-out heroes. Having left the portal from before open, he filtered them through as the smell of burning radiated through the air. He only needed to stop the bleeding from Adida. The rest were just low HP and unconscious. Letting the portal close so no one would walk through as it closed, he went back to the edge of the battle and saw the state of the police for the first time. With their vehicles blowing up in their face, they were either seriously injured or barely standing. This also meant that their bullets weren't being peppered into the monsters, leaving them free from blocking. He sighed. Hopefully this ends soon. He opened another portal and started throwing people in as he ran by. Unfortunately, 4 officers had passed away before he got to them, which wasn't helping his bad mood. The boom and crack of cement forced his attention to the fight as he watched Sun Eater throw the hot metal monster into the nearby pier where it bounced into the ocean. The water boiled and resonated with a roar as it fell beneath the waves. Focusing back on the officers, he got the last one through just in time as the water monster expanded and touched the ocean. Jumping up out of the way, he watched as it started picking people up and sending them into the ocean where they would meet either a watery doom or the fists of its rapidly cooling comrade. Do we help them? I don't imagine anyone would be mad. Shiki, come out, sweetie. She was out in an instant and hovered in front of him. Yeah. He pointed to the ocean. Go help those people in the water, make sure they don't get hurt, okay? K. With that, she flew off and started helping people out of the water, battling the water monster for control. Luckily for the people, she was winning. Seeing the tiny ball of blue helping her comrades, Stacy was able to focus on the water monster with the aid of Amajiki and the remaining sidekicks. Using the last bit of her strength, she froze the body and pulled out her allies from the body. With it stuck in place and no longer scared of harming their allies, the sidekicks and Amajiki let the thing have it. Electricity and energies he had never seen before peppered the thing until it finally started shifting and turned back to a solid body. With its form finally finished, the water around the battlefield collapsed to the ground. Hydrostacy along with as she blacked out. He flew over and picked her up. I'll get her to the hospital. Amajiki nodded and looked over at Fat Gum as he was subduing the final monster. We should be almost done. Get back fast. Not having to be told twice, he ran over to his portal and gently placed her through. Running back, Amajiki used some clam hands to knock the monster out. A small mote of light flashed to life and started connecting to the monsters around on the shore. He looked at Amajiki, who looked at Fat Gum, asking something. Do you really think that was it? The man started rambling like a supervillain from comics. Izuku. It was Amajiki. Do something about the light. Kicking off an air step, he stood next to the light as it pulsed and stuck his hand in. There wasn't a way for him to stop the spell from afar, he'd have to look into that. Without a way to snuff the magic, he simply pulled it into him and emptied the spell of its energy. What are you doing? Let go. The ball of light got imbued with some electricity, but he was at full HP and didn't see any fighting past this point. Misaki called out to Shiki, who flew over with a look of curiosity on her face. Shiki, summon water and cover me, okay? Dad. Gathering the mana, she pointed at him and smiled. Bubbles. The spark and tingle of electricity died down and allowed him to focus solely on the draining of the spell. The only reason he knew he could do this was because of the magic book. It gave him a detailed way to drain the chi from a spell, but it was mainly meant for runes. It was considered dangerous because if you ended up overfilling your chi by stealing it, the foreign mana would rebel and cause a feedback that would result in an explosion. Unluckily for the person on the other end, he was capable of forming ball of pure mana, which were being consumed by his ridiculous daughter. This turned the struggle between the mages into a fight of attrition for the man casting the spell and a waiting game for Izuku. After a minute of ranting, the voice died out and another 30 seconds later, the spell collapsed. He fell to the ground and landed next to Shiki, who was consuming the last of the mana ball. Ping. New skill. Mana sapping LVL, 14 XP, 34.76%. Connecting to a battery of mana, a sapper can drain the mana into themselves. Be warned, overfilling your mana will cause a messy end for the sapper. With a proficiency of 100%, your base drain is 10 mana section. Current drain, 17.46 mana section. Drain rate, plus 74.6%. Maximum mana, 6%. Ping. Your familiar has consumed enough foreign mana to advance. Would you like to begin the advancement? Selecting no, he turned to Fat Gum, who was walking over. The hero was battered and bruised but wore an easy smile that reached ear to ear. I'm not sure how you did it, but I've read the reports on what the person controlling these things can do, so you have my thanks for stopping. Him. He nodded with a smile. The guy is inside somewhere and probably barely capable of moving. The hero nodded and spoke over the intercom. Everyone who is capable, please assist in the final capture of the villain. Following him through the open entry of the warehouse, they finally saw the inside. He saw where the electric monster was thrown into, he saw where each of them were contained, and his magic senses began flaring at the sight of the giant tubes of purple liquid. Several of them weren't empty and actually had a few people floating in them. Fat Gum yelled for someone to get them out and began walking up the stairs toward the foreman's office. Opening the door for the hero, just to be sure there weren't any nasty surprises, he broke open the door and let Fat Gum take the lead. His senses again blazed as he took in the room around him. Dozens of instruments he had never seen before, several looked like torture equipment and the rest looked like alchemy equipment. Misaki, take a mental image of all the runes and how everything is set up. We might need to replicate it for our alchemy equipment. You got it, boss. BSS. His attention was pulled to the old man leaning against the far wall of the room. He looked to be in his 80s and had snow-white hair done in a comb-over. His build was lanky and had almost no muscle behind it. You think you can contain me? I'll just break out the instant I can move again. Fat Gum didn't respond and simply grabbed the man and started throwing shackles on him. He smiled at the man as he was being carried away. Throwing his voice over to the man, he spoke softly. The Hale family sends their regards. The eyes on the man widened, but he kept his mouth shut as he was dragged away. Flicking a finger at him, he placed a mana tag on him. Doing a quick sweep of the place, he gave Misaki the chance to collect photos and followed the tired Amajiki out. As they were walking out, he caught sight of his blood dog standing next to the door of a shipping container. Amajiki? Yeah. He pointed. My dog found the body that the blood belonged to. They're inside that shipping container. Whistling to some nearby sidekicks, he gestured to the container. The handful of sidekicks left posted around the container and waited for either of them to open the door. Knowing that the guy was tired, he took a step forward and grabbed the handle, receiving a shock of electricity as a rune came to life. Grunting through the pain, he turned the handle and pulled. When it was opened, his dark vision showed him a dozen people of all ages sitting toward the back of the container and scared for their lives. The blood dog ran past him and up to one of the men with a dried gash on his forehead. It scared the living daylights out of the people, but it stopped and sat down, only let out a howl that pierced the sky and lost form shortly after. He smiled and threw open the door so Amajiki could see inside. Come on out, we're here to rescue you. My name is Izuku. This is Sun Eater. Is there anyone who can't walk? One of the men in the front raised a hand. When I was taken, my tendons were cut. He nodded as Amajiki spoke over the radio. We found 12 survivors. He walked over and picked up the man with an arm of gravity. Do we need to call in an ambulance, sir? Amajiki gave him a look and he shook his head. He had a faster way to get these people help. With his mana fully restored, he snapped his fingers and gestured for everyone to follow. Come on through, this will take us directly to the hospital. Putting the portals super close together, he didn't give the victims a chance to see the in-between world and walked through with the man to the hospital. The instant they were through, a team of nurses swarmed around them and took the man off his hands. Not far behind him, the people started streaming through and were taken by the nurses. He placed a mana tracker on the people who stepped through the portal and spoke to one of the nurses who seemed to be in charge. These are the victims of a case. I'll have police here soon to guard their rooms and start taking statements. The nurse nodded and started giving orders. Walking back through the portal, he met Amajiki who was waiting for him. Any problems? He shook his head. None, we'll need to get police there ASAP though. Amajiki nodded. They're already on their way. The instant people started appearing through a portal and dumped into their front lobby, they started freaking out and called the police. Smiling, he laughed a bit and scratched the back of his head. Sorry. Amajiki sighed, but shrugged. Better than them waiting for medical help to show up. Let's go join Fat Gum and see what he wants us to do. Nodding, he followed and assisted where he could for the rest of the night. You ready? Aki nodded and went invisible. He could feel the runes carved into her skin come to life, and then even the traces of magic disappeared. Not able to speak because of the magic, she sent him a message. I have a few ideas how I can use this. Rolling his eyes, he pointed toward the police HQ. Don't get caught, do what you need to. If you run into problems, send me a message, I'll create a distraction. I got it. Tito. Running past people without being seen was easier in movies than it was in real life. When no one was present, people took up as much space as they could naturally. When they saw another person, they became smaller so there weren't any problems. Her issue now was that she was completely invisible to every spectrum in the world. Air passed through her, light went through her, her body didn't give off any smells, and to a normal person that would kill them. With air passing through her, she couldn't breathe. If she was normal, she'd only be able to use this as long as she could hold her breath. Following the tracker that Izuku placed on the mage, she rounded a corner in the stale hallways and waited outside a door. It took nearly an hour, but she watched as a detective came walking down the hallway looking at papers in a file. When he opened the door, she slipped in behind him and stood in the corner waiting for the detective to leave. What's your name? Hermann Schlender. Age? 76. Using Observe, she brought up his information and compared it to what he was saying. Name, Cornelius Michael Bischofs. Age, 243. Level, 37. Quirk, Puppet Mind. The status, Mana Stunned, Bound. Perk, Puppet Master. Running, hiding, fearful, the rat cornered is a vicious enemy. At least this idiot was willing to follow the rules of secrecy. Now, tell me what you're doing, taking people and turning them into these things. Cornelius didn't answer, much to the anger of the detective. Well, do you have anything to say for yourself? Again, no answer. Do you plan on staying silent forever? I want a lawyer. The detective narrowed his eyes, but stood up and took the folder with him outside of the room. Knowing there were more than likely people on the other side of the glass, she walked up behind the man and placed an invisible hand on his head. He started to move in surprise, but was frozen in place as she started transferring his most recent memories into a ball she had in her mouth. While it would be quite funny to put it in several other places and force Izuku to find it, this was a serious matter. If any other major family had found him, he would have been executed on the spot for breaching the rules. When the last of his memories poured into the ball, he slumped forward, drool coming out of his mouth. With the only magic user dead, she was able to use a teleportation rune to return to Izuku's side. Still completely invisible, she smiled and snuck up behind him as he kept watch. To her annoyance, he grabbed her wrist when she reached out and pulled her into his lap. How'd it go? Dropping the runes, she snuggled into his arms to heat up her naked body. She wiggled her head and he seemed to understand when he held out his hand. Slobbering over his hand, she spat out the ball and smiled as he sighed. Did you need to do that? No. Sighing, he put the ball into the inventory portal and dropped them into a portal that went to his warehouse. Throwing her on the top of the bed, he went over to the dresser and started pulling out fresh pajamas for her alongside some underwear, much to her annoyance. You know me sleeping naked isn't crossing the line. He nodded. I know, but I don't trust you to not do something. She growled and snatched the panties from his hand and put them on alongside the piece. Fine. The next day. Izuku. He woke up to the sound of his phone going off and rolled over to the nightstand where it was charging. Quickly checking the time, 5 a.m., he answered the call. Hello. Aki rolled over and cuddled into him. Izuku, where were you last night? It was Fat Gum. After I was released, I went over to my nearby warehouse and went to sleep. Why? The villain from yesterday was found nearly comatose in his interrogation room. I need to cover my bases, and according to several people, you're one of the few people who can pull off what happened last night. Ethereal Haunt can only be used in a 30-meter radius. Other than that, I have no way of passing through solid objects, besides my portals, but those aren't exactly quiet or hidden. I hate to ask this, but are you capable of a long-distance attack? Yes? Technically, but probably not in the way you're thinking. My quirk is bright and eye-catching. There also would have been lots of collateral damage if I did anything. Very well, keep your phone on you. Yes, sir. He hung up and rolled over to pull Aki into him. Her voice was quiet and muffled as she spoke into his chest. They think you did it? At least you did it quietly and in a non-flashy way. She hummed and fell back to sleep as he followed suit. By the time he woke up naturally, Aki was also up and started changing into a day outfit. When do you plan on going through his memories? She shrugged. Whenever I get a chance. My dad and I are going on a small vacation for the break, so I won't be in contact for a minute. If you do need something though, send me a message. What about Sei? We're taking her with us. Throwing on his jacket, he nodded. Have fun. I'll see you when you get back. He picked her up and hugged her, which she returned. Love ya. Kissing his cheek, she wiggled free and dropped into a portal. As he collected himself and started getting ready to leave, his phone came to life and started ringing. Answering it as it was All Might, he expected a similar set of questions as earlier. Hey All Might, what's up? Izuku, come on over to the school. I have a few things to ask you. Be there in a second, I'm locking up my warehouse. See you soon. With the call ending, he activated the rune network and portaled out to the school. Landing, he found All Might in the parking lot standing next to his truck. Waving him over, his mentor got into the truck and started driving as soon as he was seated. I'm fairly sure you know what I want to ask. He nodded, not needing to lie, he was fairly honest. It was Akito. She says it was either erase his memories and get rid of his knowledge of magic or straight outright kill him. I convinced her that the no-killing rule applied to mages also. So, she transferred the man's memories into an orb that she's going to look through and figure out why he did everything. According to the rules set by some type of high magic council, the punishment for blatantly using magic in front of mortals is death. So she had to either deal with it by herself or her family loses control over the whole of Japan. All Might sighed and let go of the death grip he had on the steering wheel. I appreciate the honesty, but I'd prefer if you told me stuff before you did it. She kind of sprung that one on me. I knew that the guy had to be taken care of, but she was apparently warned about what I did to that ball of light on the news. It said she either had to cover her tracks or they were sending in a team. What would happen if they got involved? Besides losing control of Japan, the council would give the territory over to another family and they would be able to implement their own rules. What are the rules of the Hale family? Follow the rules of the High Council, no major projects that can be seen to the naked eye, no slaves, no sacrificial magic, and no human experiments. The guy broke a rule of the High Council and broke 2 of the Hale rules. Why would the High Council want to straight out kill him if they can just erase his memories? Because magic can't do it permanently. The only reason Aikido can do it is because of her quirk. If you do it with magic, the natural magic in the person will slowly heal the damage to their mind. And you can't just throw them in jail because they are weapons, they will eventually escape, so the only option for the magic world is to kill off problems. They've run like this since the Magic Council was formed, and they don't plan on ever changing. I can't believe we've never noticed any of this before. Who was the family before Cathern showed up with her husband? I actually don't know. All I know is that they had an underground SLV network that you actually helped her destroy. That seemed to piece together pieces of the puzzle as he blinked and started murmuring to himself. The warehouses, all those people we found. He shook his head and focused back on the road. Okay, I'll help cover for you, but you need to keep me updated. I can't help you if I have no idea what I'm helping with. You're not gonna do to me what Catherine did to me. He smiled and nodded. I was gonna tell you the next time I saw you anyway. I don't like having to lie either way. Getting a nod back, they pulled up to his new house. Now, I have a question for you that has nothing to do with that man. Shoot, need help with something? He shook his head. A friend of mine gave me 2 tickets to I Island next weekend and I wanted to know if you wanted to go. May would kill me. Sure. He said smiling. All Might let out a laugh and patted him on the shoulder. I'll see you in a week. Since we don't have to fly, we don't have to leave until we're supposed to meet my friend. Are we just a glorified taxi to these people? He smiled and nodded. I'd be happy to take us there. If you don't mind me asking, who is your friend on I Island? The daughter of one of my first sidekicks is inviting me so we can surprise her father. David Shield? His mentor nodded. That's the one. I guess I'll be seeing Momo's mysterious friend then. The man laughed. I read the reports. I'll be leaving it up to you to prevent any accidents. Yes, sir. So, any plans for this weekend? Actually, I do have one. Okay, I'm going to go pick up Achiko. I'll see you on Monday. Giving him a hug, alongside Shiki. They waved goodbye as he walked through a portal. Landing on the pavement of her apartment's parking lot, he walked up the stairs and looked at the city around the building. Unknown to him, Aki had put more thought into protecting their girlfriend than he did. She had apparently carved a rune scheme across the whole building over the course of a week. It was the only reason it was still standing and the people inside were saved. Just across the street, the rubble of several buildings was sitting there and making the view look bleak. The closest fully standing building was a couple dozen kilometers away and was an ugly gray building, which didn't help the sight. Knocking on the door, he caught her as she opened the door and pounced him. Let's have a bit of fun before we go. We don't have time, we have to meet the guy in 15 minutes. Grab a blanket and let's go to the other world. He raised an eyebrow at her. Why are you so antsy? She wiggled her eyebrows. I got a surprise for you and Misaki. Okay, grab the blanket. If you think we're turning this down, I might need to check for mental damage. Rolling his eyes at her, he formed a protective layer of energy around her and turned up the heat. In an instant, their clothes were gone and they were dropping on the warm beach of the in-between world. Handing her a set of new clothes, he was glad Misaki broke slightly and wasn't egging anything on. So what prompted the plug? Throwing on her shirt, she stretched. Well, the last time we did it, I ended up not being able to walk correctly for a while. So I decided I needed to help against that. You didn't hear it from me, but our little pussycat was having the same issue. He snorted. I'll be sure not to bring it up with anyone. As they finished getting dressed, he asked her. Doing anything before your trip to I Island? She nodded. Mom and Dad want to see me before I go. They also said they wanted to meet. Sheet, Izuku. Yes. Mom and Dad want to meet you. I forgot. Shrugging, he smiled. I'm fine with that. What's the problem? The look of fear flashed across her eyes. I didn't tell them that I was dating you and 2 other girls. They're gonna be so mad. Dad is going to flip. She looked at him. How did you tell you, Mom? Mom. Yes, hon. I have to tell you something. His mom froze and turned with a hot spatula. Is it about a PRDNCY or drags? He raised an eyebrow. No? Why would you even think that? She shrugged and went back to cooking. You constantly bring girls over and I found a pair of panties under your bed. He rubbed his forehead with a sigh. Yeah, I have a girlfriend, but that's not it. What is it then? I have 3. 3 what? Girlfriends. She froze again and turned to him with her arms crossed and a scowl on her face. Do they know about each other? He nodded. It was actually their idea. She let out a sigh and slumped slightly. That's good then. Do I know them? One is the younger Hale. He saw her eyes narrow. She's mentally older than her body and we only kiss when she's aged up. The glare softened but she nodded for him to continue. The second is Uraraka. She smiled and then adopted a confused face. She's super nice and seems easily embarrassed. How and why did she agree to it? He shrugged. Your guess is as good as mine. And the third? Here we go. The third is Sosaki. Her eyes widened. That's the leader of the cat team, right? He nodded. A smile overtook her face and she held out her arms. My boy's a lady charmer. She walked over and threw her arms around him. I expect at least 2 grandkids each and a wedding for each. He hugged her back. You took that amazingly well. She pulled away from the hug and patted him on the cheek. Just a year ago, I didn't even think you'd ever get a girlfriend. You were a hero nerd who refused to do any sports or physical exercise. You didn't exactly have anything going for you, hun. Sighing, he rubbed his eyes with one hand. Thanks for your confidence in me. Oh, hun, I'm sure you'd eventually have found a girl, but I might have been too old by then. Sighing, he helped her set up the table. I kind of just told her. Really? And she was just okay with it? He nodded. She does expect 2 grandkids from each girl though. Leaning her head on him, she sighed. I hope my mom is like that. Dad will probably freak out. Hugging her. Worry about it later, we have a vacation to get to. Fled. Quiet down, you can socialize later, or better yet, not here. The students got quiet pretty quickly. Good. Look on the board, find your name and what area you're going to. A teacher will be there waiting. He explained a bit better. We've drawn lots for every person here and formed teams by random. You will be running through team exercises and team battles. Looking over the students and giving them a bit of a glare, he told them, any unnecessary violence will be harshly punished. Do you understand? A wave of head nods and a chorus of yes responded to his question. Good, now get going. As the students separated themselves and walked off, he looked over at Aizawa. The man looked ready to pass out and not all too happy with being here, neither was he, but at least it was only for 4 hours. Going their own ways, he headed toward Ground Omega where he should be meeting up with Kodai, Tsunotori, Mikazuki, and Shiozaki. As far as he was aware, none of this group was a major leader and it was their mission to step up to the plate. His only concern on this activity was if they could deal with the opposing team. Omega and Gamma had been selected as one of 2 battle arenas. This group would face off against Midnight's team, Bondo, Shota, Kirishima, and Hagakure. It'd be an interesting battle. They had 2 of the top 10 facing each other, but one was much stronger than the other. Ms. Mikazuki, please wake up. The girl stumbled as the cloud disappeared and looked around slightly confused before she remembered what they were doing. Sorry, Mr. Vlad. He sighed and continued to follow them as the girls talked, or in Kodai's case, nod. Omega was a massive forest that one of the faculty had made. Canopy hated whenever the trees and plants got destroyed, but even he realized the results were worth it. When they reached the edge of the forest, he informed the girls what they'd be doing and told them to come up with a plan. Bakugo. Bakugo had gotten paired with the monkey, Silver Shitty Hair, and the bug. Their mission was to defend a couple of stupid bags of sand from a few tennis ball machines. Gentlemen, this young woman's name is Hatsume. She will be controlling the machines. Ectoplasm gestured to a pink-haired girl covered in grease. Once you are in position, we will do a test volley. Walking over and holding up his hands, he prepared to catch a flying tennis ball. A tennis ball. The teacher nodded, Hatsum. Without even looking at them, she stepped on a pedal. His eyes widened and he hit the deck as 3 tennis balls fired from each of the 6 machines with the speed of a bullet. When he heard the thud, he looked back and saw that Silver Shitty Hair was flat on the ground. Bug had managed to dive out of the way, while Monkey had tanked the DMN things and suffered the results. His tail was covered in 4 massive bruises, which begged the question. What the F are in these things? He looked back at the pink beach and glared at her when he saw her smirking. Oh, she was going to get it now. Prepare yourself, gentlemen, we will now begin. When the Shitty Hair finally stood back up, Ectoplasm nodded to the beach, who flicked a switch instead of pressing a pedal. Holding his hands up, he prepared to blast the ball back. Judging from the rate of fire last time, he waited until he heard the thunk from the machine and blasted instantly. An immense feeling of satisfaction overcame him as he watched as the first few balls got thrown back, but not all of them. One ball was delayed and launched itself at his forehead and made it feel like he was shot in the head with a cannon. Landing flat on his back, he started growling and stood back up. Bring it on your pink hair be dash. Boom. Rah. Aizawa. Sir? The enemy team seems a little too strong for us. Aizawa sighed at Sato. Not all fights are going to be in your favor. He looked at Komori. But you have your own powerhouse, so no crying, get ready to fight. The 2 students from his class looked at the girl, causing her to redden and hide behind her classmate. Jiro and Sato hadn't yet been paired with her, so it was understandable if they doubted her. His group consisted of Komori, Sato, Jiro, and Yanagi. They would be sparring against Todoroki, Ashido, Hananuki, and Tokoyami. Each group had a powerhouse, a long-range attacker, a supporter, and a skirmisher. Leaving them to form whatever strategy they wanted, he walked over to the observation deck and met up with Mike. Shoto, buddy. How's your team Hanjin? Sighing, he clicked the monitors to life. Sato and Jiro are worried they won't have enough power to deal with Todoroki. His friend made an agreeing nod and hum. They need to learn how to have faith. Holding the button for the speakers, he spoke to both teams. You have 2 minutes to get into position. As they waited, Mike made small talk. Did you warn our resident hotshot about his vacation? He nodded. Nizu, All Might, Night Eye, Fat Gum, Edshot and the Pussycats warned him not to get into any trouble abroad. Mike whistled. Where did he meet Edshot? A couple of weeks ago he and Pixie Bob were caught up in an attack when they went for pastries. After meeting him, Kamihara exchanged information with Nizu and has been keeping tabs on him. He sent the warning after Izuku told us about his vacation this weekend. The man laughed. Let's see what chaos he can cause before the greatest heroes in the world start looking at him. He sighed and spoke into the mic. All teams prepare, 3, 2, 1 begin. Both of them watched as a glacier and massive pillar of rock smashed into each other. Mike started grinning. Izuku is one hell of a teacher. That was an apt description. In under 4 weeks, he turned a timid mushroom-throwing girl into a source of power that could keep any of the top 10 on their toes. He had watched the fight between them the other day and was satisfied that he wasn't just teaching her how to overpower her problems. He looked at the monitor that was looking at her teammates' faces. Yanagi looked indifferent, but Sato and Jiro's jaws dropped. He smirked behind his scarf. Never underestimate a hero because of their looks. Kendo. Come on, you rascals. Your mission is to finish the obstacle course. If you get hit, you walk your merry way to the start and try again. Kendo sighed and rubbed her forehead. By hit, he meant shot. If her guess was correct and judging by the sniper rifle in his hand, she was right. She looked over at her group and noticed each one realized the same thing. Aoyama was already holding his stomach, Shinso was already wincing, and Shishido was changing his glasses for goggles. Snipe started clapping. When I call start, you can begin. He walked off toward a small hill overlooking the whole course. The course itself didn't look too difficult, just a lot of leg work and grip strength. The real issue was the teacher with a quirk that gave him almost perfect aim. Are we all making our own dash for it, or will we work together? Asked 1B's rep. Shinso sighed. Might as well try by ourselves to start out with and regroup after a few tries. Anyone know what type of bullets he's using? No one said anything. Rubber it is then. Start. The 4 of them looked over at the hill and saw Snipe looking through his scope. Being the closest to the start, She sighed and started running for it. Not even 2 steps in, she got shot once in the abs and a second one in the thigh. She turned and growled up at the man, who only gave her a peace sign. Je ne veux pas. The 3 of them looked at Aoyama, who gave them a queasy look. With none of them knowing French, Shishida urged them on. 2 shots rang out instantly, smacking both rep and vice rep in the necks. She smiled when she saw Shinso's eye twitch in irritation. She'd have to use one of Izuku's tokens after the exercise was done. Mary, Fukudashi, Awaze, Yaoyorozu, Azui, and Ida were Team G, and their first exercise for the day was a scavenger hunt. There were 22 civilians scattered throughout Ground Beta, and each was guarded by 2 or 3 of her dolls. Ever since she called start, she had sat down and concentrated on her connection between each of the dolls. She watched as Azui took one of the dolls and flung it out of the window. Telling it to join its brothers and sisters, she started combining the forces of the defeated dolls until they all guarded a single civilian. Ida was scouting and racing across the cityscape only to fall prey to one of her traps. With a bit of a smirk, she watched as the kid was yanked into an alleyway and strung up by his ankles. As he hung there, she saw him touch an earpiece, courtesy of Momo, and wait. Taking command of the small army hiding in the shadows, she ordered them to surround and scare Ida. He'd already tried breaking the wire himself, but the stuff was her normal wire and resisted everything he tried. So he was stuck sitting around and waiting for Momo to come with a plasma torch and cut him free. Clink. He shimmied into a turn and looked where the noise came from. A doll with a face that looked like it was tortured carried a very sharp-looking piece of glass. He squinted his eyes at it. What is she planning? It started laughing in a choked voice. Once it started, 10 more voices joined in, followed by another 20, and then even more. The first one that appeared started to slowly walk toward him and held its glass shard up. Twinkle, twinkle star. The dolls around it shouted the last word. Star. Bleeding like pig. Pig. Prepare to die. Die. Each part of its knot rhyme brought it one step closer until it was at his neck. He tried to fling the thing away, but more wire came out of nowhere and tied his arms to his side. With a gentle poke, it drew just a single drop of blood and stepped back. Dead. All the dolls started to cheer and shout the word. Dead. 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 Ida. He let out the breath he was holding out and sighed. He made a mental note to never mess with Ms. Mary ever. Momo came flying around the corner and threw some sort of bomb at the dolls. He watched in fascination as it exploded in a gray gel that filled the alleyway and stopped the dolls where they were. The dolls didn't like that. Kill. His eyes widened as the gel started to move. His co-vice rep ran over with a plasma torch and goggles on her head. We need to move now. A second later, he was free and carried both of them away. Cementos. Cementos led Group H, Kaminari, Shoji, Kaibara, Tokage, and Minoma to Gym Gamma for their first exercise. An almost deadly game of tag. This morning he showed up early and created a massive moving labyrinth of cement that they'd be running around in. The whole place wasn't very big, but the interconnecting tunnels, bridges, and staircases going everywhere made the place seem huge. The largest room was the open atrium where most of the bridges were located. It wasn't necessary, but he was offering anyone that won 5,000 yen. Living on campus and not really having any money-reliant hobbies, he had a small fortune saved up over the years. He liked to offer the students small prizes once in a while. Walking through the entrance, he smiled and gestured to the massive block of cement. You'll be playing a game of tag inside this cube. If you get tagged, you lose a point. If you're it, you gain 2 points for tagging someone. The person with the most points at the end of our hour together gets a prize. You cannot tag the person who tagged you, and you may not harm another person. The first person who will be to begin with will be. He hummed. Tokage. You will start with 0 points while everyone else will start with 1. Everyone ready? At their head nods, he connected to the cement and created several openings around the cube. Choose an entrance and step inside, once everyone is ready. I'll call start. Kaminari. As soon as he stepped inside, he knew this wasn't going to end well. He used his quirk to create a bit of light and gulped as he looked around. Bridges connecting random tunnels, staircases that go below the floor and into the ceiling were everywhere. Start! Cementos' voice echoed through the passageways. Running off to one of the stairwells, he slid on the railing and rode it down. He was on it for about a minute before the railing gave out and he started falling through the dark and bounced off a trampoline that had been set up. Shaking his head, he let out a sigh of relief and tried to find his way out. The room he fell into was about 10 by 10 meters and had two openings. One had a soft orange glow coming from it and the other was pitch black. He narrowed his eyes and crept down the tunnel, only to get hit in the forehead as a floating finger appeared from around a corner. Kaminari is now at 0 points and is it. Tokage is now at 2 points. He growled and started racing down the hallway. All Might smiled at the students who walked into the absolute mess that was Ground Zeta. This was the newest installation of UA High School and was made a permanent fixture after the success of the sports festival. Cementos, after hearing that it would be made permanent, had kicked the fortifications and random debris up a notch. The first combatants to test the new installment were Koda, Kurwaro, Suburaba, and Rin. They'd be facing off against the Big Three, who agreed to help him every Saturday. If they were available. The objective was the same as it was for the festival. The attacking team, Group I, would do everything they could to make it to where the dummies were sitting, while his helpers would be on defense. Besides maybe some of the biggest hitters in first year, he didn't expect too many to even make it past the halfway point. Winning wasn't the point of this exercise though. Strategic thinking and teamwork were the hallmarks of this challenge. Some of you may or may not know me, but my name is Mr. Toshinori. I'll be the proctor for your first event. The 4 students bowed and he began to explain the rules and what was expected of them. His 3 helpers waved when he gestured to them. These 3 will be your opponents for today. Any questions? He got 4 headshakes and gestured to the changing rooms behind him. Suit up and get ready, you got 5 minutes before we begin. As they walked off, he turned to bow to the big, I appreciate you 3 for helping me. Hato smiled and hummed. No prob, teach. Mirio nodded with a smile. We're always happy to help where we can. Amajiki grimaced but nodded with his classmate. Standing back up, he smiled. Why don't you 3 get ready? I'm sure this group can surprise you with what they're capable of. In Africa. Izuku. Mr. Midoriya? He nodded and smiled at the man. Mr. Kameo, I presume? The guy gave him a smile back and stuck out a hand. I appreciate you giving us the opportunity to be your guide. He took the hand and shook it. More than happy to be the first tour ever. He gestured to Achiko who was standing at his side confused as to what he was saying. This is Uraraka, she's my date for this trip. He bowed to her. Ms. Uraraka, it's a pleasure to meet you. When she looked at him for a translation, he remembered the gift. Mr. Kameo, it's custom to bring a gift in Japan when you're provided a personalized service. I actually have one for you and your wife, but since I can already see that we're going to have a small issue here. He held out the small box and bowed to the man. Mr. Midoriya, you're already doing so much for us, I can't accept this. Standing back up but still holding the box out, he pushed a little. I truly insist this will prevent some issues we may have from here on out. With a sigh, the man took the box and opened it. His eyes widened alongside the smile that came over him. It looks amazing. Go ahead and put it on, it's a little more special than you think. Taking the name tag out of the box, he pinned it onto his shirt. The name tag was a simple silver rectangle with the logo of the new company he was starting up. What do you mean by more special? Achiko looked at the man with a mix of confusion and curiosity. Why isn't he speaking Japanese if he can speak Japanese to us? He knew she didn't mean it negatively, just confused as to what was going on. Bako looked at her confused as well. Ma'am, I would have spoken in Akan if I would have known. It's a pleasure to know someone has taken the chance to learn our language. He finished with a smile. He cut off the confusion so they could continue on with the trip. Actually, you both are speaking in your native tongue. Mr. Kameo, that name tag is capable of translating anything you say in the native tongue of anyone who hears you. It will also translate anything someone says into your native tongue as well. Achiko rolled her eyes with a smile and smirked when Bako pulled him into a hug that would crush a lesser man. Thank you, Mr. Midoriya. Returning the brief hug, he waved away the thanks. It's my pleasure, really. I just wanted to help you and your wife with your business. We must go see her. She's currently waiting out in the truck and will be driving for us today. Lead the way. He gestured to the exit and followed the man as he excitedly bounced on the ball of his feet. Achiko put an arm around his waist and gave him a happy hum. You're way too nice sometimes. He shrugged. If I can help people, that's going to be my first objective. It also didn't take as long as I thought it would. Aki taught me the basic layout of the runes and I just went from there. Going out the exit, they were taken over to a decently sized truck that Bako called out to. He heard the man say his wife's name, who looked at him in a confused expression. After explaining what was happening, she stepped out of the car and rounded the truck to stand next to her husband. Emo Toro Gafra, Okomi Nikan Nio So Jisai. Yonda, just wait a second. Pulling out the second box, he gave her a small bow and held it out to her. She didn't take it immediately, but after the urging of her husband, she took the box and adorned her own pin with a look of someone who was about to cry. Getting a hug from her while her husband laughed, the vacation finally began and they were off. Some point before summer break in Kamino. Himiko. She knew something was wrong with him. She vowed to herself that she'd find him and fix him, which led her to be in this dingy but bar in the middle of effing Kamino. Sighing, she put her switchblade away and walked in when the weird-looking broker called for her. This is Toga Himiko, wanted for over 3 dozen murders and possibly another 2 dozen missing person cases. Hey, nice to meet you, where's Stain? She really didn't care or want to join, but she would if they gave her Stain. The weird kid sitting down at the bar smiled. He's taking a sabbatical and plans on returning when he's ready. With narrowed eyes, she glared at him. I happen to know he wouldn't take a vacation. Where is he? The creepy kid smiled even larger. Don't trust me? How about you speak to him? Still keeping her glare, she flared her nostrils slightly. I've already tried calling him, but he didn't answer. Ah, but he's been busy, Toga. I'm sure he'd answer now if you gave him a ring. Without looking, she pulled out her old flip phone and used speed dial to call up her honorary uncle. Putting it up to her ear, she listened to the dial tone and was ready to hang up on the 3rd ring when the call was answered. Akaguro's phone. A woman? Kaizome never cared about women before. Where is he? She didn't take her eyes off the easy smile of the walking dust bunny. Her eyes quickly caught the movement of the bartender, a tall man in a butler's outfit. One moment. The microphone of Kaizome's phone picked up the woman's annoyed complaint. What is it with villains? A please or a thank you wouldn't kill them. A second later, there was a knock on a bit of wood. Akaguro. Phone. A second later, an annoyed grumble answered the phone. Toga. She couldn't help it, her glare softened and she bounced lightly on her feet. Stain. Where have you been? You went missing weeks ago. He hummed and sighed. I've partnered up with the League. I've been undercover for a while. Sorry. It's okay. I'm just glad you're okay. You seemed so weird on the TV the other day. Are you sure you're okay? Yeah, I had to put on an act for the audience. Oh. That made sense. Can I help? Talk to Shigaraki, he's the leader of the group. Talk to that broker I introduced you to, he should be able to help you. The muffled sound of that woman's voice was picked up, but was unintelligible. Yeah, I'm coming. I got to go, bye. Bye. The line went dead and she smiled at the blue-haired guy. Where do I sign? Kuroki. She waited as Manic shed the false skin. She had no idea how changing his skin made it so he could speak like the person he looked like. His quirk confused her enough as it was, and she wasn't delving even more into it. He coughed and took the offered glass of water with a wink. She glared at him. No, not in a million years. Taking a swig of water, he smiled and swallowed. So rude, you've never even seen me endy yet? Snatching back the glass, she put it with the rest of the dirty dishes. I don't need to see you naked to know your brain is the size of a pea. He laughed. Is that any way to treat a colleague and the reason you didn't have to restart the Nomu project? She growled. I was scouted and hired, you were a runt off the street. We are not on the same level. She turned and scowled at the tan-skinned man, who was standing less than a few inches away from him. His smirk on the chiseled jawline made him look cocky. Her traitorous eyes looked down slightly and saw his toned body. When he first showed up in the league, he was fit, but didn't have any muscle definition. Since Shigaraki didn't have any jobs for him, the guy spent his time working out and working on his quirk. Manic used a hand to tip her head up, forcing her to look at him. Feel free to look all you want. That did it. Freeze. She tasted blood. She hated controlling living cells. Kneel. More blood. She watched as the man tried to fight his own body from obeying, but his will wasn't stronger than hers. Never ever touch me again, understood? She gave him a second before allowing his mouth and lungs to work. He immediately choked, taking in air. Answer me. Fine, crazy beach. She kicked him, not a sissy little kick, but full-on boot-to-chin kick. Call me crazy again and I'll stop your heart. She walked away from his complaining. Kurogyri. As Toga walked off with her room key, Shigaraki started talking to Jiren again. How's it going looking for my new firepower? I have a few kiddos who are looking pretty decent here. The man reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a few folders. Have a look when you get a chance. Give me a call when you pick one. Anything else for today? Nah, you can go. The man got dismissed with a bored wave. Shigaraki was actually quite happy with his new addition. According to Manic, Toga Himiko is an exceptional fighter, at least according to the mad ramblings of Stain. Speaking of said man, he needed to get dinner ready for the berserker. He was currently chained up in another facility and was under constant watch by Nomu. Tamura, do you require anything before I go? His boss hummed and waved him over. Tell me what you think, the arsonist, the girl with apparent daddy issues, or the mass murderer? He looked over the profiles and thought for a second. The one named Dabi seems to be quite methodical. He might be a decent leader for your squad. The girl's quirk makes her unreliable. I'll leave it up to you on her. Muscular will be quite hard to contain, but I'm sure you can lure him in by promising him a worthy fight. He did remember hearing about the crazed villain some time ago, something about a murdering spree a few years back. One of the surviving witnesses said he kept challenging all that took a stand. Works for me. With Dabi and Muscular, the team should be all set. You can go. Bowing slightly, he made his way out of the bar proper. As he began to cook, he could only think of one thing. All this for a little revenge. Back to present day with the classes. Hagakure. While Shiozaki couldn't see her, that didn't stop the girl from blanketing the area with vines that waited for her touch. Silently humming to herself, she stepped grass patch to grass patch and danced through the vines that slithered across the ground. Lightly jumping to grab onto a low branch as a vine went past where she was trying to go. Looking around, she found a small empty patch and swung enough to get some distance. Landing on one foot, she continued going forward and threw her hands back to catch her balance. Flailing, she stopped just in time as the ground shook from an attack from Kodai against Bondo. Quickly taking a step forward, she stabilized and started again. Step by step, silent as the night, and as invisible as the wind. She watched several vines go traveling toward the fighting between the others and decided to hurry a tiny bit. Going for slightly more risky steps, she started hopping. Swinging on a tree branch, she landed on a stump and looked over at Shiozaki, who was standing on a small island of her vines. She hummed and jumped to another branch. Landing with one foot, she played a small game hopscotch and made it over to the island. Taking a breath, she spit out the blue marble from her mouth and rolled it across the island toward the vine girl. Not noticing the small ball, Shiozaki started rehearsing her prayers and didn't pay attention to what was happening next to her. Slipping her hand under her hair and pulling out the earpiece, she held it up to her nose and pushed the talk button. Breathing out her nose into the mic, she watched the blue marble slam into the girl's thigh. Quickly circling behind her, she watched what happened. In her surprise, the vines lunged for her left side and hit nothing but air. A bright red welt was forming on her exposed skin and caused the girl to frown and look to her left. With a wave of her hand, vines thrashed about on her left side, But when they hit nothing, she focused back in on the fight further away. Spitting out the purple marble, she rolled it over and hopped over to a tree. Jumping up and hoisting herself up, she breathed into the mic and the marble. Shot out and slammed into the girl's butt cheek. Eep! With a swipe of her hand, a wave of vines crashed through the forest, rocking the tree she was on. Waiting for her to turn just long enough, she spit out a red marble and prepared to throw it. When she looked right, she tossed the marble and waited. When she turned left, she breathed through the mic and had to stop herself from laughing. When the marble went off, it rocketed and hit the poor girl in the taint. With a squeal, Shiozaki caused the ground around her to explode in vines and forced her to hold onto the tree branch as it went flying. Crashing into the ground, she breathed a sigh of relief and got up to continue her torture session. Fled. He sighed seeing the fight between Hagakure and Shiozaki. Midnight, on the other hand, was on the ground holding her stomach in laughter. I can't breathe. Thief, help me. Thief, help. While this wasn't the fight he was expecting, it was fairly evenly matched considering that Hagakure wasn't considered the strongest of the first years. He grabbed the back of Midnight's costume and hoisted her up to her feet as the giggle fit started subsiding. Please focus, we don't have much longer until we switch. Still smiling, she started taking notes again and focused on the fight between the other six. Fighting Bondo wasn't fun. Dodging between his globs of glue wasn't fun. Training wasn't fun. Rolling below a glob of glue, she threw a small barrel and expanded it. While her aim was spot on, Bondo just stopped it with his own quirk. Snacks were fun. Eating with friends was fun. Going shopping was really fun. Taking out a nail, she threw it like a dart at Bondo and waited until it was close enough to hit. Not seeing what she threw, Bondo sent another glob of glue, which she dodged easily and expanded the nail. Tomatoes were good. Having friends was good. Friends giving her free tomatoes was good. The nail, which was filed down, slammed into Bondo and sent the boy flying backward. With him dealt with for now, she looked over at Shota, who was fighting Mikazuki. I request one of you to ask the enemy team to tell Hagakure to stop. I swear I won't do anything. Oh. She raised an eyebrow at that and looked out to the forest. Shrugging, she walked over to Bondo and started tapping his face. Groggily, he looked up at her. Was time called? She shook her head and held out the earpiece to him. Confused, he held it up to his ear and listened to the pleading of Shiozaki. Okay, I'll help her. Handing her back the earpiece, he held a hand up to his ear and pushed down on his own earpiece. Hagakure, Shiozaki is giving up, please stop attacking her. She didn't hear the reply, but she heard Shiozaki give a sigh of relief and say thank you. Bondo looked at her and waved her to go on. I'm out too, go help your team. With a nod, she walked over and started hurling stuff at Shota, who was barely holding his ground. With the new threat, he started backpedaling and went close to Kirishima, who was fighting Tsunatori. She liked Pony, she was a fun girl who filled the silence with a fun atmosphere. She liked Shota also, while he didn't win the class rep vote, she always looked at him like he was a leader. Right now though, he was an enemy. Mikazuki was a weird one, she could talk a lot, but tended to just watch and react to the things around her. She liked her though. The girl loved to play board games and thanks to her quirk was always able to play at any moment. Currently their score was 4-5 on chess, 1-3 on Othello, 5-3 on shogi, and 1-1 in 2 different Hanafuda games they've played so far. She looked over at Mikazuki and slammed one hand into her other, in the eyesight of Shota. The girl nodded and disappeared into a gray smog. The sound of stone cracking resonated through the air and stopped the intense melee between Pony and Kirishima. Kirishima. Leaning out of the stab, he grabbed her wrist going for an elbow, and missed as she spun in his grasp. Trying to slam a foot into his face, he yanked her wrist, throwing off her aim and dropped her onto his knee. Before she made contact, one of her horns slammed into the side of his head and she froze midair, him unable to bring her further down. Letting her wrist go, he slammed downward on her stomach and got another horn to the eye, forcing him to blink. In that short time, she spun and stabbed another horn into the underside of his chin. When his hand slammed into her, he heard the sound of her grunt and guessed with a kick, receiving another grunt. Shaking his head, he cleared off the flakes of horn and got into his ready stance again, as Tsunatori did the same. You ever think Izuku is a little too deadly in what he teaches? She closed her eyes and sighed. Yes, he's very dash, she struggled for a word. Intense. She nodded. Yeah, when he was training me, he slammed into me with his full strength all the time, telling me to either dodge or get stronger. Same. He rushed forward and went for a gut punch, but it was dodged. Seeing one of her daggers go for his throat, he pivoted and used his left hand to slam into her. Unfortunately for him, her ability to pivot midair surpassed his own, and she simply moved out of the way and stabbed him twice in the back of the neck. He growled and latched onto her foot. Come on. Pulling as hard as he could, he felt her slip a tiny bit and smiled. She started frantically hitting him, but with his quirk up, there wasn't much she could do to him. With one final heave, he tore her free of whatever was keeping her aloft and tossed her into a nearby tree. Following it up, the instant she went flying, he slammed a fist into her stomach as she landed. He heard the sound of the wind being knocked out of her, but that didn't stop her. Sliding beneath his legs, her horns slammed into the back of his body and she started trying to turn him into thinly sliced beef. Every time he tried to turn, one of the horns would slam into his face. This went on until he managed to dodge a hit to the face and backhanded the girl with all the strength he could muster. He was getting tired. Blocking the backhand, she skidded back and was about to jump forward again, but they both heard the sound of stone cracking and looked over at the others. Tobu was covered in a gray smog and he swore he could see some type of monster inside it. He caught Pony looking at him and looked over to only shrug. He didn't know what she was doing. With a roar, the smog cleared and a massive monster the size of 4 men started lumbering over to Shota. Sighing, he ran over to Shota's side and prepared to block the strike, but the timer was called, thankfully. He still had the whole day. Fled. Time's up. Start heading back to the entrance, we'll meet you there. Cutting off the microphone, he looked over at Midnight, who was looking at the monster Mikazuki had created. She brings her nightmares to life, right? He nodded. Nightmares are stronger than pleasant dreams. She says the more recent the nightmare, the stronger it is. Do you think? He nodded. Yes, I do. Talk with Aizawa if you want to. I'm not going to force the girl when I'm not her homeroom teacher. She nodded and followed him to the entrance to review with the 2 teams. Splitting off from him, she went over to her own team, while his own approached him. You all did well. Shiozaki, you need to be willing to hurt another person. You could have easily dealt with Hagakure if you simply attacked everywhere around you. She nodded, dried tears in her eyes. He sighed and handed over one the small clay tokens Midoriya had given to all the teachers. Go ahead and use it. Once it was in her hand, he told her the activation word and turned to Kodai. Good work, but I don't appreciate you telling one of your teammates to literally crush another. All the girl did was nod. He turned to Mikazuki next. Same goes for you. I've seen your training with Mary, you could have easily dealt with Shota. What's stopping you from attacking him? She put her hands behind her back. I didn't want to hurt him. He didn't have anything protecting him. He nodded. Very well, I suggest learning more capture techniques from this point onward. At her nod, he turned to the last one, Tsunatori. Same goes for you. While this enemy was able to take it, I saw some fairly deadly strikes that would have seriously injured a normal person. Tone it down a bit and learn some capture techniques. She nodded. You got it, teach. Satisfied, he pointed out to where ectoplasm was. Start heading that way, you'll be meeting Mr. Ectoplasm. Bakugo. Silver and Tail were bruised head to toe and looked ready to pass out any second. Him and the bug were the only ones standing. Bug's ability to cause blades to appear wherever he wanted had saved the guy quite a bit. The guy reminded him of those anime he would watch as a kid. With 2 blades in hand, he stood his ground and slashed at the air like a madman, nothing getting past his defenses. The massive welts on his exposed skin were proof that he wasn't an anime character though. Him on the other hand only got hit by 2 tennis balls after the first one to the forehead. The pink-haired beach had turned a switch in the middle and increased the speed of the tennis ball twice. After realizing the new speed, he had compensated and easily dealt with the threat. Good work, gentlemen. Time to get up and head over to Aizawa. Walking of his own volition alongside the bug, he watched as ectoplasm formed 2 clones and started carrying the other 2 behind them. He smiled. It was awesome being amazing. Kendo. She hated Snipe. Never in her life did she hate someone as much as she hated Snipe right now. The BS-30 had shot her in the thigh, the ankle, her neck, and her cheek. After the second time of getting shot, she had decided to use her hands to block the bullets, but with his quirk, it only helped so much. After her 7th try, she finally made it to the end of the course with the aid of the other 3. Completely unwilling to get shot, Aoyama had waited until he figured out a plan and shared it with them. The only who was able to dodge the bullets reliably for a while was Shishida, as he could augment his size. So the plan was for her to throw Shishida as close to the exit as she could, and the instant she did so, Aoyama would attack Snipe. Both of the reps had started arguing against the plan, but it wasn't technically in the rules, so they relented. Snipe must have not seen the attack coming, because the instant it happened he started yelling at them. Much to his annoyance, the 4 of them made it to the exit and spent the time recovering from their welts. She wasn't willing to use one of the tokens from Izuku, so she just sat there and vibed with the grass of the meadow. Not long after she started doing it, the other 3 laid down next to her and they started cloud watching. The teacher sat not far from them and started writing new rules for the course. She sort of felt bad for the next group that was coming through. Okay, you 4, start heading over to Ms. Mary. Mary. They done well, for a while. After saving 3/4 of the civilians, she had grouped the remaining armies together and formed ranks. Sending several of the teams on scouting missions, it had forced the students to act stealthy and with decisiveness. The only one she didn't catch the entire time was Little Froppy. The girl was not only quick, but had a grace that her dolls weren't capable of keeping up with. Unfortunately for them, they still didn't end up winning. Fukidashi partway through had run his throat to the end of its capabilities and was out for the count. Ida was captured one more time and got saved by Azui. From there they decided to hunker down somewhere and devise a strategy to save the 4 last dummies. The time was out and it was all for naught. You 5 did well, Fukidashi. I suggest you put everything you can into your quirk during summer camp. Always, continue working on that trick and it will be more handy than you think. Yayorozu, you need to work on your transference rate, work on it during summer camp. Azui, you need to learn some attack moves, your capture is good, but ties you up. Ida, I suggest paying attention to where you run. I'm not saying look down when you run, just keep an eye out. Getting 5 head nods, she pointed to the forest arena. Start heading to Ms. Midnight. Cementus. He smiled seeing the 5 of them completely out of breath. Congratulations to Ms. Tokage for being our winner with 25 points. He handed the small envelope over with a bow, which she took with a bow. Thanks, Mr. Cementos. This was actually a lot of fun. The other grumbled but didn't speak up. He nodded. I'm glad you think so. Now start heading over to Ground Omega, you'll be meeting Mr. Vlad there. Prepare yourselves for a fight. That seemed to catch their attention. You will only be fighting once today, but trust me, some of the exercises that the other teachers have come up with will make you prefer the fighting. Kaminari sighed. So we got the unlucky straw. And are doing it early? He nodded. Unfortunately. Now get going. All might. He clapped for the 4 students and smiled when he saw the 3 older students assisting them off the hillside and back toward him. The only one still able to walk Rin was walking through pure willpower alone. He could see the hobble in the boy's legs, but he pushed on. Koda had put up a valiant effort and actually kept Hato from helping her allies for a decent amount of time. Unfortunately, the girl at some point had learned a few dirty tricks and dropped out of the air, then rocketed at the poor boy, who could only run away in fright. Kurwaro had gotten the closest to the civilians in the fortress, but was stopped by Togata and temporarily stunned by a punch to the side of his head. Being dragged out to open air, Togata had him tied up by Amajiki and left under the sun. Tsuburaba and Rin had worked together from the start and formed a duo that fought Amajiki with all of their might. They ended up getting thrown back down the hillside and regrouping with the other 2 as the big 3 watched with smiles, or in Amajiki's case, worry. After a minute of planning, they charged the hillside. Under the cover of an army of birds, They blinded Amajiki and Hado, leaving the four of them to fight Togata. Ignoring Rin, Togata went for Tsuburaba, whose quirk was useless against him. Popping up out of the ground, Togata unleashed dozens of punches to the guy's side. After delivering his punches, he dipped back into the ground as a large octopus arm came flying through the birds and slammed into the other three. Getting scared off, the birds flew away and left the four of them open to an attack from Hado. Koda blocked the attack, but was thrown into a wall. Kuwaro dived in a shadow and Rin sliced through the tentacle. The follow-up attack blew up the ground and threw Kuwaro out of his shadow and into the air, where Togata delivered a haymaker to his stomach. It was at that point he had to rethink how this exercise would go from here on out. Being the only two left, Koda and Rin worked together long enough to withstand another attack from Togata, but were thrown off their feet and backward down the hill from Hado. When they made their way over, he smiled at the four of them. "You four did well. While you didn't succeed, you didn't back down against a superior foe. Take a few minutes to rest and then start heading over to present Mike in Ground Gamma." They nodded and started reviewing what they did wrong amongst themselves. Walking over to the big three, he smiled at them. "Hope you three are still capable of fighting." Togata nodded with a smile. "Willing and able, sir." Hado was holding onto Amajiki, preventing him from leaving. "We deal with a lot more during our normal training." "We'll be fine, sir." Nodding, he left them alone and started writing a few things down. Koda needed more training all around. The boy was an asset, but he didn't have the oomph that his classmates had. Kuwaro needed to utilize all his learned capabilities to their full potential. After attacking Izuku and getting in trouble for it, he hadn't used his knife at all. Tsuburaba was taken out fairly early, so he didn't have much for the boy. He did need to think quicker though. His quirk was powerful and potentially deadly, but he didn't have the drive yet to use it fully. Rin was strong, capable and deadly in his own right, but he was slow. He was stuck taking blows that someone else could dodge and relied on his scales to take them for him. The buzzer on his phone went off and he shouted to the group, "Start heading over." "Aizawa." With one hand he rubbed his eyes and sighed, while Mike continued laughing. Initially, it was a normal team versus team battle until Komori and Todoroki ignited each other's need for competition. Fire and ice versus a broad spectrum of powers that forced Todoroki to think quickly. From there it turned into a psing match between the two, and the other six fought a normal team battle in between the massive glaciers and flying boulders. They let it continue only because they weren't hurting teammates and were actually keeping each other busy. When the buzzer in the room went off, he held down a button on the microphone. "Time's up, get back here now." "Be a little easy on them, Shota." He sighed and walked toward the entrance where he would meet Team D. When they rounded the corner of a building, they were talking animatedly and congratulating each other. Their faces fell when they saw his annoyed face. Falling in line in front of him, he sighed. "You all did well." He saw the smile form and cut it short. "But..." The smiles disappeared. "You need to work alongside all of your teammates. Komori, you are a powerhouse with few equals. It doesn't mean much if your teammates are taken out. Jiro, Sato, you two worked perfectly together, but you left Yanagi to fight on her own, with very little support from yourselves. Yanagi, you tried, but you need to be quicker on your feet. Don't fall into a 1v1 unless you can't help it." He pointed to the new addition to their campus. "Head over to Ground Zeta. You'll be meeting a man named Mr. Yagi." As they walked off, Komori stopped and bowed to him. "Sorry, sir." He sighed. "Just try better next time." "Yes, sir." Back in Africa. Izuku. They just made it to a small tourist village that wasn't overly busy this time of year and were sitting in a cafe having a small late lunch. After driving away from the airport, the pair were immediately driven to the outskirts of the city and shown several interesting spots before they got to the national park they were headed for. So far, Uraraka managed to pet an elephant, which she was still vibrating about, and he got to watch a pro-hero battle a villain. The hero's quirk was called Waldwill. He wasn't able to catch the villain's quirk. He wasn't allowed near the guy. "Izuku, try this one." He blinked and looked at Achiko. She had a massive smile on her face as she held out a small bready triangle. Taking the bread, he popped it into his mouth and allowed Misaka to give her opinion. Fairly decent, try one with the fruit dip. Doing so, she happily hummed. That's good. Fairly sure it's not the healthiest thing though. He smiled. Mrs. Kameo laughed lightly at Misaka's opinion. She didn't know it was hers, but she laughed nonetheless. I don't think two young heroes need to be worried about their caloric intake. Achiko smiled. You'd think that, but if I eat too much I start gaining weight like crazy. As the woman talked, he spoke to Mr. Kameo. So why did you decide to open a touring business? The man smiled. My quirk isn't the greatest for combat nor an everyday job, so I decided to find something it'd be uniquely perfect for. Smiling, he added. It also doesn't hurt that I love nature and know these places like the back of my hand. Nodding, he took another bite of food. His quirk was projection. It allowed him to turn any glass around him into a telescope. Wherever they went, they got a zoomed-in image of wherever they passed. I agree, it's perfect for your line of work. The four of them turned to look out the massive glass window and watched as a massive man started yelling something. Picking up nearby cars, he started tossing them this way and that. Their guides began panicking alongside everyone else and were about to run out of the building to get away, but Achiko stopped them. We'll be fine. Your truck will be okay also, right babe? He nodded and smiled at the pair. I might not be able to take him down legally, but I can defend myself. Turning back to keep an eye on the man, he watched as a hero appeared and started battling with the massive man. Either dodging or crumbling the thrown objects, the hero danced around the villain and batted him side to side with his quirk. He wasn't able to see how the hero smashed the thrown objects, but he was gesturing with his hands, allowing Izuku to see some sort of energy was listening to the man. His musings were interrupted by the hero dodging and a car began flying at them. Their guides flinched and dove for cover, while Achiko just smiled lightly. Snapping his fingers, the car froze midair and eventually dropped. Luckily, he didn't need to do anything anymore for the store or their guide's truck as the villain finally got subdued. Mr. Kameo sighed. Sorry for not trusting you. He waved away the apology. It's fine, you don't know anything about me. Achiko snickered. Izuku is famous in Japan. The Kameos turned to look at him in surprise, while he looked confusedly at Achiko. What? Her smile turned to confusion. Did you not watch the news? No. He hadn't watched TV for a decent while, he'd been too busy. Shrugging, she took another bite of food and swallowed. You were voted the number 4 most popular UA student. It was on the news yesterday. Huh. That was news to him. If you don't mind me asking, what exactly are your quirks? Asked Mrs. Kameo. Achiko answered first. Mine is zero gravity. I can completely get rid of gravity and momentum on an object. The second property was recently discovered after a thorough look from him and Momo. The two guides nodded and looked at him. Mana. It allows me to do almost anything as long as I have the energy for it. Anything. Giving Mr. Kameo a SOSO gesture with his hand, he elaborated. Almost anything. To do new things I normally have to invest time and resources into it. I can also do this. Holding out his hand to the man, he waited for the man to grasp it. When he did, Misaki confirmed the transfer. Letting go of the man's hand, he tapped the glass of the shop's window. The glass shimmered, then began to focus on the police scene in front of them. Their guides slumped into their seats, stunned. Neither said anything until a wide grin split Mr. Kameo's face. What's your quus? Both him and Achiko gave him a confused look while his wife sighed. Sorry, what? The man nodded and pulled out his phone. After a few seconds, he showed it to them. On the continent of Africa, all quirk users are given a quirk assessment. Their score is their quus. I got an 11, average human. My wife got a 44, that's roughly half as strong as a low-rank sidekick. What's the test like? He asked. Do you just hit something really hard? Asked Achiko, just as curious as him. There is a family of heroes that run the test. All their quirks are adept in the calculation of quirks. They can quantify your quirk's ability in 4 categories: power, speed, utility, and promise. The first 3 are self-explanatory, but the 4th is what will help you decide your future. It's a measure of what your quirk is truly capable of. He felt Misaki buzzing. We should try it. Ring yes. What's the scale? If one is an average human, what is a pro? Bako clicked a link and showed it to them. A pro is anywhere above Eniokuza, our number one, is reported to have a 730, not the highest among the heroes, but his natural charisma is what makes him number one. What's the record? Asked Ochiko, who was giving him a small smirk. The current record is in the 900s. The hero, Amik, is a water hero. His quirk allows him to open portals to the bottom of the ocean. He can either send people there or bring forth the water. He's retired now though, his kids aren't as strong as him, but they're still in the top 100. Misaki whistled. Not too shabby. I wonder what our kids will be like. Ignoring her, he asked, would I be able to take the test? Mrs. Kameo answered him. You can, but you'll need to find an appointment time. It normally takes months to get scheduled in. Bako smirked evilly and rubbed his thumb and fingers together. Unless you have the money to wet some wheels. Sighing, he smiled. It's always money, isn't it? Bako laughed. Looking at Ochiko, he asked. Wanna try? She shrugged. How long does it take? Yawanda answered. 2 hours, not terribly long, but it's tiring. How about before we go back home? Nodding, he looked at Bako. Think you can get me in contact with someone? I can pay nearly any price. Bako smiled. My uncle's friend works as one of the secretaries for the Soviet. I'll give him a call. Thanking the man, they finished up and continued their tour for the day. You know, when I wanted an African safari, a quirk assessment test wasn't what I had in mind. Ochiko smiled as they got ready for bed. True to his word, Bako got them in. It cost him 34 million yen, but they got their spots for tomorrow in the afternoon. If you would have said no, I wouldn't have tried. She shrugged and crawled between the sheets, running her bare body over the top of his own. Misaki purred. I'm fine with it, but you gotta make it up to me. Rubbing a hand down his body, she added. Right now. Smiling, he did just that. The next day. Mr. Midoriya, Miss Uraraka, this is Irfan Sayed. Introduced Bako's contact. Waving the man away, Irfan shook both of their hands. Nice to meet you, follow me. Turning, he led them into the massive coliseum that sat in the middle of the Sahara Desert. Your test will be held at the same location. For an accurate assessment, we suggest giving it your all. While not doing so will not throw off our assessment by much, it could possibly give you a lower score than you are expecting. Translating for Ochiko, they finally made it to a massive room with a glass box sitting on the top of the wall overlooking the arena. Do either of you require anything to showcase your quirk? With him translating, Ochiko nodded. My quirk affects objects, so a heavy object would be nice. Very well, a pre-weighed block will be provided. Turning to a pad in his hand, the man typed something and finally looked at him. While we wait, how about we start with you? Nodding, he followed the man's commands. Walking into the middle of the room, he watched as a black pillar rose from the ground. Using Observe on it, he learned it was made from multilayered graphene. He looked back at the man. Would it be a problem if I broke this? The man shook his head. One of my family is capable of repairing it, or forming a whole new one. Nodding, he turned back to the pillar. Mentally swiping at the air, he turned back on the damage notifications and started casting. Go for it, he told Misaki. Bone Gauntlet, Momentum Bomb, Thundered Weapon, Frost Dirk, Strength of Hercules, Stone Lining, Power Strike minus 25%, Line in the Sand, Hunker Down Photon Bomb, Solar Clap, Cosmic Halo. It took everything he had to control his fist right now. It was spinning like crazy and weighed a metric fuckton. It was also glowing like a miniature sun. Adding in the mini sun that Cosmic Halo made, he reeled his fist back and shouted, King Smash. Activating One for All at 100%, he smashed into the pillar. As the mini nuke went off, he was thrown back and caught by Misaki, who cast bubble cushion on the wall before he hit it. Falling to the ground, he blinked the sunspot away and finally noticed his arm was gone, alongside the entire pillar and the center of the arena and the next 2 walls behind it. Looking over, his 2 companions were picking themselves up off the ground and looked stunned. As he walked over, he cast emergency aid on his stump and helped the 2 of them up. Achiko shook her head with mirth as he helped Irfan up. The man was barely shaking off the effects of his punch when sirens started going off and several dozen heroes began swarming into the arena. When the pros entered, ready for a fight, Irfan had to wave them away and told them to move along. Turning back to him, Irfan gave him a curious look. "Did you need to destroy the Colosseum?" Izuku shrugged and scratched the back of his head with his good hand. "You did say go all out. That's the first time I've done that though. I normally can't sit and build up all that power in one go." Irfan nodded and led them out of the ruined arena. "We'll use the next door arena. I have the damage report." They'd have to look at it later. The rest of the assessment was not as eventful, sadly. After Achiko smashed the 1,000-kilo block into the pillar, they were given a series of small-scale tests that measured their quirk's abilities and range. After that, they met a young woman who was currently holding Achiko's hand and staring into her soul. Using Observe on her, he found out why. Name: Najma Sayed. Age: 22. Quirk: Sight of the Stars D. He was assuming the girl could see into the future somehow, but he had no idea without actually taking it for himself. He was told that there would be no speaking to the woman before, during, or after this test, and to keep all questions to himself. Unfortunately, his questions would go without answers for the rest of his life, or until he met the woman outside of this test later in life. He already used up transference for the hour and couldn't lower the cooldown any faster than normal. Finishing up with Achiko, her eyes went pitch black for a few seconds and then it was done. Letting go of her hand, she walked over Irfan and started typing some stuff out, then walked over to him when she was done. Taking his hand, she stared into his eyes and promptly passed out. Gamer's mind has negated the following effect: Sight of the Stars. Shocked, he pulled the woman into his arms and held her as Irfan started freaking out and calling for medics. Repeatedly saying he didn't do anything, he laid the woman in the gurney that was brought in and watched as Irfan and the medics disappeared with the woman. He turned to Achiko, who looked just as lost as him. "What happened to you?" His girlfriend and him walked over to a wall and sat down. When she was staring into my eyes, I couldn't look away. When her eyes went black, I felt myself start falling back into an abyss and then landed where I was standing. It felt weird. DMN. He brought a hand up to his chin. Her quirk was some sort of mental quirk. Gamer's mind blocked it, and I assume it slammed it back into her. So she divided by 0? He looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Her cheeks went pink. Momo had to explain the principle of 0 to our classmates during a study session. I keep repeating what she says in my head for some reason. It's like having a song stuck in your head. He snorted, earning a playful shove from her. Several minutes of small talk went by before Irfan came back. "I apologize for the wait. Your test has concluded and your results will be available at the front desk." With nothing left to say, the man rushed back out. Giving each other a shrug, they stood up and walked back to the entrance, grabbing their envelopes and teleporting back to Kameo's residence. They would have just gone back, but Bako was excited to see their scores, so they wanted to indulge him. Their new friends were setting up the table for a goodbye dinner when they knocked on the door. Bako greeted them with a wide smile and let them in, closing the door behind them. "How did it go?" Achiko didn't mince words and giggled slightly. Izuku destroyed the building and caused a panic. Bako started belly laughing while Yawanda shook her head, a smile playing across her face. Calming down, the man smiled eagerly. "Well, go on, open them up." Achiko went first. Tearing open the paper, she looked at it for a second and announced, 604. Bako cheered with her, while he smiled on the sidelines. She turned to him, a wide smile on her face. "Go on." Tearing it open, he unfolded the paper and sighed, handing it Achiko. "I hate this place, let's go home." He almost agreed with her. Achiko read out, "Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, we assign the temporary score of please schedule. Another appointment for a new score." She snorted. Maybe they don't want a foreigner to get a higher score. Bako was rubbing his chin as his wife set down the food. "It does happen once in a while, but with how much you paid and what happened, there's no way they would be willing to slight you like that." Shaking his head, he looked back up. It's still amazing you got an 800 though. He's just annoyed he didn't beat the high score. Teased Ochiko. That's it, she gets punished. A week later. Bring. Hello. Midoriya. Hey, what's going on? He didn't forget to lock up the equipment, did he? Are you ready for I Island? Oh yeah, that was this weekend. Yes, sir, but I have a question. Go for it. Do you care if I bring May? She was complaining that she didn't get an invite from the island. All Might laughed. Feel free to bring her along, you're keeping an eye on her though. I'll do my best, sir. Excellent. Meet me at UA in 4 hours. If you don't mind, we can use your portals to get there. We'll be there, sir. I'll see you soon. Farewell for now. Also, get changed into your hero outfit. You think they'll let us use their equipment? Maybe we'll ask. The event is a week long, so we should be able to make it there. Pulling out his phone, he rang up May. Bring. As the call was answered, he heard the sound of crashing, cursing, and a sigh. Handsome, shoot. I'd rather not have to shoot you if I don't have to. Still a stupid joke. He smiled. Got a question for you. I am free this weekend, but you'll have to ask me in person if you want a date. He shook his head. Wrong question. Real question, do you want to go to I Island with me? All Might is taking me and he said I could bring you. Waiting for an answer, he heard a massive crash and some muffled swearing. Finally, she answered. 1,000,000 times yes. Awesome, get a week's worth of outfits ready and a dress. And yes, you have to wear it. After a bit of muffled cursing, she relented. Whatever. I'm at home. Be there in an hour. Ending the call, he lowered himself down to the ground. How many was that? I lost count. 3,473. He looked at the test results around him. Looks like it's a viable shield. She didn't say anything, but when he blinked, the form of a kid appeared in his vision. Should be, we'll need to test it, but that won't be hard. Opening his mouth to ask, he shut it, not sure what to even ask. Misaki's voice came out of the girl again with a smile. Hi, Dad. Are you real? She sighed. Unfortunately, no. I'm making this as we think. She looked up with a small frown. We need to figure out how to get me a body. He smirked. What? Tired of being in my head. While having to deal with going P and Pmzing would be annoying as all hell, I'd like to experience life on my own, I guess? She finished with a nervous smile. Crouching slightly, he got to eye level with his daughter. We'll look into it as soon as we get back from my island, okay? She nodded with a smile. So, why that look? Well, you're my dad and Shino is my mom, so I kind of just mixed them. Do you not like it? No, I like it, you look cute. The girl that was before him had a heart-shaped face, delicate features and a thin layer of baby fat. She made her body appear around the age of 10, maybe 11? Her hair was a chaotic mix between Shino's red hair and his green. Her outfit was a simple t-shirt and jeans. She gave him a smile and popped out of existence. Let's get this party on the road. I want my weapon. Smiling, he teleported back home, collected some outfits and a suit. Saying goodbye to his mom, he handed a rune to Shiki and teleported to Mei's house. Knocking on the garage door, he waited for it to open. A few seconds of waiting later, the garage opened and he was inside Mei's home sanctuary. The entire right side of her parents' garage was converted into a workspace with a small bed. The last time he was here, he learned that her original room, the one inside the actual house, was now a home theater. You ready? He asked. She held up a finger and gargled, then spit out the liquid into a sink. Yeah, let's go. Lovely. Bags? She pointed to a small suitcase. That should be enough. He sighed. Let me guess, your dress is balled up inside it? Shrugging, she picked it up. Why does it matter? We're going to a banquet filled with some of the most prominent names across the world. This is going to be your clientele, you need to dress nice. A dress covered in creases and nicks isn't going to do you any favors. I tried telling her that, but she doesn't listen to me though. He turned to see Mei's mom. Nice to see you again, Ms. Hatsum. Same to you, young man. Her mom's smile dropped when she looked at her daughter, who had the look of someone who ate a bug. How about we get you a dress real quick and then meet up with All Might? Her mom glared at her daughter, who relented with a sigh. Fine. Whatever, let's just get going. Throwing her bag at him, she walked out of the garage and gave her mom a half-hearted wave. Waving goodbye to the now happy mom, he watched her mouth the words, "Pictures." Giving her a thumbs up, he opened a portal and walked to a shopping district. Do you have any idea where you want to get a dress? Hell if I know. Where do your girls normally go? Throwing her bag into the inventory portal, he led her to a boutique that Shino uses. Walking in, he was greeted by a very enthusiastic owner. Mr. Midoriya, what brings you in today? I don't see Ms. Sosaki with you today. I'm actually here with another friend of mine. He gestured to Mei, who was giving the woman an annoyed look. This is Hatsum, we need a dress for her. The woman smiled at the annoyed mechanic. I'm sure we can find something that would fit her perfectly. Mei's eye twitched. A half hour later, he was walking out of a portal to UA with a very red Mei. Making their way up the stairs, he walked to the teacher's lounge and was greeted by All Might, who was in his hero form. Young Midoriya. Young Hatsum. Are you two ready to go? He smiled. As ready as ever, sir. And yourself, young Hatsum? Still pink in the cheeks, she nodded. Ready. Midoriya, if you will do the honors. He got handed a piece of paper with some chords on it. Taking it, he had Misaki input them and snapped his fingers. It bottomed out his mana, but he wasn't planning on doing any fighting. Bowing, he gestured to the portal. Your transport is ready, my liege. Letting out an amused laugh, All Might strolled through the portal with Mei behind him. Following in behind them, he bumped into a stunned Mei, who was vibrating where she stood. Before them was the massive entry gate to I Island. Rows upon rows of people were waiting in line. Leading the way to a booth where no one was in line, All Might's status allowed them to skip the line. Going across the long hallway, All Might asked, So, young Hatsum, what do you plan on doing while here? The girl's eyes went dreamy. I'd love to be able to see the Rand D department. I also want to see their hero equipment and test a few. All Might laughed. A friend of mine might be able to get you into those places. We're going to be meeting your friend? Asked Izuku. The hero nodded. That's who I got the invitation from. Clearing the hallway, they walked through the sliding door and were stunned by the sights. Massive amusement rides, set up only for the expo, weird colorful skyscrapers, robots of different sizes and lush gardens as far as the normal eyes could see. Mei was bouncing as she looked. Well, let's get on to the hotel, it shouldn't be far from here. It's All Might. The three of them turned and saw a starry-eyed woman looking at the hero with glee. He quickly looked at All Might. Escape. The hero shook his head. Might as well get this over with. Taking Mei's hand, he jumped them both away as the crowd swarmed the number one hero with shouts, hugs, cameras, and a few kisses from some women. Landing on the top of the massive welcome sign, the both of them watched and waited. Mei harumphed. These people act like they've never seen All Might before. We're just jaded. We see him almost every day. She sighed. I guess, I just really want to check in at the hotel so we can go exploring. He nodded in agreement. I actually want to ask and see if I can make an item while we're here. Oh, what's on the docket? An axe. She raised an eyebrow. Just an axe. Design-wise, yes. I'm actually going to be carving my runes into it, in a special way. What's it going to do? A couple of things, the most important one though is an everlasting rune. It will never need to be sharpened and it will never chip or rust. Handy, can you put those on some of my stuff? Shaking his head, he explained. You'd need to completely remake the items for me to do it. I'm going to have to take a flat sheet of metal, draw the rune, fold, draw the rune, fold, and keep doing that until I get a billet. I'll do it one more time and then Damascus it. Once that's set, I'll twist the combined billets into a rune pattern and flatten it. Pretty sure you wouldn't want to go through the effort. She shrugged. Not for most of my babies, there are a few I wouldn't mind though. Like, she began listing off several of her inventions, of which he's only seen a dozen. Nearly an hour went by before the crowd surrounding All Might finally dispersed. Jumping back down, They joined the hero who was covered into lipstick and had several unmentionables stuffed into his pockets and seams. All Might laughed. We need to hurry. My friend is planning on meeting us in 15 minutes. Snapping his fingers, a portal appeared. I took the liberty of finding the coordinates to the hotel. We'll have to leg it to the meeting spot though. Not wasting any time, they walked through the portal and then the front doors of the hotel. When they got to the receptionist, she stared at All Might with wide eyes and started stuttering over her words. All Might. How can I assist you? Reservation for 2 rooms please. Giving him a shaky nod, she started typing, but kept fumbling over her fingers. Each time she did so, she muttered an apology and started over. He could see All Might's foot tapping as he waited. How about you go meet your friend? May and I can check in and drop off the bags. We'll meet you at the front of the hotel. Good idea, Midoriya. He turned to the lady. Will that be okay? The lady gave him a blushed nod. Anything for you, sir. With that, he dashed out of the hotel. The lady seemed to deflate and slumped into her keyboard. Under her breath, she sighed. I looked so stupid. Smiling, he said, You're not the only person who's done that to him. Don't feel too bad. I can get you an autograph if you want. Sitting ramrod straight, she looked at him with desperation. Please. Seeing his nod, she typed like her life depended on it. Not even 2 minutes went by before she produced 4 keys. Walking up the stairs, they made it to their rooms where they ran into a problem. May sighed. Can you keep your hands to yourself? He laughed and scratched the back of his head. Yeah, but I wonder if we'll get in trouble. She shrugged. Who cares, let's just drop off the bags and get going. We're burning daylight. Nodding, he opened a portal and dropped All Might's bags into his room. Their issue with the rooms was that one was a king and the other was 2 full-sized beds. Now, you'd normally think, why didn't he and All Might take the 2 fulls and May go to the king? Well, the issue was that the room with the king was filled to the brim with gifts, chocolates, and cards for the pro. So much so that he had to drop off the bags in the bathroom, the only place with enough space. Getting done with that, they walked back downstairs and started walking after All Might, using Eye of the Lost. After a decent walk, they met All Might and a blonde-haired girl who was bouncing next to him on a weird pogo stick. Observe. Name, Melissa Shield. Age, 17. Quirk. The mind is fathomless and without equal. Young Midoriya. Young handsome. Did you get the hotel squared away? He nodded. All good, sir. You did get a few gifts, by the way. The man laughed. I always get a few chocolates when I have to use a hotel. May mumbled to him. A couple dozen is a few? He smiled and turned to the girl. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Hero name Izuku. Having stopped bouncing, she smiled and took his hand. Melissa Shield. How do you know Uncle Might? I'm a student at UA in the hero course. All Might laughed. So humble. Melissa, this is my protege. Having looked up at the man, she looked back at him with wide eyes. Really? He nodded with a small smile. It's not something I normally go around spouting to people. May cut in at that moment. Hey, my name's Hatsume. Can we get on with the tour? I want to see your labs. Melissa stopped in her tirade, looked at May and gave a guilty smile. Yeah, sure, sorry, just excited. She shrugged. All good people tend to go soft in the head when they're around Izuku for too long. He looked at her with a deadpan glare. Really? She just shrugged at him. Melissa, who got back onto her pogo stick, started hopping away. Follow me. I'll take us to Papa's lab. Following her, they got to a massive skyscraper, where she did one big jump and stored the pogo stick away. That certainly caught May's attention. Hardlight? Nanobots? Quirk. Melissa smiled. Combination of nanobots and hardlight. The bots create the shape and skeleton, then they form the hardlight shell. May hummed as Melissa handed over the pogo stick watch. Handy, can you only form a pogo stick? Taking back the watch as they got onto the massive elevator, Melissa made a short sword. I can make any shape, but the problem is the bots are only strong in one direction. She demonstrated this by bending the sword, causing it to go slack. I'm trying to make it so it doesn't do that, but I think I might have to start from scratch. Probably. Have you thought about total hard light? She nodded as the floors went by. The issue is I don't have a strong enough battery that could handle the constructs, while still fitting in the watch. May nodded. That is an issue. What's your progress on a smaller, more powerful battery? It's slow going. I have a decent battery the size of a donut right now. How long can it last? About 20 years in its current state. After that, it needs to be given a bit more juice and it can keep going. May whistled. That's pretty good, for a non-fusion. What's stopping you from going smaller? Melissa sighed. The centrifugal force of the battery makes anything it's attached to start wobbling. I have to strap it to a block of cement attached to the ground so it doesn't start rocking everything. That's it. She pointed back at him. Just have Magic Man draw some of his fancy circles on the housing and the force is handled. Melissa looked back at him in surprise. What is your quirk? It has to be pretty good if All Might took you under his wing. Mana. He answered smoothly. It allows me to use a pool of energy to do almost anything I can think of. My best use of it is heliokinesis. Her eyes widened. You can create a miniature sun? He nodded. I'll show you when we're not huddled together. I don't want to catch us on fire. Please don't, asked All Might. Ding. Getting to their floor, Melissa led them to an office, where a blonde-haired man was now exiting. Daddy! David's shield looked over at the sound of his daughter, and his eyes went wide as he took in the shape that was All Might. Look who I found. All Might. Dave. My old friend. Sweeping the man into his arms, the friends began talking as May questioned him. Is that? He nodded. David Shield, the designer of hundreds of inventions and the designer of almost all of All Might's suits. She whistled, which caught the attention of David. And who are these two? All Might stood to the side, pointing to May first. This one is Hatsum May, an inventor with no equal in UA's support class. May held up her nose. More like all of Japan. The big man laughed and pointed at him. This here is my protege, Izuku Midoriya, hero name Izuku. Only thanks to his enhanced senses, he caught the man's sudden intake of breath and slight jaw clench. He had no idea what it meant, so he filed it away for later. Nice to meet you, Mr. Shield. I'm a huge fan of your work. The man gave him a smile. Nice to meet the both of you. Turning to his daughter, he asked, how about you give them a tour? It will let me and All Might catch up. Sure thing, Papa. She turned to look at May. How about I show you my project? With the fire lit, May grabbed him and started dragging him after the girl. He waved to All Might, who started laughing. We'll see you tonight. Giving him a two-finger salute, the hero followed his friend into the office. All Might, so, you finally chose an apprentice. He nodded at his old friend. The time of All Might is coming to a close. As soon as young Midoriya has a license, I'll be sponsoring him publicly. Letting go of his muscle form, he sat down with a cough. I've been running pretty low lately. Luckily, there haven't been any horribly bad situations that I've had to respond to. UA getting attacked at school isn't considered bad? He smiled. The only injury was young Sato, who is still on his way to becoming a great hero. The last I heard, he was on the fast track for getting his license this year. As for the fight itself, the students managed to defend themselves mostly. I just showed up at the end and cleaned up. Nowadays, I don't think any regular villain can threaten the class. And your successor? He let out a laugh and finished with a cough. If anyone can threaten that young man, we'd need to call on every hero we have to take down that villain. David sat down in a chair across from him. You have a lot of trust in him, don't you? He nodded with an easy smile. The boy is on the track to not only be the #1 hero, but a pillar of society. So what's his quirk? What's he like? His body has a pool that he calls mana. It allows him to do miraculous things that most people would call magic. Wiping a bit of blood from his mouth, he smiled. The kid is hard-headed, brave to a fault, and shows a conviction with no equal, even beyond mine. With a bit of a frown he added. He also has nasty habit of lying, but never in malice. David sighed and rubbed his hands down his face. Do you really think he'll be able to take up your mantle? I do. He's already doing so amongst the heroes he's met. He's teaching his class to go beyond their boundaries and pushes everyone he meets to go further. He let out a hearty laugh. If he doesn't end up becoming the new symbol, I'll eat my shoe. Letting out a tired laugh, David sighed. I need to tell you something, Toshi. Izuku. And this is my lab. Opening the door, she froze and screeched happily. Momo! She went flying into the lab into the arms of his friend. Melissa, I've been looking everywhere for you. The two girls hugged and giggled happily. I have so many experiments I want you to take a look at. We have all week, let's just catch up for now. Letting each other go, Melissa gestured to the both of them. I'm sure you know these two? Izuku? What are you doing here? Smiling, he entered the room with Mei. All Might invited Mei and I to come along with him. I kind of forgot he asked me and didn't tell anyone I was coming. Where's Achiko and the rest of the girls? Smiled and thumbed backward to a bomb-proof door. They're testing some of my equipment. Melissa perked up. Really? Which ones? With Mei joining in, the three of them disappeared into a side room and left him alone. Shrugging to himself, he entered what he assumed was a testing chamber and found the gaggle of young women using all manner of equipment on themselves. The first to notice him was Hagakure, who bounced up and down, seemingly pointing. It's Izuku! Achiko turned and smiled. Using a gauntlet, she sent out a cord to him and started pulling herself to him. He smiled as he caught her. Hey, but how goes it? Snuggling into his arms, she giggled. Momo gave us a bunch of equipment to play around with. She held up the gauntlet. This has the capabilities of my normal gauntlet and a grappling hook. As the others filtered over, they showed off their own equipment. Jiro's was a portable amp that could at least double her output, maybe more. Hagakure had some sort of mouthpiece that acted as a video voice recorder. It was controlled with her tongue. Ashido and Tobu were playing around with guns that shot out several different marbles with various liquids. So what are you doing here, Izuku? Asked Jiro. Setting Achiko back onto the ground, he smiled. All Might was invited by Melissa's dad and he brought Mei and I along. Isn't Kendo supposed to be with you? Ashido nodded. She was supposed to, but was asked to be a representative for Gang Orca's group. I think she's hanging out with some of the members and doing a tour with some of the other heroes around the world. Lame. Misaki blew a raspberry. What's your plan for the week? Asked Hagakure. I was actually hoping to make a weapon while I was here. A weapon? Can't you just make whatever you want with your quirk? The weapon I want to make isn't easily made. Even for me, it will take a few hours. The other three walked in at that moment. Did you want to use my lab? While you do that, I can take everyone on a tour of the pre-event. Offered Melissa. He smiled. I'd love to, but I have to keep an eye on her. He stuck his thumb at Mei. Said woman glared at him. I don't need a babysitter. Not my choice, Mei. Melissa laughed lightly. I'll take responsibility for her. Momo is already under my umbrella, so one more won't do much. You sure? She nodded. No prob. Everyone ready? The group nodded. Giving him a kiss, Achiko followed the group out and left him alone. Hearing the front door close, he stretched his neck. You ready? Misaki shimmered into view. Let's do this. Going into the side room that the three disappeared into originally, he found all manner of equipment at his disposal. Opening a portal, he pulled out the first of the two massive plates and set it onto the work table. It was already scribed in runes, so he didn't need to do anything but fold it for now. Let's get started. All Might. Letting out a deep sigh, he pulled out his phone as he looked at his guilty friend. I'm sorry, All Might. Dave was close to tears right now. It hurt, but he ignored his friend. Bring. Sir? Izuku, we have a problem. Villain. Got it in one. Unfortunately, we don't quite know where they are exactly, but, tink. Ding. What was that? Working on something. I can still hear you. We don't know where they are right now, so we'll let their plan go through. I need that item you told me about. I'll have a pixie deliver it. I'm going to finish up my project and join you. I'll be finished by dinner. Very well, I'll keep you posted with anything new we learn. Got it, sir. Ding. I'll see you soon. He sighed and slipped the phone into his pocket. Dave looked at him, but couldn't keep eye contact. What's the plan? Keep going along with the plan, Izuku, and I will put a stop to the plan the instant anything happens. Nodding, the scientist asked, what item is he talking about? Young Midoriya created a wafer that will momentarily restore my body to what it was in my youth. Unfortunately, he's not able to completely restore me, but it will be enough. A few minutes later, both of them watched as a shadow started growing in the middle of the room. David began freaking out, but he settled him. This is Midoriya's quirk, we'll be fine. Finally coalescing, the shadow formed into a miniature pale human girl with black wings. She was wearing a small satchel, and upon seeing him, she reached in and pulled out a small flat box. It screeched something at him in its own language and pushed the box toward him. With a small smile, he grabbed the box and thanked it. With a nod, it faded back into shadows and disappeared. Opening the small box, he was greeted by a small note and a retainer. Opening the note, he read it aloud. Twirling your tongue in a circle around the mouthpiece will drop the wafer. The wafer will restore your body for 10 minutes. Unfortunately, I have no guarantee that it will work a second time, so only keep it for emergencies. He sighed. Let's hope Izuku can deal with this, I'd rather not waste an ace. Achiko. We'll see you later tonight, guys. Momo started apologizing. I'm sorry I can't get more of us to go. The girls waved away the concern. It's okay, we get to spend all day tomorrow with everyone, the only thing we miss is dinner. Said Ishido. Hatsum was tapping her foot. Can we start? We're burning daylight and I don't want to have to deal with the crowds tomorrow. Tobu smiled. Get going, we'll be fine for tonight. Hagakure grabbed onto the girl. Yeah. We ordered pizza and have a bunch of horror movies ready. Wait. Ishido looked scared and took a step away from the pair of girls. Can I go with you, please? Toru and Tobu grabbed an arm each and pulled the girl into the room, throwing stuff in the way so she couldn't escape. Letting out a small nervous laugh, she turned to the group. Ready? Melissa and Momo led the way and brought them to the fairgrounds. So, thanks to Momo, I know what your two's quirks are, but what's yours, May? Zoom, I can zoom in on things. Melissa smiled. That's cool. Have you ever looked at the night sky? She shrugged. I've lived in the city my whole life, the light pollution makes it nearly impossible to see anything. Well, that is, I love stars. Achiko smiled. Pretty sure if you asked, Izuku would take you to the moon. At Melissa's shocked expression, Jiro groaned. She means literally, not that way. Boom. The five of them looked over and saw an explosion tear through the top of a man-made mountain. Was that? Boom. She sighed. It is. Momo seemed to remember something as she clapped her hands. I forgot. Bakugo and Kirishima are here. Really? How did they get invited? Asked Jiro. Bakugo and Todoroki were invited for tying in first place at the sports festival. Todoroki was already coming because of his dad, and I'm pretty sure Bakugo is only here because of Kirishima. Ida is here also, his family was invited, he's here with his brother. That's Mr. Murder, Endeava's boy, Shirtless Wonder, and your co-vice president, correct? Asked Melissa. Jiro grinned at Momo. Not trying to muscle in on Ishido's turf, are ya? Momo rolled her eyes as Jiro and her laughed lightly. How else would you describe him? All good girl, I can see it though. He always seems to lose his shirt in a fight. Better than Izuku. Achiko laughed. The girls of UA laughed together, leaving a very confused Melissa next to them. I don't get it. May explained. The girls here have gotten front row seats to the Midoriya show. Whenever he uses his quirk too much, his clothes go up in flames. She looked at Achiko, who had a small amount of pink in her cheeks. I hear he's pretty loaded, care to share? She felt heat creep up her neck. I guess. That set off Jiro and Momo. May shook her head and pulled the two behind them as they went off to a few exhibits. Melissa. So why did you ladies become heroes? She asked. She already knew Momo's motivation. Turning to May, she asked. What made you want to be an inventor? The first to answer was a nervous Uraraka. At first I was mainly in it for the money. My parents deserve an easy life and this was the best way for me to give it to them. Oh, what changed? Giving off a nervous laugh, she started scratching the back of her head. Izuku happened. He tends to bring out the best in everyone around him. Now I just want to be a hero to make a change in the world. Jiro chuckled and elbowed the girl. It helps that her boy toy is loaded and can buy out most people. The girl didn't even deny it and just lightly laughed. Izuku is rich? Mei and Momo nodded, but it was Mei who explained. He has the loyalty of an entire bank behind him. Fairly sure if he wanted, he could just take it over. Achiko nodded. He's complained a few times to Yumi about some of the higher-ups, so he might in the future. She shrugged. Not even I can predict what he plans on doing. She hummed in though for a second and turned to Jiro. So why did you join the hero course? The girl shrugged. I don't really know. Helping people is amazing, but bringing someone out of the pits of their hearts is an amazing feeling too. Any boyfriends? The question caused the girl to go completely red, earning a giggle from her friends. She just smiled as she tried to let the girl go without an answer. Just a bit of teasing, you don't have to answer. Momo scoffed. Don't baby her, we've been trying to get her to confess for weeks now. Jiro mumbled, playing with her jacks. He likes someone else though. How do you know that? She asked. After they almost died, they've been spending a bunch of time together. Uraraka snorted. That doesn't mean anything. Kendo and Izuku spend a lot of time together and don't like each other like that. It also doesn't mean he doesn't like both of you, she just took her chance, if she likes him. Jiro glared at her friend. Yeah? What about Komori? I hear she's getting sweet on Izuku, have anything to say about that? Everyone looked at the girl who glared back. Izuku is a trustworthy person who would never hurt us. If he started having feelings for her, he'd let me know. Don't try to bring my relationship into your boy problems. Jiro sighed. Sorry, you're right. US. Ignoring Achiko's use of the word, she smiled at Jiro. How about you invite him to dinner tonight? I bet I can find a fellow student with an extra ticket. Momo clapped. That's an amazing idea. We just have to find him. Mei groaned. I want to look around. Just send him a text to meet us somewhere so we don't have to look. Jiro grumbled but pulled out her phone and sent a text message. As they continued on, she started giving them the rundown of all the different buildings and the different inventions on display. To the surprise of Momo, they got to see several of their inventions on display. One of which was the sky cannon they built. Unfortunately, due to regulations, it was only allowed to be used on I Island sadly. The committee deemed the device a hazard to the global weather system. It was in the middle of her explaining the inner mechanics of one of her dad's inventions to Mei that Jiro's phone chimed. Quickly pulling it out, the girl smiled and cheered a little cheer. He said to meet him at the cafe that's just off Main Street whenever I get a chance. She looked at her. You know where that is? Melissa nodded with a smile. I do. After the tour was over, I was going to take everyone to get a treat. Momo sighed. We should probably go now so he has some warning about the dinner. Mei let out an annoyed groan. Fine, but after that, no more distractions. Izuku. And there goes the shirt. The image of Misaki snorted. You're sitting in the middle of a furnace. I mostly blame Aki. She does like your abs. He smirked and finished the last of the 6th rune scheme. Standing back up, he walked over to the tungsten anvil he put down in the middle of the room and started hammering away at it. How much longer do you think? Still hammering away, he answered. 6 more for this. We split it and insert the other ingot. That'll need 8. She sighed and leaned back against the red-hot furnace wall. What do you think is going on with All Might? That was a good question. Unfortunately, he didn't have an answer. No idea. The most I could do is send a pixie to follow him around and report back if something happens. Want me to make a scheme? Go for it. I'll draw and power it once I get this done. Giving him a nod, she let the image drop and go to work inside his mind. Focusing back on his task, he concentrated on the meter-sized square of metal. It was fully bent in half now, he just needed to join the piece. Setting down the hammer, he grabbed the red metal and activated his inner flame, concentrating on his hands. Like a deadly putty, he kneaded the block into one and set it back onto the anvil, letting it cool for a bit. Nodding to himself, he condensed his inner sun and walked out of the furnace. Melissa's workshop was leagues better than his own and on par with Yue's. The main difference was the massive oven she had. Big enough for even the biggest projects, it made the perfect work area for him. Steaming in the open air, he pulled out a small thin sheet of steel and waited for Misaki to finish up. Not very much time went by before he was interrupted by the chime of his phone. Quickly soaking his fingers in the water barrel, he pulled them out and answered it. Hello. Hey babe, I need a favor or Jiro does. Okay, shoot. Jiro invited Kaminari to go with us to dinner tonight and he only has his work outfit. He needs a suit tonight, can you help? Sure, you have the card right? Yeah. Take him to one of the tailor shops and tell him that price doesn't matter, we need it tonight. Have Jiro pick the color and style, knowing him, he'd look ridiculous. She snorted. Thanks babe. Will do. Bye-bye. See you tonight. Good timing, I finished. Hit me. Copying the rune scheme on the steel sheet, he poured some mana in and activated the runes. Coalescing into a ball, the mana pulsed and took the form of a small stone pixie. As hard as granite, the little thing couldn't fly, but it could travel through any rock or metal with ease. Pre-programmed with its mission, it jumped off the table and dived into the ground. Let's get back to work. I'll tell All Might that it's following him. Shooting off a quick message, he hopped back into the furnace and started drawing the next scheme. May. Why would you need a device that rocks a whole building? She knew where the idea came from. Almost any engineer worth their salt knew where that idea came from. Melissa sighed. Russ will tell you it's super important, but everyone knows he made it for fun. Teach got mad at him, but Russ got off with a warning and it's set to be destroyed after the fair. Thinking about it for a second, she hummed. A better idea would be to create a swarm of thousands of tiny flying robots that rock back and forth in sync. Same idea, but if you make them small enough, no one will see them coming. Sighing again, the engineer and her new friend started talking shop. If they're small enough to be overlooked, like a fly, then you need to be careful about animals and wind. Momo nodded her head. You also need to figure out how to get them in sync and powerful enough to dash. Jiro came running over and hit her face. I need to go. Achiko, who was lost in their conversation, looked at her with a raised eyebrow. What happened? I told Kaminari about the deal for the suit and he agreed. The issue came with his boss. A faint yelling could be heard coming from the kitchen. He asked his boss for a break so he could go get a suit, and with how busy they are going to be, he said no. Kaminari came marching out of the kitchen and didn't bother to stop and talk with them. Not missing a beat, the group prepared to leave as Achiko paid for the meal. When it was squared away, they took off after Kaminari with Jiro leading the way. It wasn't hard to find her love interest. The guy was letting off sparks of electricity that surged the street lamps to life in broad daylight. Seeing his attitude, Momo, with her ridiculous quirk, created a pair of rubber sandals and some rubber gloves for Jiro. Handing them over, she said. He's all yours. Said girl glared at her friend but took the offered items and put them on. Very carefully she approached the boy and started talking to him. He turned on her with a muted glare, which was dropped when he saw it was her. As they talked, she asked Momo. I haven't ever seen him mad before, have you? She shook her head. He never lets anything get to him, he's normally mellow and easygoing, I wonder what happened. Bakugo. What else is there to do around here? Kirishima shrugged. We could ask the guide if there are more games around here. As they walked down the street, Kirishima checked his phone and looked over at him. Did you forget your phone in the room? Yeah, why? Holding up his phone, he showed the text he got. Reading it, his eyes narrowed. Ask what's happening and where to meet. Izuku, are you with Bakugo? I've been trying to get a hold of him. I need to meet with you and him. On it. As he texted, they began heading back to their hotel room. Do you think the island is going to get attacked? We can only hope. We haven't had a good fight since USJ. Kirishima gave him a nervous chuckle. Didn't you nearly die a few weeks ago? Not a fight, let's get ready. Kirishima nodded and followed him back to the hotel room where they finally got a reply. Following the directions given, they arrived at one of the many skyscrapers that dotted I Island's skyline. As they walked into what was apparently a university building, Kirishima looked up and squinted his eyes at the setting sun reflecting off the glass building. You think we'll ever get to work at a building like this? He grunted. Wanna be partners? We can get a building together. He grunted again. Sounds good. Walking in, the two of them walked up to the security station, showed their credentials to the man and got handed 2 temp passes and some directions to the lab where Izuku was. Taking the elevator up and down several hallways, they were knocking on a door which was opened by Ida. The vice rep nodded at the both of them. Bakugo, Kirishima. Opening the door for them, he led them to a side room where the heat took a sharp upturn to unbearable. Hey guys, 1 second. Called Izuku from a corner where a mass amount of steam was coming from. Ida, do you mind giving them the quick rundown to save time? Their tallest classmate nodded. A group of mercenaries for hire has infiltrated the island and are planning on stealing some illegal tech from the scientists. As some sort of test, he gave air quotes. Izuku is being given full control of the situation as this mission has been deemed non-critical. As far as we know, most, if not all of their threats will be empty. They might as well be actors. Izuku chimed in, still steaming. That doesn't mean that you have to spare them if your or someone else's life is in danger. He looked at the 3 of them. Our main objective is to neutralize the threat, keep civvies safe and come out alive. The 3 of you are going to be front and center in the conflict. He nodded to Ida. Ida's brother is aware of the threat and will be aiding the 3 of you. All Might will be there, but we can't rely on him. We have no idea what their ultimate plan is and they know he is here. They could have already planted a bomb in the city and will set it off if All Might moves. Ida continued. My brother and the few sidekicks with him have spread themselves throughout the building that houses their goal. If we run into any trouble, we are to meet with them and gain their aid. If that is impossible, we are on our own. Are we going to dinner tonight, or are we ambushing who we can? He asked. Izuku answered. I suggest you and Kirishima ambush and keep an escape route for our classmates. Ida will be contacting them shortly to make them aware of the situation. So they don't know? Asked Kirishima. Who's all supposed to go to the dinner? Ida started listing off several of their classmates. Momo, Hatsum from support, Uraraka, Jiro, Kaminari, and the student who owns this workshop. Also, they do not know yet. The instant they make it on site, I will be informing them and preparing them for the upcoming battle. A knock at the main door of the workshop broke up their meeting, causing Ida to leave and answer. Looking at Izuku, he asked, What are you going to be doing? His childhood friend smiled at him and held up a block of metal. I'm going to finish this. Keep an eye on the whole situation and deal with any threats that aren't immediate. If they planted a bomb, it's up to me to deal with. Ida came back as Izuku finished, followed by another of their classmates, Todoroki. Todoroki, glad you could make it. Starting from the top, they filled Todoroki in. Melissa. She smiled as Mei and Momo dissected one of the inventions and the others played around with the capture guns. It was a weird feeling, these kids, heroes in training, having gone through so much already and not anywhere near being done or close to being pros. She didn't know if it was sad or impressive really. She did know that she would do whatever it took to make sure they had the best of the best. As they played, she had already written down several different ideas for several of them. She'd have to poke her dad's mind on several of them, and possibly May's, but she was fairly sure she could help them. Her sixth sense of avoiding being on the receiving end of an explosion allowed her to just barely dodge one of the goo ball flying at her. She looked over at the offending party and raised an eyebrow at what she saw. Kaminari was hiding his gun behind his back, while Jiro copied him. Uraraka was shaking her head and glared at the pair. Go on, admit it, said the pink-cheeked girl. Kaminari broke first with a sigh and pulled the gun out from behind him. The poor thing was smoking and looked like it had been struck by lightning. I accidentally shocked it and caused it to explode, sorry. Uraraka turned on her dark-haired friend with a raised eyebrow. The girl had the decency to look a bit sorry as she spoke. I shot him on the back of his neck when he wasn't looking. Uraraka nodded, satisfied with their apology. She snorted in amusement at the situation. It's okay, you two, the guns are easy to repair. I'd have been more mad about getting that gunk in my hair. She pointed to a small box that had been set up in the gymnasium. Go ahead and toss the broken one in there. Once you do that, we'll go and pick up some flowers for tonight. Kaminari made a face, but nodded. He no doubt didn't want to spend his day flower shopping, but if 3 of the girls were going with a date, even if one was forced, they would get flowers. As he walked toward the box, the 2 others rushed to put their guns away and started dragging Momo and Mei away from their tinkering. By the time they were reconvened, she had called ahead to a flower shop and confirmed that they were still open. Making their way down the street, she received a call. Hello. Mrs. Shield? Speaking. This is the front desk of the Rand D building. One of your guests, Mr. Midoriya, has been having a high amount of people coming in and out of the building. We thought we'd let you know. Is there something you'd like us to do? What in the world? She shook her head. No, that's fine, I'll talk to him. Very well, have a nice day, ma'am. Momo gave her a curious look. Everything okay? She nodded. All good. I just need to make a call real quick. Pointing to the flower shop, she gestured for them to go on. Go on ahead, I'll be a minute. Momo raised an eyebrow but nodded, leading the others to the shop. Dialing her workshop phone, she waited and waited until it was finally answered by a very stern voice. Melissa Shield's workshop, Ida Tenya speaking. Hi Tenya, this is Melissa. Care to explain to me why my workshop is being used as a staging office? The question seemed to throw him off. 1 second. After a bit of muffled moving, the high-pitched sound of metal hitting metal started coming through. Izuku. Shield is on the phone. She couldn't hear what was said, but the phone was put on speaker and Izuku's voice was coming through. Hey Melissa. Sorry about the visitors. We have a problem I'm trying to deal with. What's the problem? I'd prefer if All Might or your dad told you. A confused feeling flashed across her face. I'll give Uncle Might a ring, at least tell me what's going on. Sighing, Izuku stopped hammering. A group of mercenaries are planning on threatening the city so they can steal an invention. I have several different heroes already in the know and several more prepared for something to happen. As for my classmates, only 4 of them know. If you could send the girls and Kaminari to their hotel rooms so they can prepare, I'll have someone bring their costumes. As for you and Mei, I've been given orders to keep you out of and away from the fighting. I'm already being trusted a ton with this operation, so I'd appreciate it if you spoke to All Might or your father before putting me in a position that would get me in trouble. As he finished, she blinked and started having a small panic. How ? I have no idea. All Might called me and told me that there was trouble. The rest of it was when he came by and explained what he knew. If he knew something, he wasn't telling me. Taking a deep breath, she calmed her heart. Okay, I'll send them to their hotel rooms. Is there anything else I can help with? Ask your dad and All Might first. I don't want to ask something and then get yelled at. I'll give them a call. Hanging up, she sat down on the ledge of a store and dialed her father first. Bring. You have reek . Her dad always answered, always. Dialing Uncle Might, it rang once before being picked up, like he knew she was going to call. Melissa, I assume you're calling for a reason? She narrowed her eyes at his tone, but shook it off. I got a call from building security about a bunch of heroes going in and out of my workshop. I called Izuku and he told me something's going to happen. I need to know what's going on. Uncle Might sighed. A situation has happened, and due to several different circumstances, I've left young Midoriya in charge of the operation with guidance from one of our alumni. That doesn't answer my question, Uncle. What is happening? Why didn't my dad answer? Why are we still holding the dinner if there is trouble? He sighed, clearly not knowing what exactly to say. How about you head over to your workshop and I'll meet you there? Bring young Hatsum with you. Fine, I'll be there as soon as I send the others back to their hotel rooms. Very well, see you soon. Standing back up, She stuffed her phone into her pocket and jogged down the street to the flower shop. Coming to the front door, she saw Kaminari sitting in a small seat at the entrance. Being the first she saw, she spoke to him first. Get to your hotel room and wait for further instructions. Something is happening and you're set to help. Izuku will get your costume for you. She looked at the girls fawning over flowers. I'll let them know. Get going. The young boy, who was bored at first, looked at her when she began to speak, and his face went from bored to shocked to determined. Nodding his assent, he dashed out of the flower shop, the small bell dinging behind him. Jiro, who watched the exchange from afar, looked at her with confusion as Melissa made her way over. I need all of you to get to your hotel rooms. You'll get further instructions once you're there. Before Momo could ask, she cut off any questions. I can't say any more, just that this comes as an order from Izuku and Uncle Might. The three heroes in training nodded immediately and started making their way out as a group, no questions asked. The only one to stay behind was Mei, who gave her a raised eyebrow. What about me? She shrugged. Uncle Might said to bring you along with me for a meeting. I'm assuming it's because he's in charge of you. With a groan, she nodded. Fine, it's not like I can get into my hotel room anyway. I didn't get a keycard. After a fairly decent jog, they arrived at her building and were greeted by a tall man with scraggly hair and a scarf. Shield, handsome with me. Not bothering to see if they followed, he turned and started stalking his way into the building. Hatsum started following the man without question and explained when she saw her not moving. His name is Aizawa, he's a teacher at UA. If he's here, then you're either in trouble or something is seriously wrong. Nodding in understanding, she jogged to catch up and entered the waiting elevator with the man. When it closed, she listened to the exchange Aizawa had with Hatsum. You are not allowed to go off on your own, you will stick with Midoriya the entire time and you will hide when needed, understood? The girl snorted. What exactly do you expect me to do? Go all hero and start blasting things with my babies? I'm not some kid with a hero complex, you know. The teacher shrugged. Just thought I'd remind you, the principal wants this to go off without a hitch. What's Nizu's stake in this? Sighing, he explained. This is the first operation of Izuku's. If it goes off without a problem, then we can push for early hero licenses for his class and B. With what we know is on the horizon, we need all the help we can get. What's happening with the support course then? Are we allowed to get our licenses early? Aizawa nodded. A savage grin went across the mad inventor's face, but was cut short by the teacher. That's only if everything goes off without issue. She sighed and nodded. Fine, I'll stick to Midoriya like glue. Aizawa nodded and looked at her. As for you, Mrs. Shield, I suggest doing the same as Hatsum. You are a non-combatant and have no way of defending yourself. If you are in danger, either Midoriya or one of the many heroes present will help you, just stay close. She nodded. Yes, sir. With that, they fell into a silence as the elevator went up. When it finally got to her floor, the doors opened to a silent hallway with no one present. If she didn't know for a fact that something was happening, it would have felt like one of her late days. Walking down the hallway, they came to her workshop, where they were immediately let in by the owner of the stern voice. Mr. Aizawa, Hatsum, Shield. All Might and Mr. Shield are in the conference room. Hatsum, Midoriya is in the fabrication room. With a sigh, Hatsum trotted off toward the side room as she went to the small conference room. She never used the room, like ever. She mainly used it for storage nowadays. At one point in her freshman year it was clean, she thought. Giving a light knock, she opened the door and was greeted by All Might and her dad. All Might looked stoic and had a hardened face as she came in. He looked like he really didn't want to be here. Her dad looked even more put off and looked like he'd rather die than see her. Closing the door behind her, she eyed the two of them. What's going on? Uncle Might nudged her father, who seemingly went catatonic, and sighed when he didn't respond. I have several things to tell you, Melissa, not all of them easy. He held up one of his giant hands with one finger up. First, I am losing my quirk. Her eyes widened in surprise, and when she went to speak, he held up a hand. No, there is nothing to be done about it. The only thing we can do is wait for the inevitable. He put up a second finger. 2. With me losing my quirk, I'm losing my ability to keep up this appearance. Apdash. With a cough and explosion of steam, her burly uncle was replaced by a skeletal man spewing blood from his mouth. Cough. Sorry you have to see me like this, but it's hard keeping that form nowadays. She blinked, not knowing what to do or say. With a soft smile, he continued. 3. You know Izuku is my protege, and that means I'm sponsoring him to take my place. 4. Your dad, my friend, tried to save me and made a very bad deal. Her dad looked ashamed and stared at his feet. 5. I'd appreciate it if you stayed out of the fighting. Not happening. Her mind was already made up. I want to help any way I can. Uncle Might sighed. Very well, I'd like you to stay with young Midoriya until he's ready to move. His mission is to locate and deactivate any bomb that may be on the island. Yes, sir. She nodded. But, David. All Might looked at his friend, her father. She could see tears in his eyes as he looked up. Sorry, Melissa, I tried to do good. Her heart lurched. It's okay, Dad, just make up for it. With that, she exited the cramped room and entered her workshop and wished she was wearing a tank top. Mei looked right at home like the heat didn't even bother her as she talked to Izuku through the furnace. Why in the world would he be in there? Come on. I want to see. You never show me your runes when you're working on them. Muffled, she could hear the reply. That's because even if I don't let you, you steal it when I'm not looking. Mei grunted. It's your own fault for asking for my help. A reply never came. After 5 minutes, the furnace opened on its own and she was beginning to die of heat. Even Mei had to take a step away, the heat making her a bit more pink than normal. Out of the furnace walked the bronze-skinned, shirtless boy who was ripped beyond what was normal for someone his age. In his hand, he held a billet of metal that was pulsing and glowing with multicolored energy. Fine, put on some gloves and you can look. You have 5 minutes while I recharge. Excited, Mei turned to her. Curious, she showed her where the heat gloves were and put on a pair herself. Walking over to him, Mei took the billet and started hot potatoing it as she walked over to one of the heat-proof tables. Standing next to her, they both looked over the runes. Having made a few weapons herself, she could easily tell he was making some form of Damascus, but this metal wasn't normal. You couldn't bend hero metal like normal steel, it shattered because of the graphene. Once it was formed, it stayed that way forever, so he must be heating it to an absurd degree. That didn't seem to interest Mei though. As she watched, the girl pulled out a small notepad and started drawing the symbols she saw. Speaking of them, they were fascinating. Each glowed with a multicolored light and pulsed like it was breathing. On one corner, she could see the pulsing folded in on itself hundreds of times. The symbols each have a special property. Mei used a metal tong to point at one they could clearly see. This is an amplification rune. He uses them to double the effect of any rune that's attached to it. What about the one next to it? It looked completely different from the amplifier. Mei hummed and spoke loud enough for Izuku to hear. I'm guessing strength? Yeah. After having it confirmed, Mei explained. A strength rune is capable of double the force of what it's attached to. With how many are on here, you'd think he's trying to break a building in a single swing. She eyed Mei, who shrugged, unconcerned. Izuku is kind of the guy who goes a step further than intended. That would normally be fine, if it wasn't for his steps being people's leaps. Not my fault, people half but stuff. Replied Izuku. Mei snorted. How much longer have you got? One more fold on this one and then I have to fold the other. After that, I fold them 10 times together, and I'll be done soon after. I already made the handle before coming here. Why did you need to be here to make the head? He walked over and picked up the billet. I technically didn't, but my warehouse can only take so much before needing to be recharged. He looked at her with an easy smile. Your furnace doesn't need to be recharged, it is cramped though. Can we watch? Izuku shrugged. If Melissa wants to, with her permission, I can make part of the box transparent. Mei looked at her with puppy dog eyes. Please. Sure. She didn't mean to say it as a question, but she had no idea what Mei wanted to see. Smiling, Izuku took the billet to the furnace, closed himself in, and after a few seconds, the furnace went translucent. Inside, They saw Izuku give them a small wave and place the billet on the anvil he placed inside. So his quirk is heat-related? Nope, you'd think that, but he's using his quirk to give him heat power. According to him, his best uses of his quirk are fire-based. He thinks it's because of his dad. He could breathe fire. Rubbing his hands together, they watched as he started glowing yellow and the heat coming off the furnace increase exponentially. I think I'm going to just stay in here and shape the whole thing in one go, said Izuku. Go for it, we're kind of just waiting. He was good-looking, she could see why Achiko liked him. His muscles were taut, chiseled, and with every blow of the hammer they vibrated with strength. She had no idea how long she watched, but May laughed next to her. Going a tad red there. Don't feel bad for staring, everyone does it. She blinked and backed away from the window. What do you mean? Izuku is a caring boyfriend with the body of a god. If any girl didn't fall for him, they don't swing that way. The rumors at school say Uraraka has to fend girls off with a stick. There's also a rumor he's starting a harem. The newest addition seems to be the mushroom girl, Komori, but it's unconfirmed. Does that include you? She snorted. If Izuku wants to have me, I'm all for it, but I don't have the time or want to dedicate to dating. My babies and our company are my main priority. Company? Izuku bought me a building and a bunch of equipment. As soon as I graduate, I'm moving in and becoming the next big support gear company. I already have the entirety of Class 1A as clients. I'm working on expanding out from that, but that's not exactly my cup of tea. What do you plan on doing when you graduate? I was planning on joining the R&D department here on I Island. May nodded and looked into the window. With a smile, she thumbed toward it. Wanna see him get hotter? Rolling her eyes at the pun, she looked in and watched as Izuku went white. In his hands, she could see the chunk of metal start heating up to match. Using his bare hands, he kneaded the metal together and formed a perfect rectangular billet. Like some sort of forge god, they watched as he produced an exact copy, heat and runes included. What was that? May shrugged. He told me he spent 3 months fighting in some sort of hellscape. I imagine he learned a thing or two there. He doesn't tell me everything. Satisfied with the copy, he pulled out a second sheet of metal and started working on the third billet. Izuku, HP is at 60%. I say we have about 2 hours before we need to get out. Sounds good, he said as he continued hammering. But the last piece of metal was a black variant of the other two. Luckily, he didn't need to copy it like he did with the other. Using his new ability, gained from transference, took a huge toll on his stamina and mana. Drawing a rune scheme on the third sheet of star metal that he found on the 5th floor, he concentrated on making sure he got this perfect. It would almost certainly be impossible for him to get more sheets. He got lucky finding the 3 sheet of star metal. Formed from the condensed body of a dead star, this sheet is denser and heavier than average steel. Capable of taking an extreme amount of damage from even a god, star metal is used in both armor and weapons by the and people. Using this metal requires an immense amount of strength to mold and the heat of a star to temper it. He'd have to teleport in the middle of empty space, throw the finished axehead into a portal to the sun and wait for a few minutes for it to finish up. Maybe the runes on it was a bit overkill, but when you knew you had to battle a god to the death for your cute multicolored haired SXL deviant of a girlfriend, nothing was overkill. Hey, do you think we can make stars in it? I watched a video on how to do it. Misaki appeared in his vision bouncing on her feet. How long would that take? She shrugged. The video didn't exactly give me a time span, I just know how to do it. Fine, but there's a chance we won't finish if it's super complicated. The guy in the video had to use a power hammer to shape it. I think we can get around that fairly easily. He hummed and finished up the rune scheme. I don't mind trying. Skill level up. Engraving has reached level 55. Misaki let out a cheer, which caused him to smile. The skill had become a pain to level after hitting. He worked on it every day, and it wasn't until they started working on this that the skill progression started skyrocketing. That was their 8th level up. Using the smithing hammer that was made with 2 small strips of the star metal, he folded it in 2 and started drawing more runes. He still had a way to go. Uraraka. When they got back to the hotel, it was to a frightened Ishido who was hiding in the closet and the other 3 girls watching a scary movie with a couple of eldritch horrors. She wanted to laugh, but couldn't. Something was going wrong on the island. When the door opened, all the girls turned to them, including the monsters. Momo immediately took charge. All of you get ready to move out, something has come up and we're all being called in for action. Izuku is going to send us our costumes. And before you ask, no, I have no idea what's going on. Ishido, get out of the closet. Tell Tobu to get rid of them first. Said girl rolled her eyes. Stop being a baby. The monsters shifted into mist and disappeared. As they prepared as much as they could, a knock came to their door. Being their leader, Momo walked over, checked the peephole and opened the door with a smile. Hi, Ida. Hello, ladies, I was sent to deliver a message and your costumes. Seeing that he wasn't carrying anything, Momo asked about that second part. You have to listen to the message first, may I? At her consent, he walked in and placed a small disc onto the table. Pushing the button, a holographic screen appeared above the button. On the screen was an unhappy Aizawa, more so than normal. Tonight at 2000 hours, a mercenary group is going to attempt a theft on I Island. With permission from All Might and Principal Nizu, the available students of Class 1A are aiding the available heroes on the island. Your commanding officer is Izuku. All commands from him are final. How you hold yourself, respond to commands, and act as heroes will be looked at with a magnifying glass. His annoyed voice was replaced with one of seriousness. If any of you break the rules of engagement set by your commanding officer or a fellow hero, you will be punished. This is not a game, this is not a training scenario. This is a full-blown crisis and you will treat it as such. Even not being here, all of the girls nodded. Now that I've said my piece, I'll turn you over to Izuku. The image shifted to a picture the school had of Izuku. His voice was slightly muffled as he spoke, but they could understand him. Momo, I'm placing you in charge of Team Echo. Your main objective is the defense of the object in question. You will be located in the vault and prepare to deal with the intruders, if they get that far. Before they get there, Teams Alpha and Charlie will be fighting the head-on. If you are engaged upon, you are to delay. If they can deal with Alpha, then they're stronger than we were led to believe. Alpha consists of Bakugo, Kirishima, Todoroki, and Ida. Charlie is led by Ingenium's sidekick. Don't put yourselves in harm's way if you can help it. If you need me and I'm not already there, activate your bracelet and I'll be there as fast as I can be. If you agree to this, Ida will inform me and I'll have your bags dropped off. The message stopped. Ida looked at them with his back straight and hands behind his back. What do you say, ladies? Each of them agreed. Very well. Pulling out his phone, he texted Izuku and after a few minutes, a portal opened. Piling in the middle of their hotel room, their bags were deposited in a neat pile. After telling them to get changed, Ida informed them that Izuku would be depositing them in the vault. As soon as the door closed, a mad scramble happened. The first to be finished was Toru, who stripped NDE without even putting her normal gloves on. Don't you get cold? She asked. Toru giggled. Your boyfriend helped me with that. Prism. Before she could ask, the girl produced an amulet that shimmered into view. He taught me the command word to make it invisible or not. It gives me my own personal heater that only I can feel. Prism. With the command word, the amulet disappeared. She frowned. My necklace doesn't do anything like that. That's enough, finish getting ready. We have a long night in front of us, said Momo. Letting out a breath through her nose, they finished getting ready and let Ida in. Walking in front of them, he texted Izuku again and another portal opened. This will take you directly to the vault. There you will meet a member of Team Beta. She's a hero from Gang Orca's group. The big man himself isn't here, but 3 of his teams are here and helping. With their mission set, they all walked through the portal. Being the last through alongside Momo, she heard her ask Ida to lock up the room. Getting a nod, she walked through and followed her into the vault. On the other side, they were in a massive circular room with hundreds of lockboxes lining the wall. Momo walked over to a lady with bright green hair and exchanged a few words. When they finished, Momo walked over to them as the hero blinked away. Team Beta is set up 8 floors below us. They're the final team before the mercenaries get to the vault. They had a scientist who helped design the security system to hide us on all scanners. We'll be hidden before we attack, so we got surprise on our side. She clapped. Spread out, ladies. Find a place to hide and get comfortable. We have no idea when the attack will take place. We have 3 heroes and 5 guards stationed in the control room. A masked man whispered into his mic. Can you deal with them without causing a ruckus? I believe so. Snap says he can do it. Then get it done and radio back. Check their bodies for any radios or communication equipment. Get marker on them. Yes, sir. When the radio went silent, the man signaled to his men. Holding one finger up to his lips, he swung his arm inward and ran his thumb across his throat. He got 6 nods back and they proceeded onto their ambush. The man knew there weren't supposed to be heroes down here. Something must have changed. An important dignitary, perhaps? Deeming it unimportant, they entered under the cover of shadows that had become thicker thanks to whiskey. Getting into position, they readied their weapons, selected their targets, and fired. With their weapons coming to life, the heroes dropped like sacks of bricks. In their moment of confusion, the guards panicked, which was their last mistake. Still loaded, they brought the guards down and secured the area. He looked at Mocker. Search the heroes, look for any communication equipment. If you find any, absorb the person's voice and get on that radio. Whiskey, Popeye, get on the controls. I'll call the boss. His team nodded. Fanning out if they had jobs, they went and did them. If they didn't, they secured the main door and access tunnel. Standing behind Whiskey and Popeye, he called his boss over the radio. Sir? Is it done? The 3 heroes are dead alongside the 5 guards. He looked behind him and saw Mocker holding a radio. One of the heroes had a radio. Mocker is taking their voice now. We're ready to start on the controls whenever you're ready. But begin. The radio went dead. He signaled to the 2 on the controls. Get her done. A few hours later, All Might, he was proud. Not only did Izuku form a good, decent plan, he was using every resource he could. With Aizawa over his shoulder, he doubted anything could go horribly wrong. As he sat here in his suit, Izuku was scouring the city for bombs with his army of shadow pixies. A soft chime was coming out of his phone, informing him that it was time. Taking a breath, he activated his muscle form and exited his hotel room. Not bothering to walk the whole way, he jumped his way over there and landed in front of a small contingent of paparazzi that was scouting the event. Upon seeing him, they started making a fuss. He gave them a small wave, but didn't bother answering questions like normal. Walking in, he saw a nervous-looking Dave waiting for him. Together, they walked into the dinner and began mingling. He saw several sidekicks of Ingenium dressed in formals, hiding amongst the civilians and scientists. Exchanging greetings with the heroes who approached, he shook each of their hands as if nothing was wrong. 15 minutes later, the dinner began with a spokesman taking the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to I Expo's opening night reception. We at Island hope you enjoy yourselves. The man looked at him and smiled. Now I wonder if we could get All Might, the #1 hero, up here. He's here visiting from Japan. Wouldn't you like to hear a few words from him? Maybe a round of applause will help. As the crowd started clapping, he couldn't help the jitters and gave them all a nervous smile. Dave walked up to him with a small nervous smile. You could have warned me? He chuckled nervously. I didn't even know you were coming. That was true. Giving the crowd a smile, he downed his drink and walked up to the stage. The man exited the stage with a bow to him. Still nervously smiling, he addressed the crowd. Thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. Unfortunately, formal speeches aren't my dash. The screen behind him went red, catching everyone's attention. Before he could act, there were gunshots coming from outside the hall, and all of the side doors exploded inward. The first person through was a hero, with a bomb vest thrown atop of them. That was when the speakers came to life, alerting people to a possibly false bomb threat. A man with a metal mask walked in and addressed the crowd, his hand on the hero's neck. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. In case you haven't caught on, the security system is under our control. Bakugo. Over the radio, he heard the shouts. Team Foxtrot is down. I repeat, Foxtrot is down. Kirishima was stunned. If they took control of the security system. Ida finished. Then they took out Gamma, one of Orca's squad. Icy Hot's flame sparked. The true hero among them spoke in a calm, collected voice. Every person here knew what they were getting into when they joined. So did you all. Steel your hearts, calm your nerves and prepare to fight. We have the advantage on them. Stilling his nerves, he slinked into the shadows and rested a hand on the trail of sweat he had set up. They wouldn't fail, he wouldn't fail, not again. Izuku. Wait, repeat that? The small black pixie screeched at him. He sighed and gestured for it to go. Talking through the mental link he shared with the army of creatures, he commanded them. Follow their trails and report back. There was no reply, but why would there be? What did it say? Asked Melissa. I think it found traces of humans in the maintenance hallways under the island. It says its siblings can smell blood, and they're hunting right now. Hunting? He nodded and looked at her as she looked down at him as he worked on the axe. They're called sloths. They feed on the dead and go into a hunting frenzy when they smell blood. The instant they find where the trails lead, they'll start feasting. I put a line of code in them that the instant they touch flesh, the magic that sustains them will be broken. Other than that, they make for excellent spies and can get in anywhere air can. Using an arm of gravity, he picked up the axe and threw it into the portal he had Misaki calculate. It led to the middle of nowhere in outer space, and if she calculated correctly, it would float into another portal a couple meters away and into the sun. He turned to Tsu, who had requested to help, even if she wasn't allowed to fight. Aizawa forbade her from fighting, saying that no more students were allowed to help. He already wasn't happy with Nizu for allowing his students to help in the first place. He was especially mad at All Might for starting this whole thing. Tsu, send out a check. She nodded and put a finger to her ear. Speaking as precisely as possible, under the scrutiny of Aizawa and two officials of the World Hero Association, she talked over the radio that blared over the intercom in the workshop. All teams, status reports. After a few seconds, Bakugo's voice came through. His normal anger was still there, but was far more subdued. Team Alpha, Bakugo clear. Team Beta, Tanimoto clear. One of the groups representing Gang Orca. Team Charlie, Sever clear. Kaminari was with Sever, the two of them were on bomb defusing duty. Team Delta, Maki, all clear. Another group of Gang Orca. Team Echo Kriati clear. While they wouldn't like it, he hoped they weren't needed. Foxtrot, Nanny clear. Ingenium's sidekicks. Half were in plain clothes hidden amongst the partygoers. The other half were keeping watch in the hallway outside of the banquet room. There was a brief pause, but Banter's voice came through. Team Gamma, Banter clear. To both the room and the radio, he announced. I want everyone to keep their eyes peeled. As far as we know, they should show up within the hour. The radio stayed silent as he nodded to May. Nodding back, she tapped a button and sent out the message. Every hero connected to the Hero Network and on I Island was sent a message that would not turn off until it was read. While ominous, the message was straight to the point. Attention! The WHA has issued an alert status for I Island. All available heroes are being asked to prepare for a possible disaster scenario within the next 2 hours. Please strive to keep yourselves and civilians safe from harm. They were only allowed to do this because the WHA approved it, after fighting tooth and nail with I Island's council. The council, in all their money-hungry wisdom, self-deemed their security and safety measure only comparable to Tartarus. He wasn't there for the meeting, but he heard from his principal that the French ambassador, Mr. Belmont, was particularly peeved. Gamma? Anything? Negative. We thought there was a blip for a second, but it went away. Want us to check it out? Negative. Where did the blip take place? Basement floor 3, southeast corner. We detected a single heat source before it went away. Nodding to himself, he spoke over the radio again. He was speaking to the group closest to the basement. Foxtrot, send a small force to check it out. No less than 5 capable of combat and 1 capable of long-range communication. With the help of Ida, he sorted through all of the sidekicks and separated them out by their capabilities. Will do, command. Lady Kitsune, Beak, Cap, App, Kama, and Dark, head down to the basement. App, you're to report immediately upon finding what's down there. There wasn't a response over the radio, but they heard her. Team away, stand by. Lady Kitsune, an older woman with the ability of mirages, specially trained with a war fan dipped in hallucinogenic poisons. Good hero for capturing. Beak, aka Steel Beak, mutant hero who is part hawk. Claws made of metal and sharp enough to slice through hero metal. Capitalize by drawing a word on paper, the word will come alive under his control. Weird power, but he had a kid in his school who could shout words into existence, so not too weird. App, an emitter hero. Her phone wasn't a simple piece of technology, it was a part of her and gave her enhanced sight and hearing. The problem was she legitimately couldn't see or hear without it. Kama, the male version of Ms. Midnight, the two had a lot of beef between each other. Dark, aka Black Knight, could create shadow clones of himself that acted like a mix between liquid and air. Altogether, it was a solid team. All that was left to do was find the bombs and wait. Melissa. Her nerves were spiking. Today was supposed to be a happy day, her dad and uncle reuniting, a good dinner amongst heroes, and a small dance. Now it was just a crisis wrapped in anxiety. Sighing, she slid into the chair next to May. What's up? Asked the girl. I don't know what I'm going to do after all this is done. May raised an eyebrow. Aren't you an inventor? I know what I want to do, I meant where? I can't exactly work here, I'd get so many weird looks from everyone. Idiots, all of them. Come work for me. Work for you? May smiled. I have a sugar daddy that bought me a whole building and equipment. A small spark of fire flew across the room and smacked into May's forehead. Don't ever call me that again. Rubbing the spot, she tried a new name. Money Honey. Another spark. Candyman. Flick. Baby benefactor? May. Fine, how about just sugar? He growled at her. That's not a no. She couldn't help the laugh that escaped her lips when May looked back at her and dodged a flicker with a smirk. What type of work are you hiring me for? General manager and head of RD. I can't be bothered to keep track of employees. What about you? What will you do? Vice president. I'll be making and experimenting. When I finish something, I'll hand it off to you. Not president? She smirked and stuck a thumb at Izuku. That's his job, he's better with money than me. Also, do you want me to have final say in business decisions? That was a point. The little bit she talked to the girl, she could easily tell she was more interested in figuring out how stuff worked and making it better than business. Fair enough. So, what do you say? Pay me decently, and you have yourself a GM. She instantly turned to Izuku, who was answering a question of a WHA official. Sugar. I need a hiring contract written up for S.H.I.E.L.D. She laughed when May had to drop to avoid the ball of fire that went hurtling toward her. Kendo. This is boring. The last time I had a mission with you, we were battling Gang Orca and Nomus. Maki smiled. Sorry, Angel, not every mission is going to be high-octane. The 6 men in the group laughed at the dirty look she sent Maki. The only person on her side and hated the name was the only other girl in her group, Moto. She hated it because it made her sound weak. Moto hated it because it sounded like a bunch of old guys flirting with her, which was another valid reason to hate the name. Knock it off, you guys, leave the girl alone. Maki smirked and pulled out his private radio, switching to their private Orca line. Radioing Beta and Gamma, he smirked at her. Hey Banter, Angel doesn't like the nickname you gave her, have anything to say about that? Before he could respond, old man Tanimoto piped up. Ms. Kendo, I personally think the name suits you perfectly, you remind me of a Valkyrie from the old Norse tales. Her cheeks went red, causing Maki to laugh even more. Banter chose that moment to speak. How else would you describe yourself? She groaned and walked to the other side of the conference room they had taken over. Pulling out her phone, she texted the girls. Kay, how's it going? Momo, the girls are complaining about being stuck in a room. Kay, Better than being stuck in a small room with 6 guys. Momo, noted, what's up? K, need a break from the goon squad. Momo, shouldn't be much longer now, hang in there. Try to stay sane. K, don't leave me. K, traitor. 3rd basement floor. The 6 of them got off the elevator and heard it retreat back up. That was weird, no one should be using the elevator. Kama sighed. Which way is southeast? Lady Kitsune pulled out her phone, studied it briefly before pointing at a direction. Should be this way. The woman looked over at the smallest of them. App, keep your senses sharp, you hear or see anything, immediately send a message to Nanny. The young woman nodded, her blank eyes looking down at her phone. Born as any other human, she was a happy baby. That changed when she got her quirk. A little bit after her 3rd birthday, her hearing and sight started disappearing. By the time she was 4, she was a modern-day Helen Keller. It was during that first terrible week of not hearing or seeing anything that her sight and hearing came back. It was blurry and muffled, but she could see faint light emitting from a corner and herself sniffling. Thinking her senses were coming back, she excitedly got up, but was confused when her sight didn't change. Though, she could hear the sound of fabric ruffling and her own excited breathing. When the sight still didn't change, she collapsed back to her bed, kicking her nightstand. That was when her vision shifted violently and the sound of the hit was amplified. From there, she found the phone that allowed her to see and hear at a level only dogs could hear and eagles could see at. Holding her phone up down the long hallway, she immediately started typing out a message when the lights started blinking. The first thing she heard caused her ears to ring and her vision to go spiraling. She screamed when the feeling of wetness and pain started coming off her hand. Lights! All of you! Commanded Kitsune. By the time the 5 able members pulled out their phones and got the flashlights going, the lights flickered off. As for her, she started scrambling for her phone, which was down the hallway. The glass was cracked, making her vision funny. While the phone could eventually repair itself, the pain in her hand that was making her cry and tear up was probably missing pieces of it. Comma, get app out of here! Shouted Kitsune. Cap, start writing. B dash. The bang of a gun made her ears ring, but she could hear the sound of footsteps and gurgling. Sorry folks, but we have a schedule to keep. What followed was her listening to her friends getting gunned down, barely able to put up a fight as she could hear the sound of metal scrapping. By the time she finally crawled over to the phone, she had gunshot wounds riddling her body. She finished typing out the message with tear-filled eyes and terror going through every fiber of her core. As she went to hit send, the world went black and pain radiated out of her other hand. The mic on her phone still worked though, despite the broken camera. She could hear the gruff voice of the villain. Sorry girly boss's orders. The last thing she saw was black, and the last thing she heard was the click of a gun. Izuku. They waited quite a while with no message. Sue, ask for an update. Foxtrot, any update? It took a second, but they got back to her, unfortunately without good news. Negative, we haven't heard a word. Check in with Gamma and see if they have anything. He ordered Sue. Gamma, do you have visuals on the away team? Banter came online. Negative, nothing. Melissa looked at him in alarm. That's not possible unless they already hacked the security system remotely. Which is impossible. Island's security system is so tight it would take another supercomputer a few hours to try to crack it. Finished May. He narrowed his eyes. Pulling out his phone, he dialed up Kendo and gave a signal to Tsu to cut the mic. Getting a nod from her, he waited for his friend to pick up. Hello, Izuku? Put me on speaker for only your team to hear. Turn off all radios temporarily. Kendo. Something was wrong. She could tell by his voice, it was serious and lacked his normal ease. Sure, 1 second. Putting a hand over the mic, she looked at Maki and made eye contact with him. Giving him the gang orca signal for radio silence, he squinted his eyes and nodded. Switching off his 2 radios and taking another from Moto, then turning it off as well, he gave her a nod. Putting her phone on speaker and placing it on the center table, she gave Izuku the go-ahead. Every member of their group was listening with rapt attention. I have reason to believe Team Gamma is compromised or already eliminated. Do you have a way to confirm this? Maki raised an eyebrow at the phone, but nodded. We have a secret code, want me to test them? Please. Kendo, mute the mic, let him listen. For reference, Moto? The voice of Crew Orca nodded. The motto of Crew Orca is the pod protects, hunts and lives together. This is fairly common knowledge. However, all team leads know a password that changes after it's been used in a real-life scenario. The password for the last 4 years has been falls together. Maki nodded and pulled out his own Crew Orca radio. Switching it on with slightly shaky hands, everyone watched with wide eyes as he spoke. Hey, Banter. What? He sounded bored, which wasn't too far off how he felt when doing a dull job. The pod. What? The pod. Maki, what the hell are you saying? It sounded annoyed. Moto slammed her hand into the table and Fujimori threw his chair into the wall. That's when it hit her, Banter, the nicest, talkative and funniest person in the crew was dead. She felt tears welling up at the corners of her eyes. Maki's eyes went dark and he slammed the radio into the table before picking it up again. Answer me, goddammit. The pod. She could see tears falling down his face. Banter and Maki had graduated together and spent a lot of time training together. They were good friends, just not best friends. When the fake didn't answer, the radio, aided by Maki's quirk, went flying and embedded itself into the wall. Still able to speak, Izuku spoke to all the tearful members of Crew Orca. I'm sorry for your loss. I'll head over and deal with the fake squad. Maki grabbed her phone and unmuted it. No, we'll go. He heard our family, our brothers and sisters are dead, they'll go down by our hands. No. Your emotions are compromised, you'll dash. They could hear an announcement over Izuku's mic, Team Foxtrot is down. I repeat, Team Foxtrot is down. She could hear the annoyance and anger in Izuku's voice as he growled. Fine, take them down, don't let anyone else die today. With that, the call ended. Maki slid her phone over to her. Looking at the group, the man, her mentor, her friend, wiped his tears and stood. Anger and sadness etched into his face, he spoke clearly to all of them. These fuckers are going down as team lead, I accept full punishment for what's about to happen. He gave each of them a hard look. Bring the rage of our family down upon them. As one, they stood and marched down the hall. Her heart hurt, but was alight with an unholy fire. Izuku. As soon as the call ended, he threw his phone across the workshop, exploding it as it hit the steel-lined walls. He looked at Sue. Step away from the controls. She looked at him questioningly, but when he didn't say anything else, she stood and stepped away from the controls. Walking over, without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the button with the Greek symbol for gamma and infused it with mana. May you rest in hell. They had just initiated the lockdown and announced the bomb threat. Mocker gave away their presence, but it hardly mattered to them, it was too late anyway. The man was still wearing the radio that connected them to the Heroes network, and no one expected what happened next. One moment they were rushing to get stuff done, the next they heard a sharp mechanical whistle followed by a pop. The leader of the group, Swordkill, turned to see Mocker's head turned into a fine red mist. The man's body was rested in the chair that was quickly becoming red. Cursing, the man ushered his men to work faster. Izuku. No one knew what he did. Everyone just assumed that the radio short-circuited and that was it. Unfortunately for the person wearing the radio, he put an explosive rune tied to the radios. They could only be activated by him as they were keyed to his mana. He had just possibly killed a man, but at this moment, he didn't care. Taking a step back, he allowed Sue to take her seat again. They waited in silence for a bit until the radio came to life. The heroes are bound and several of the surviving members of Team Foxtrot are wrapped in bomb vests. The villains just went up the stairs. Sue, tell Charlie to prepare themselves. Get the goggles on and start counting down. Inform the teams that Team Gamma is down, we can't trust the security system. As she told Sever and Denki to start preparing for their part, he closed his eyes and sighed. Having planned a backup in case the security system was compromised, he had invisible runes of sight strewn across the hallways and elevators they were forced to use. Aizawa chose that moment to rest a hand on his shoulder. It's not your fault. He nodded and listened to the countdown. 9, 8. 7. Mentally, he cheered Kaminari on. He knew the guy could do it. 6. 4. May and Melissa went over to the window that overlooked the banquet hall. 3. He took a breath in. 2. He let it out. 1. You can do it, lightning god. Charge bolt away, stand by for alpha. Every person in the room held their breath as they waited. 5 seconds went by before they breathed a collective sigh. Charlie phase 1 done. Proceeding to phase 2. Sue started counting again. 10. A slaw appeared from a shadow jittering like mad. 9. We found holes to the ocean. It screeched. 8. What? He asked. 7. Holes. It yelled in reply. 6. They didn't. 5. Izawa, who was still standing next to him, looked at him. What's wrong? 4. The bombs are under the island, in the water. 3. He turned to May and Melissa. You two with me? 2. Both girls looked at him, confused. Opening a portal, he cast a spell on each of them and shoved them in. 1. Alpha engage. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw every light above a certain point in the building across the street go completely dark. Jumping in after the girls, he found himself in the ocean beneath I Island. Looking over at the two girls, who had developed gills, he spoke to them. I need you two to defuse the bombs under the island. He looked at the slaw that followed him. Show us the way to the first hole. Both girls were pulled along as he quickly dashed after the shadow. Bakugo! Charge bolt away, stand by for alpha. Said Azui. He growled just lightly enough that only Kirishima could hear him. Hurry up, Yadmed taser, don't fail. Shitty hair behind him smirked. Kaminari gots this. The prediction was proven correct when Blondie's superior came on the line. Charlie phase 1 done. Proceeding to phase 2. Frog Girl instantly started counting down. The nerd had explained he created a device that allowed for long-range viewing not tied to the security system. They were the ones who set the little marbles up in the hallway and elevator for it to work. Speaking of, they could hear the quiet hum of the elevator as it started approaching. Signaling for everyone to get ready, he stretched his neck. As the Ida brothers hid in the shrubbery on either side of the elevator, Kirishima and Todoroki went upward and attached themselves to the tower in the center of room. Standing front and center, he started building up the sweat in his palms, readying himself for battle. They waited as the froggy counted down, and when it hit 1, there was a ding at the elevator. They had rigged the elevator to stop on this level, not only because it was a nice wide open area to fight in, but because it allowed for an ambush. As the elevator came to a complete stop and the door opened, a massive burst of electricity raced through the building, short-circuiting everything it went through. That included the elevators, forcing the enemy to get off. They expected the second group of enemies to get the elevator working in under a minute, but that was all they needed. Team Charlie phase 2 done. Alpha go! Came the tired voice of Chargebolt. He gave the group of enemies a savage grin as he reached for his right ear. Alpha engaging, Bakugo out. Taking out the earpiece, he stuffed it into his pocket. The leader, which they still didn't know the name of, sneered at him. We threaten the entirety of I Island and they send a kid at us? Getting into his fighting stance, he gave the order to Icy Hot. With a single swipe of his pointer finger, he launched himself into a spin and rocketed at the men. I'll show you what a kid can do to you, you ugly but shit show. Kicking up as much dust as he could alongside his superior mobility, he dodged the hail of bullet fire and slammed into a metal barrier that sprang up between him and the enemy. At the same time, a thick wall of ice separated the two nerds from their captors. Red! He yelled. Balled up and acting as a cannonball in a makeshift ice cannon, Kirishima grimaced when he heard the shout. I'll keep the temperature low. Apologized Todoroki. Red Riot gave him a smile. The dash! Without warning, Todoroki combined his ice and fire, creating a makeshift explosion that detonated the ice cannon and sending its one and only bullet at the enemy below them. Having more speed than he was used to Kirishima having, he had to act fast. Changing the momentum, he tossed a grenade over the wall and slid around the metal wall. Holding up a hand at the gun pointed at him, he yelled. Plaster shot. A low-yield explosion went off, hitting the grenade, causing an explosion of smoke and fire to consume the villains. That was when Kirishima came into the scene. Slamming into the ground and creating an impact crater, Kirishima separated the group into three. Instantly, he was on the leader and one of his lackeys. Glasses and his older brother came into the fight. The youngest going for the two scientists, and grabbing the pair just in time as a hand the size of fat gum came crashing through the ice. The older of the two was fighting a group of 3 lackeys. Now you've really ticked me off, kid. Daigo, kill the kid. The thick-necked man nodded and jumped at him, only for him to blast out of the way, leaving an explosion in his wake. When the explosion settled, he watched as the man was replaced with a purple hulking monster that threw itself at him. Waiting until the last second, he blasted upward and left a trail of sweat midair that he ignited as a distraction. Slapping a hand on the man's back, he immediately pulled a gauntlet pin. Die! 1 second, the purple brute was there. The next, he was slamming into the reinforced concrete and steel walls. With a grin, he turned to the leader and was nearly impaled by a rod of metal that came from the ground. Rocketing toward the man, and dodging further spears, he got into the man's guard. Go to hell! He unleashed an explosion that rocked the ground, and just as he was about to celebrate his victory, a hand grabbed his outstretched arm. With strength the man shouldn't have had compared to his size, he was hurtled backward, going near Mach 1 and slamming into the wall. Just as he hit the wall, he softened the impact with an explosion that destroyed the wall. He had been sent outside and flying toward the nearby skyscraper. Getting himself under control with a growl, he righted himself and launched himself back into the hole, only for a meaty hand to grab and slam him into the floor, causing a crater to form. With a groan and growl in one, he twisted and unleashed an explosion at the purple brute's junk. Having a sense of self-preservation, the man covered his junk and let him go. Using the explosion, he rocketed himself toward the leader, only to find another one of his lackeys protecting him. Giving himself a spin, he used Howister impact to try and get rid of the man, but something caught him midair. Gale, help Daigo. I'm getting the cargo, said the leader. You got it, boss, replied the woman. He tried to free himself, but every time he tried to break the hold on him, he saw her squeeze her hands tighter. Letting explosions off in an effort to break her hold, he was greeted by a hand grabbing his leg. As soon as it had him, the pressure was gone and he was slammed into the cement floor. Just as the brute was going to slam him again, a pillar of ice slammed into the man's head, sending him reeling forward. Capitalizing on the distraction, he slammed a hand into the broken-up cement next to him and caused a massive dust to expand outward. He kept his eyes focused on the air around him and watched for the woman's quirk to become active. Just as he caught sight of the dust moving from some invisible force, he rocketed to the side and then forward as fast as he could. Unfortunately, he wasn't fast enough, or there was more to the girl's quirk, because she simply waved her hand at him, sending him ricocheting backward. Blasting himself into the air, he observed the situation. Kirishima. That hurt like all hell, even with his quirk. At least it wasn't as hot as Todoroki could make it. He had fought the guy before when he made them hotter. He didn't have much time to collect himself as some guy turned into a green puddle and started snaking his way at him. Having met Mina and knowing what acids could do to him, he ran, stumbling at the start. Even if the guy wasn't acid, and was some other kind of liquid, there wasn't anything he could do. He needed help. His prayers were answered when a glacier consumed the slime man and picked him up to bring him to Todoroki, who was having his own issues. One of the villains, a thin man who seemed to be nothing but bone, was attacking Todoroki with steel batons that floated and danced around him. As the glacier stopped, he heard Todoroki grimace. I need help, the batons are strong enough to crack my ice and they don't melt. He's also fast enough to dodge my fire if I attack him. He grinned and slammed his fists together, activating his quirk. Let's do this. Without warning, he was rocketed forward, flying toward the man, who was only surprised for a second. Sending a baton at him, the man dropped. Putting his arms up to block, felt the immense pressure behind the weapon and pushed back. He barely came out on top as the baton was pushed back and he started falling. Trusting his teammate, he prepared for ice and wasn't let down. "I got you. Keep up the offensive. I'll deal with the slime one in support." Giving him a quick thumbs up, he launched himself at the baton man with an ice-aided speed boost, courtesy of Todoroki. With 2 batons, the man met him in the middle and sent him flying backward. He wasn't even able to put up a fight against the strength of those things. As he tumbled across the ground into a slide, he got to his feet and tried to think. He knew he could overpower 1 baton, but 2 was too many. He needed to figure out a way to either only take on 1 baton or avoid them altogether. Once again getting a speed boost, he feigned a double forearm attack and dropped to his knee. Sliding under the man's attack as he went for a counter, he grabbed the man's arm and grunted with exorcism. Chivalrous Knight Hammer. Using some techniques Izuku taught him, he used the man's momentum and his own boosted momentum to swing around the man. With everything he could muster, he tried to slam into the man's head with his hardened foot, but was met by a baton. Unluckily for the man, the technique was a lot stronger than one of his punches and sent it crashing into the man's head, bringing him to the ground with a meaty slam. Giving himself a triumphant cheer for a job well done, he was immediately shunted out of the way by some ice. As he went flying, he saw 3 batons slam into where he was laying. He made a note to himself to thank Todoroki. "That hurt, kid." He looked over to see the man had picked himself up. The man's voice was strained, as if he was sick. Cracking his neck, he recalled the 5 batons he had and their fight started anew. Tenya. As soon as he cleared the distance between the ice wall Todoroki had created and grabbed the 2 scientists, he was already on the retreat from attack. The man attacking them, or him to be specific, was swiping his massive hands and causing massive tears to appear where he aimed at. He was having a tough time dodging said attacks while carrying the 2 scientists. He was strong, but not that strong, not like Izuku or Sato. Kicking off a tree that was torn apart instantly, he tossed the pair into a walking trench that circled the main park. Giving them a quick sorry, he went on the offensive. Mock Recipro burst. One of the 2 amulets he was wearing glow with multicolored light and infused itself into him. At the same time, his engines emit blue flames. With the air behind him filling the spot he was just in, it created a deafening sonic boom. His first attack against the man was instant and without mercy. With a kick that had its own sonic boom, the man was sent flying and skipping across the cement floor before plowing into a tree that was demolished. "Ida! Watch out!" Without even looking, he dashed backward, going nearly 15 meters with a simple step. He had to admit he would normally be terrified going this fast. A single misstep and he'd be his own shooting star. Looking at what he dodged, he was thankful for the warning. Where he once stood was filled with metal spears that came out of the ground. Looking over, he could see the leader of the villains looking at him then where Mr. Shield and his assistant were hiding. "I got maybe 2 more kicks before I'm out of juice in both my legs and the rune. Let's make them count." Tenya. Rocketing at an awkward angle, he went for an attack on the leader. Unfortunately, he was met by a ball of cement dropping directly into his path. "Stupid brat. That hurt. How is he still conscious?" He'll be the first to admit, he didn't use the full power of his kick. He probably would have killed the man if he did. The quick mental admission cost him. Out of a nearby tree, 3 spears of metal sprang out and slammed into him, sending him reeling with pain. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he stood and took off. His first target was the man with the large hands. His quirk was a mystery and annoying. The leader of the villains had some sort of metal quirk, which was easier to deal with singularly. Add too many distractions and it would cost you. Appearing behind the man, he attacked with a high-speed scissor kick. The first part was aimed at his shoulder, the second was aimed at his head. The first part of the kick earned him a crunch and a cry of pain, while the next was barely dodged. The momentum carried him to the left and into the attack of the purple brute. Luck, and Bakugo, was on his side as an explosion sent him flying away from harm and into the trench. When he crashed into the wall, he slid to the floor and was done. His engines were spent and he needed time to recover. Still being able to move, he ran down the trench toward where he left the 2 men. Running around a bend, he saw both had climbed up the stairs to watch the fight. As he approached, he yelled, "We need to go." Get to the exit and start heading down. Now. David didn't need a second warning and took off with the slightest limp in his left foot. Must have gotten hurt when I threw them. Something he'd apologize for when they got out of here. When he looked toward Mr. Abraham, he saw the man froze in fear. As he approached, he went to pick up the man, but was sent crashing into the wall by a collection of metal pillars. It took everything he had to not be squished from their weight and strength. As he pushed, he watched the leader pull out a gun and shoot Mr. Shield in leg. He would have been worried if he didn't have some medical training. The wound was merely a flesh wound. It probably hurt like all crud though. You kids are a real pain. The villain said. I'll be sure you join the ranks of the fallen tonight. Good night. No. You said no one would get hurt. You lied. Mr. Abraham jumped in front of him and held out his hands. The villain scoffed. The deal was off when your doctor friend warned the heroes. Now move. He finished with a yell. Samuel, being helpless in the situation, stood to the side and watched. He wanted to yell at the two men, but that would just be a distraction in his current situation. As if in slow-mo, he watched as the man raised a hand and was about to finish the deed. Through gritted teeth, he growled. Mach 5. 3 villains. One had some sort of sticky poison sweat quirk. He threw himself around with practiced ease and tried to tap him on his body. The second seemed to be made out of sand, a la Snatch, and was attacking him with drilled precision. He could maybe, and he meant maybe, give Snatch a run for his money. The third had some sort of slowing quirk, which he was having to compensate for. Applying small bursts whenever the time quirk was activated, he was able to barely able to dodge out of the way. Their melee was at a stalemate, them not able to land an attack and him barely applying passing glances. That seemed to change however when the time one looked behind at where the leader was. He grimaced seeing the leader next to the scientists. Mr. Shield was on the ground clutching his leg, but he didn't see his brother. That's when he heard it. Like a jet engine going off right next to them, a massive burst of wind was displaced and threw anybody unprepared for it on their butts. With a harsh wind pressure-induced screech, Tensei saw firsthand what was happening. Being used to such high speeds, his trained eyes allowed him to catch the barest glimpse of Tenya hurtling himself at the leader of the villains. He dodged backward as the glue man tried to nab him, and delivered a kick to the Sandman. Out of the corner of his eyes, he watched the lead villain go flying across the promenade into the wall several levels above their current one with a mighty crash. He grinned as the fight turned to their side. The time controller was distracted and started running to aid their boss, but was intercepted by Red Riot. Grinning beneath his mask, he took the advantage his brother and classmates gave him. Activating his own super move, he disengaged the two lackeys and slammed into the baton-wielding man, sending him spinning into the wall. From there, he took off and grabbed the flying Bakugo and spun him, sending the young hero back toward the one named Daigo. Endeavor's son chose that moment to crash into the woman standing near the elevator, encasing the lady in a block of ice, ending her quirk. With a blast aided by the second of his gauntlets, Bakugo slammed into the brute's head and exploded. Having finally had enough, Daigo's transformation ended and he fell over unconscious. Todoroki. He hated people immune to cold or fire, and when a person was immune to both. He wanted to wipe them from the face of the planet. The man he saved Kirishima from was a total pain. He could trap the guy in ice, but he always seemed to get out somehow. Fire wasn't effective at all. When he used it, the man became gaseous and simply floated away safely. He also wasn't entirely able to dedicate his entire attention span to his fight, having to keep Kirishima safe and aiding Bakugo when he could. Alongside that, he had to keep giving himself space to dodge his attacker. As he flipped backward, he created a new walkway and wall to separate themselves momentarily. As he formed an ice catapult for Kirishima, the sound of a jet engine stopped the fighting for a brief second. Him and the Liquid Man watched the boss go flying with the sound of a sonic boom that broke apart his fragile ice walkway. As he fell, he saw the pro amongst them go on the offensive and take out the Baton Man that Kirishima was fighting. Seeing the woman about to attack Bakugo, he started channeling his ice quirk into his leg. Holding a leg out, he created as much of a pillow with snow as he could and slammed his leg into the ground behind the woman. The attack immediately froze the woman, creating a 20-meter ice tomb around her. Knowing that he wasn't safe from the liquid man, he rolled out of the way and aided a jump backward with a bit of fire and ice. Landing where he was, the man gave up the chase on him and started going for the elevator that was right next to him. An annoyed growl escaped his lips as he prepared to complete freeze the elevator, but he smiled when he saw yellow sparks. Landing into a roll, he sent a glacier to encase the two villains that weren't knocked out by Ingenium. With that taken care of, he looked over at the elevator and saw an unconscious man unceremoniously dropped onto the floor. "I guess we won?" smirked Kaminari. Kirishima cheered, throwing both arms in the air and yelling. As Bakugo pulled out his radio, which miraculously survived the engagement, Ingenium ran to his brother. The younger of the two was on the ground and injured heavily. Izuku had warned his second-in-command that using the enhanced speed rune would likely result in injury. The risk was mostly negligible though, with Izuku being able to cure almost anything. While the brothers collected themselves with the aid of Kirishima, he heard Bakugo talk over the radio. "This is Alpha, enemies neutralized." A snarl formed on his classmate's lips when he answered. "What do you mean the city is under attack?" That's when he heard it, as did Kaminari. The sound of hundreds of wheels rolling toward them. Bakugo noticed the sound a second later and was about to put it away when the sound of scrapping metal resonated through the atrium. The three of them turned and watched as a pillar, nearly 10 meters thick, slammed into the brothers and Kirishima. Bakugo growled and yelled over the radio. "The leader is not down. I repeat, the leader is no dash." Using an explosion, he zipped to the side and dodged a second pillar of metal that tried to smush him. While Kaminari and him dodged their own pillars, the lights flickered and an explosion went off above them, shaking the building before settling. "You heroes are nothing more than an annoyance to me." Landing on a shelf of ice he created, which he was soon joined on by Kaminari, they watched as the man casually landed on the ground next to the scientists. The main question going through his head was, how was this man still conscious after a kick that could rival one from All Might? While he tried to think, they saw the pillar that had squished their comrades begin to move. With a yell of defiance, Red Riot lifted the pillar. As soon as he was able, Ingenium dashed for the man, but was stopped in his tracks by the guy's quirk. His bored voice rang through rising noise. "Being encased in metal while fighting a person who can control metal isn't a great idea." With that said, he simple snapped his fingers, causing the metal hero suit to crumble in on the pro, who yelled in pain. Not able to move, lest Tenya get squished, Kirishima wasn't able to dodge the second or third pillar that went for the pair. He felt a rage start building in him and went on the offensive. Faster than his ice and with a lot more firepower, his two remaining allies charged. Kaminari was like a bolt of